the modern world.
We are builders of civilizations.
We are warriors.
We are poets and painters.
My people.
We build music halls, ornate cathedrals.
We created symphonies of civilization.
We invented ballet.
And the printing press.
We are builders of castles and magical palaces.
My people. My people. Blood and soil. We are heroic Vikings, Vikings strong, Vikings strong. We chant and pound the drums beyond the setting sun. We are generous and kind, warm-hearted spirits with brilliant minds. Creative spirits, great architects, lest we forget, never forget who we are, what we have made.
I love my people. I love my people.
We built the modern world.
We built the modern world.
Behold our resilience and beauty,
Behold,
and cherish respect to our ancestors.
blood and soil. I love my people.
I love my people. My people. My people. My people. The one true power. The one true power. The one true power. I am
The one true power.
true power. I am the Raven King. I can do anything.
The one.
The one true power.
The darkest dream.
The one true power.
I am the Raven King, your darkest dream.
The power. The one true power. The Raven King. The one. The one true power. There is no other. The grand staircase. Illuminate. The sky. The mind. The inner eye. Illuminate. The spirit. Illuminate. The climb. Higher than heaven. Illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists. Never, ever. Illuminate. My conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was. Illuminate. I forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own. 'Cause 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 I am
I was outside and I had to get inside. It's pretty cold in Michigan right now, and the fucking wind is like 30 to 40 miles per hour. It's just been horrible. All right, so back to who we got here, the Sandy Machine. There we go. We got another great actor, the Sandy Machine. Okay, well, actually, thank God that Sandy Machine is here so we can get Leslie situation out of the way. I'm glad he's here, even though don't like the Sandy Machine lately, and he's got all the shit him and Access that he done to Access is just horrible. But let me get back to the real story. So Sandy Machine, King Steven, do you remember when you were at Zatoshi's channel and Leslie was up smoking, I believe, with Zatoshi? And I believe that day somebody paid to kick you off the panel at Zatoshi's channel, and they paid $150 or something like that, if I remember correctly. And I believe that day you were making fun of Zatoshi, and also I think Leslie, and I joined in on the laugh a little bit. Do you remember that at all or no? The Panelverse drama is your whole life, so-called life loser. Okay, now here's one thing about King Steven. He should come in here and say your Panelverse drama is your whole life. So first, Steven, I have a job, right? I don't sit and I don't do 12-hour shows like you do almost daily. That means you don't have a life, or you're just another rat like the rest of the rats, like Snafu, like Cage, another rat that's working for the government and snitching on people. That's the only way. You're no king. Everybody knows that. And everybody knows you're on the internet 11 to 12 hours a day, and you've been promoting Snafu as well lately. Let's not forget about that. So all of a sudden now, King Steven is promoting Snafu, and Snafu is promoting King Steven. As you see, he went on OTW many times and told everybody to watch his songs. He's like, King Steven's been making great AI songs, which he has. I'm not denying it. But for Snafu to promote King Steven and for King Steven to promote Snafu, there's something there. Okay? So let's make sure we know where we all stand, King Steven, because you're a lying piece of shit scumbag. Because if you know with your connections, you say you're very connected, right? If you're very connected and you were able to get information on Bex and put Bex in her place, you would know that Bex is involved with Mr. Snafu. You would know if you had your connections after you've seen just the files from Bad Apple Media that Snafu is working with the Gilbert police as a snitch, as an informant to go against Bad Apple Media. Not only that, you would dig a little bit more and know that he has a homicide charge, that Snafu has been a rat for a long fucking time. So for you to even go back and forth with him even till now says that you're either in on it or you are in the known. So let's not start this fucking stupid shit here, King Steven, because you know that you're gonna be summoned, you're gonna be subpoenaed to access trial, you, Cage, and Snafu. So whether you try to be peaceful on Jack's panel or not, this is not going to change that outcome. Access is going to subpoena all of you fucking losers, and especially Snafu. So let's make sure Before you start saying and throwing rocks at people, King Stephen, just know where you stand. Now, back to Leslie. For God's sake, I can't even get Leslie's story out today, and I'm trying to get it out. If you remember, King Stephen, because this happened, I believe, from your wrongdoing, not mine. I joined in, I think, if I remember correctly. Leslie wants me to pick up the video from 8 months from OTW. I don't think OTW is going to pick that video up, Leslie, to be honest. You say you haven't promoted anyone. I didn't say you were sitting on your channel. You guys lie so much. I didn't say you were sitting on your channel and you put a thumbnail saying, hey, let's all come and watch Snafu. No. What I mean by promoting is, like, when Snafu was promoting your songs at OTW, you usually go after Snafu, King Stephen, correct? You didn't anymore. You stopped and you're being cordial and respectful and all the bullshit that you do every day as a character. So he played it off like nothing ever happened. Like he didn't put a picture of you in the bathroom and told everybody and their mother that you're schizophrenic and you're retarded and you're crazy and dangerous. And he didn't say anything about you attacking backs. You forgot all that, King Stephen? Like, am I the only one that remembers everything that happened to everybody with Snafu? Like, everybody has amnesia all of a sudden? You don't remember, King Stephen, what Snafu did to you for at least 3 months straight? 3 months. He put a picture on you. He made a fucking wrong page of you. He did so much shit. And all of a sudden now, Stephen gets on there and says, you know, he's totally fine. I'll just talk to him like regular. Tommy's like, hey, Tommy's the same thing. He's like, hey, let's just bring Snafu up. And you also get the other person that promotes Snafu, Paul. Paul told, what's his name the other day, Truther Cobb. Paul, Truther Cobb, come on, man. You can't ban someone for a year. Like, all these fucking people are trying their best to get Snafu up on panel. You don't think that's a fucking flag? At all. You people can't see that's not, something's wrong there. Okay, stupid. King Stephen, just leave me the fuck alone. I'm not in the mood for you. I'm not. I was trying to actually get this thing with Leslie, and I went off the Snafu rant. And now I got more people going in the chat, and I can't even get through the Leslie situation. Tarek says, Snake, come on, Leslie. How am I a snake? How? How? Could you explain to me, how do you think I'm a snake? All right? My phone died. I've got to charge. Mine's on 3%. Here's the thing. Don't talk about me behind my back. Okay? If I never talked to you behind your back, here's what happened actually. And stop saying I'm a snake, because I'm not a snake. Okay? You want me to remember something from 8 months ago that I can't just remember that fast. What I think happened is you were on panel with Mr. Zaidochi, whatever the fuck his name is, and I remember that day King Stephen making fun of your nipple, actually, if I remember correctly. He was making fun of your breast because you were showing some cleavage. And when King Stephen goes in on someone, he goes in on backs. He went a little bit on you. Now, if I remember correctly, and don't hold me to this, I could be wrong, because I'm not going to even incriminate myself, but I know I probably didn't say that. Me knowing myself, I was in the chat, and when I seen King Stephen making fun of the smoking and maybe the nipples, I think he said something about nipples, I laughed and I maybe said a couple comments that were funny but rude. And this is only what I'm apologizing to. You're making me look like I am a snake. I'm fucking went on you like crazy, and I just no, I didn't. I don't disrespect anyone that way without no reason. If I did it like this one time, it's because I lost myself and I was laughing. Doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean it's moral, and that's what I apologize for. That's it. You're making me look like I'm this rude bastard. I have no morals. I don't respect anybody. That is not true. To the contrary. Tarjik is in love with me. Here we go. This guy needs help. I am smacking right now. Here we go. I am smacking and I'm gonna unsmack so on some candy. Now, King Stephen, nobody's in love with you. I think you're in love with yourself, okay? Focus on people on here all day, all night, nonstop. That's not true. Okay? I had work and the past 2 days has been too fucking cold. Nobody wants to work. So I've been getting a little break and I've been enjoying my time on the internet. And yesterday, actually, me and Access had a great time on here. And I hope Access is awake. When he gets in here, maybe he can come in here and we can continue what we talked about yesterday. No, this is not a drama queen, Tardik. I came in here because I actually had a good time with Venus and what's his name? Goblin and actually Leslie. Even though I don't know Leslie, I was trying to make peace with her, but she kind of wouldn't allow me to. Like, she didn't let me finish and try to get the story right. She kept on interrupting me. So I thought, you know what? I'll go live and I'll try to finish this. And maybe if I totally forgot that I only can get two people up in here, but I can send the link to anybody to their private phone number. So if Venus wants to get up here, Leslie, I don't know yours, but if anybody wants to get up here, I can, or I can just go to StreamYard, excuse me, and do a channel and do a stream over there. Either way, pay to be a bum sitting in a shack. Is this dude an ornamental garden hermit? Oh my God, where do you find these people? Really? I mean, you guys ran Venus off here. Venus, are you still in here? See, I just sent you a comment. Also, Chris, fully, because I wasn't paying attention to the chat. I never said he's an ally with Snafu, right? And I am paying attention very carefully, I promise. He said, if you think you have some groundbreaking point of Tommy promoting Snafu to grow panel waste management, yeah, yes, I have a very good groundbreaking point of Tommy promoting Snafu in his own way to promote his channel. Hmm. Yeah, it's very obvious. I don't even have to show it. There we go. We got Sandy Machine now writing cockroaches, clown. He's got the little fucking little lizard, and you got what is that? Bed Emanuel? Whatever the fuck his name is. Sneaky Snakes. There's got to be somebody that it looks like a Steven sock account, right? Or maybe like a Snafu sock account because Snafu is not allowed up here. You know, Snafu is dying because finally his death is getting closer. And I say death with actually happiness. Like I can't wait until Snafu dies, to be honest. So we don't have to talk about it anymore. He doesn't have to harass anybody. So he can get the fuck out of this planet and go to the planet of all demons. So he can enjoy the demonic entities that are gonna go after him. Can't wait. Me and Monica are gonna throw a fucking huge ass party just for Snafu when he dies on the internet. I'm definitely getting drunk when Snafu dies. That's a fact. Fucking rat. Who the fuck gives a fuck about rats? Like, are you people lost your mind? Like Sandy Machine, since you're so moral, here's the thing about Sandy Machine. He's not stupid, right? He's pretty bright. So if he's pretty bright, and if he's acting in his own like free will, and nobody's forced him to say anything that he doesn't believe in, right? How can he respect a rat? Now, if King Stevens say, "Hey, prove he's a rat," well, it's very, very easily proven. If you're gonna try to take that side and say, "How do you know if he's a rat or not?" It's so easily proven that Snafu is a rat. How could you even respect anyone that is a rat? It's ratting on people. Like Cynthia. Here's another fucking nasty ass cow snitch. Always been a snitch, Cynthia. That's why, like, you guys don't want to see the parallels, like fucking the nasty ass cow Beck says, right? And I'm calling her a cow and a fucking nasty ass bitch for a reason. Now, Bex has went on panel and played her fucking word salad language all the time. She's like, well, Tarek, there's no, the parallels here don't match. Well, here where they do match, cunt. Here's the parallels between Snafu, Cynthia, and Flow State and Snow. Do you see how much just Flow is promoting Cynthia being with Snafu and how much she has good effect on him? And how much Cynthia's always, even like 2 days ago, saying, I'll always stand with Snafu. Do you guys see that? Or are you guys fucking blind? Are you all this dumb, stupid, closed minded? Are you all in on it? What is happening? Please tell me so I don't fucking degrade you or say something that I have to apologize for later. I can't stand you motherfuckers. People with no dignity, all bunch of rats, all snitching on each other. Like, how do you guys sleep at night? You know what happens to snitches in real life, Sandy Machine? Do you? Come on, King Steven. Steven, do you know what happened to snitches, rats in real life? Do you know? I'm sure you do. I don't have to say it. For you to respect anyone that's a rat, like Snafu or like Cynthia, the parallels, right? And like Snow, the other corporate hoe, and like the lowest piece of shit scumbag on the fucking planet here is Flow State. He sold his soul for $40 and let Snafu up on panel. Like, how fucking low class, no respect for yourself could you have? The fucking idiot sent him $40. He had him banned for a year. He put him on he let him up on the panel. Unfucking believable, man. Unbelievable. I don't know how like his wife respects him. Even just as a fucking, if it's the lady, whatever you want to call her, right? She's sitting when she sees her man has no respect for his family, no respect for himself. All he's doing just giving them money, grifting, anything, doing anything just to get him money to live, right? Snitching, grifting.
his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides a howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear. Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever reign.
Hello, hello everyone. Hello, 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 hello. Good to see you. Hello, Wendy. Hello, Anna Faye. It's good to have you here. It's a beautiful day in my kingdom today. A beautiful day in my kingdom today. Won't you be mine? Won't you be mine? Won't you be? Oh, won't you be? Won't you be my viewers? Quack, 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 quack. Let's speak with the ravens. So Tardik, retardic, as Anna Faye called him, is triggered today for some reason. I saw that he was live and went over there, and it's just a bitch fest. He's just a boo hoo 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 crybaby. He's a crybaby. He's another beta boy crybaby. He's a crybaby. But you know, he's been trying to stick his nose where it doesn't belong, talking about me, going on Jack Talcott's shit show and calling me a clown. You're a loser, Tardik. You're a loser. That's what you are. You're a loser. He talks about working. I don't have to work. I'm retired, you fucking loser. This is your life. You work and then you obsess over these people on YouTube. This is your whole life. You're a drama queen. You're a loser. You're a loser. And this is a reality. Even the women on Team Evil can't resist listening to the greatest show in hell. They close the bathroom door or they close the bedroom door and they lock it and they tune in and they listen and they moan. Ladies love El Diablo, including their wives, like Frank Mungay's wife and Landry's wife. They're leaving them because they're thinking about me. That's the reason. They're leaving these losers on Team Evil because they're thinking about me. That's reality. True story. They're leaving these fucking losers on Team Evil because they can't stop watching my show. And they'll be lurking here soon. That's what they do. And everybody knows it's true. Everybody knows that's what's going on. Let's get back to Jack.
Jackie, 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 Jackie boy! Yo, yo! Jackie boy! Jackie boy! Clown toy! Clown shit! Matrix bitch! Matrix bitch!
Jack in the box.
Jack in the box. Little Jack twat caught. Little Jack twat caught. Such a little bitch. Clown caught. Thin skin, insecure, loser. Not even a potty pot to piss in.
Jack in the box. Can't lead your show. Shit show, clown show.
Jack clown caught.
Piss pop, they call him skid mark. He's a skid clown fart, a lazy bum, just a scrub. Jack in the box.
Jack in the box. Clown god, pussy god, pussy god, pussy god. Shut the fuck up, and burn. Dance in the fire, filthy asshole, dirty liar. Little bitch. Little cop. Clown caught, little Jack quack guard, quack guard, quack guard. Little quack guard, quack guard, quack guard. Little quack guard, Jack in the box. Skid mark, little bitch. Jackie boy. Yeah. Jackie boy. Jackie boy. Clown toy. Clown shit. Matrix bitch. Matrix bitch. Give me more. Jack in the box. Jack in the box. Little Jack Quack, little Jack Quack. Such a little bitch. Clown car, thin skin, insecure loser. Not even a potty pot to piss in. Jack in the box. Can't lead the old shit show, clown show. Jack clown caught, piss pot. They call him skid mark. He's a skid. Clown fart, lazy ball. Just a scrub, clown skunk. Jack in the piss. Jack in the box. Shut the fuck up. Burn. See the fire?
in the box.
Get marched! Cockroach! Clown ass dope! Little bitch!
Thing, all kind of things that end with ing at the end, right? You think that woman respects you? The woman's only taking your money because she has no other way of somebody else giving her money. As soon as you find someone else, which hope Sandy Machine, do you? Come on, King Stephen. Stephen, do you know what happened to snitches, rats in real life? Do you know? I'm sure you do. I don't have to say it. For you to respect anyone that's a rat, like Snafu or like Cynthia, the parallels, right? And like Snow, the other corporate hoe, and like the lowest piece of shit scumbag on the fucking planet here is Flow State. He sold his soul for $40 and let Snafu up on panel. Like, how fucking low class, no respect for yourself could you have? The fucking idiot sent him $40.
Hey guys, it's Matt. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry if you're an exception to this. Modern quote man and woman is so soft compared to our ancestors and those that came before us, of course, including myself. Gusts here up to 50 miles an hour. Of course, the electricity's going to go out. Of course. Right about 1 o'clock in the morning, vomp, it goes out. And when the tree limbs, I mean, the gusts are so high at times that some of the tree limbs are kind of touching, and you can kind of hear that at times. It is a little spooky. I mean, it just goes vomp, and the temperature's not ridiculously cold here. The wind chills in the teens, but I think it only got into the high 20s, or in the middle of the night was the high 20s. We actually had a 50-degree day just for a short period of time yesterday morning. So it wasn't ridiculously cold. It was people in Minnesota and North Dakota and Montana would laugh at this. But of course, in a way, it's like, well, Matt's hardcore because he got up and built a fire. But in a way, it's because I'm a wuss. I was scared. I was scared. Of course, 1 o'clock. I've got to build a fire. We're so soft, Matt. Speak for yourself. In general, we are so soft. But you just every room I'm going in, and I've lost electricity up here cumulatively. I've been down almost 2 months. I've been here 20. Oh boy, is it 24 years? I have to calculate. But all the times added up. 24 years, I have to calculate, but oh boy, is it 20? Oh boy, is it 20? Oh boy, is it 24 years? I have to calculate, but all the times added up with the one time being 7 days no electricity. I don't say we don't have power anymore. I don't fall into that word trap anymore. I try to say we don't have electricity. And the one time was 7 days, one time was 6 days. So that's basically 2 weeks right there. And then, a few hours here or a day here, it's close to 2 months. So I'm a little skittish to it just because it's happened so many times up here. Had to run the generator so many times. And so, of course, I've got to get up at 1 in the morning and build a fire. And go flying, every light switch you put on, you're so used to it. You walk around the corner. Of course, it doesn't work because we're so used to it. We're so soft. We're so, and then is the food going to spoil it for me? Come on. It was restored by 4 in the morning. It was restored. I told you there's somebody that works for the electric company, one of my neighbors around here, and he usually does a good job. For us, we tend to get some really good service because almost always when I'm affected, he's affected. And anyway, so I'm in the garage with a flashlight, kindling of course, I'm one of these, as like a prepper, like always tons of kindling, tons of dry wood, just kept, because there's always, me planning for something. It seems, in a way, it seems hardcore, but it's not. It's the opposite of that. It's because well, anyway. So one of the more, little flashlights, build the damn fire. Zara knows something's wrong in the house, so I've got, I pull the blanket down, sleep on the couch in front of the fire downstairs. Matt, you're acting like it's you're living in Nome, Alaska, and there's a 2-week spell coming in where high temperatures are 5 degrees and lows are -20, and there's a major issue with the electric grid, and you've got to hunker down for 2 weeks. That's what I was acting like. It was ridiculous. I knew there's no major snowstorm here. There's no major. I knew there's nothing that would keep them from restoring. But I'm poking around in the middle of the night and then sleeping in front of the fire. Anyway, guys, I don't know why I'm mentioning this, but of course I'm up, back to bed at 4 something, back to sleep at 4:30. So I'm a little giddy. Of course, full electric here this morning. It's just about 7 a.m. So I just wanted I want to talk more about this in the future. We are so soft, this generation, compared to our ancestors. There are many of you, I know many of you live in rural wherever, and you experience these electrical outages like I do, even with a lot more regularity. But if you don't, there are a lot of people, those that live rural don't understand this, or it's hard to imagine. There are people that live like suburbs Chicago or suburbs Philadelphia, where I am here, and I have friends, and I said, have you lost electricity since you moved into that townhouse 15 years ago? And they said, no. Like, never. We browned out a few times or we lost electricity for 45 minutes. These people live in townhouses in these communities or apartment buildings. They've never gone down. If that's the case with you, I'll move on, guys. I know this subject's getting a little bit long. I've got a lot of other things I want to talk to you about. And because the winds are still blowing, I'm going to record in smaller segments just in case. It's with the family. It is such a good idea. If you only have to do it once. And it's not the same because you're throwing the breaker box yourself. You're throwing the breaker box yourself, but you just have to do it once with the family, or maybe surprise them. I don't know. Well, that they wouldn't take because the kids have their little. They have to be on social media. Just won't throw the breaker, and then sit there. There's no phone. Well, there is still phones. So that's for me it doesn't matter because I have a flip phone. I have no access to social media anyway. But you'd have to have the experience seem real. You'd have to take away the phones from the kids, sit there in the dark, find the old Monopoly game. The family should do this at least once every few years, because again, there's just for those that live rurally, you just don't understand. There's a lot of people in these communities, in the suburbs or in the cities, where they've literally almost never experienced a prolonged electrical outage, and when it happens in the heart of January or something, it is a little creepy and spooky. Okay, guys, there's a lot more to talk about. Let me end this. Went over to look at the headlines on behalf of Duluth and Dubuque. I'm sure some of you have seen this. This is I don't even know what to say. DOJ finds 1 million new documents related to Epstein. 1 million. They're just making shit up at this point. It doesn't even make any sense. It says, many of the headlines say found, like it was in a trunk somewhere. They didn't even know about 1 million. How's it? What for people visiting an island and $1 million? It's not. I don't even know how to talk about it. It's so ridiculous. It just, what keeps popping into my head is when Semi went to ask for more money from King Jaffe Joffer, and remember she said, "Will you read this, dear King Jaffe?" The woman was Jaffe Joffer. Please send funds immediately. You sure 500,000's enough? You do not think that would be too much? Nah. Why not go for a cool 1 million? Papers related to the Epstein and Steiner files. That's what I think. That's what happened with Not Milk or whatever AI is behind the fake headlines. The AI was combing over that scene in Trading and Coming to America, and she said, "Why don't you go for a cool million?" And that's what the headline. It decided the headline would be regarding documents found regarding the Steiner files. I don't even know how to make fun of it anymore. Reality, not milk reality. If you're listening to me, you have jumped the shark. 1 million documents just coming up after 6 or 7 years of investigation. I mean, this is like, well, you know what would be believable reality or not milk reality if you're listening to me through your AI systems?
So he has 2,000 views in 4 hours. 300 people clicked the like button on this shit. They love this low-level, stupid shit. There's his PayPal. He makes money from this. This is how he pays his bills, people sending donations. That's what people like. They have a taste for shit. They have a taste for shit.
You had him banned for a year. You put him you let him up on the panel. Unfucking believable, man. Unbelievable. I don't know how like his wife respects him. Even just as a fucking, if it's a lady, whatever you want to call her, right? She's sitting when she sees her man has no respect for his family, no respect for himself. All he's doing just giving them money, grifting, anything, doing anything just to get the money to live, right? Snitching, grifting, all kind of things that end with ing at the end, right? You think that woman respects you? The woman's only taking your money because she has no other way of somebody else giving her money. As soon as she finds someone else, which hope most likely she won't, right? Because she's another loser, just like Flow State, has no soul, doesn't give a fuck about nobody. She's playing her part like everybody is. Yeah, and here's the fun. They call her Lady Katie. Get the fuck out of here. You can't put Katie with Lady at all. She is not respectful. She has no morals. Doesn't have any fucking class. Looks like Flow State as well. Another meth user with her fucking fake ass tits just hanging out. Every time she gets on the broadcast, what she wants to show herself, she's showing her breasts like somebody gives a fuck. Katie, Flow State, tell your woman to cover her chest. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about her saggy ass titties. That's why you're asking Lindsay and others a picture, because no one cares. Not even Flow State cares about his own wife. Tits. So let's get that straight, Flow State. Tell your woman to stop, keep flashing her breasts. No one gives a fuck about her saggy ass titties. Not even you. Yeah, so this is what you're dealing with, scumbags. And you guys found a reason somewhere inside of you to put these people like Flow State and others on a platform where you gave them some respect. These people in real life will never get respect ever. Ever. That's why they're fooling you on the internet. That's why they're playing a character to grift and make money on the internet. Because in real life, they lost it. Everybody knows who they are. They can't scam. They can't get their way around people from their family, friends. Everyone knows who they are. Take fucking Snafu, for example. You think Snafu's family would ever, or his friends, anybody that knows him, if he has any, would ever think that he's a good person? He is not a good person. He's a horrible human being. Horrible. And anybody that knows Flow State and can call him, I mean, I can text him, but I'm sure he'll find out. Let him know that I am talking about him and Katie, because he has made threats on the internet. Lately towards me and Access says, "Oh, come on, like, hey, we really want to go down this road. You know what happens when you threaten me? Nobody threatened you." But he's making threats now. I'm pushing the button on purpose. I'm dying to see what Flow State is going to do. So go ahead, Flow State, please. Go ahead Let's assume we're threatening you, even though we're not. Right? What are you going to do about it? We're all waiting. We're all waiting. We're all waiting. Flow state. These people that you guys even, I swear,
I don't care about flow state, but Tardik just keeps repeating himself over and over and over again. I'm going to switch over to something else because this guy's so fucking repetitive. What is wrong with you, Tardik? Learn a few more words or something. All you do is talk about other people. That's all you do.
It's a symptom
People don't want to accept responsibility. That's why they're afraid to lead
because they've been conditioned to obey.
and conditioned to obey.
Because he was the savant of all creativity right now.
In a while, man.
You look great, man. It's good to see you again.
You too, man. People just want to tune in and hear the familiar voice, experience the emotions, and follow the story. It's a frequency that they're tuning into. You don't know what they're doing. They can be washing dishes, taking a shower. And they want to tune in and hear a frequency. You know, so it's like if the frequency is everybody else's, then there's really no branding there. It's what frequency are you promoting?
And I would kill, just to fucking.
I'm glad this loser's not getting views. 15 views in 1 hour. And he has 2.8 thousand subs. Nobody's watching his shit. Nobody's watching your shit, Landry. You're a loser. Look at, he has hashtag no kings. He's trying to capitalize on that hashtag. What a loser. He's a clout chasing, shekels chasing, lazy bum, cockroach, greasy cockroach. That's what you are, Landry.
Go ahead and cry on your own broadcast. But no, everybody's going to take advantage of that, right? Just like you guys. I hurt when you hurt me.
Leave to go to the airport.
Then we surprise the audience by having you call in.
That'll work too.
Maybe Landry calls in, he gets his perspective. As the coup de grace, then we open it up to the panel. I think that's a good show. We do a little thing. I like that. I'm down with that.
I love it. Thank you.
Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another Throwdown Thursday.
All right, we got a fun.
Don't question me, Landry.
Jack doesn't like Chuck.
Wrong. Wait, let's get back to his question. What is Chuck doing here? Is he looking for help? Does he need some support? Yeah. He's a confused man who's making excuses and blaming his family for holding himself back.
Board of directors, truly, I am on board with that. We need some better direction and guidance. I know it's available.
Why would they wait until they finish building this one, dude? They put $1 million. You know what? Okay, so there's one right down there, right? There's the Addison station. They put it there just so that each city would be able to pull from their funds to make it happen, right? It makes no sense. I could walk there. I could be at that other station in 5 minutes. And that's what they put, just because this is Dallas and that's Addison. Why would they wait until they finish building this one, dude? They put $1 million. You know what? Okay, so there's one right. All right, so hey, we've heard the rumors, right? You can go down to Home Depot and find.
Look at this thing on the screen. It's a cockroach with a mustache. Look at the square teeth with the great big gap between the teeth. Look at this thing on the screen. Seriously, take a look at this thing. Looks like he's using a filter, a pop effect. He's using a filter to make his face, he's trying to make his face look better. He has snake eyes beyond belief. He looks like something out of a sewer, like a sewer rat. Okay? He looks like a sewer rat that has something on its face. The mustache hairs are growing right over his lips. Look at that. There's homeless bums that look better than that. Look at that. My goodness. Isn't that gross? I'm going to leave that on the screen for a while. I'm not trying to torture people. I'm trying to drive the point home so people know what I'm talking about. Look at that thing on the screen. Actually, I'm going to take a screenshot more like this so that you can see what I mean. I want you to see what that thing is on the screen. Look at that thing on the screen. It's a cockroach with hair on it. That's basically what it is. Anyway, give me a second here. It's basically a cockroach with hair on its face. It's like a sewer rat that got some hair out of a shower that's gone down in the sewer and went onto its face, stuck to its face. It looks like a combination of a sewer rat and a cockroach. And yes, it does have the snake eyes, of course. Look at the teeth. Look at everything. People say you're just making fun of them. Well, look at this. Now, if you look at that and what he's doing, he's just trying to make money off of you watching his stupid shit. He's a Freemason. He's admitted to that much. He likes to use 33. He likes to use black and red. He likes to keep me off his show. He's afraid to have me on. He lies about me. He's stolen Dolphin Jesus. He does all kinds of stuff. He's a rat. He's a sewer rat. He's a hood rat. And again, yeah, look at the snake eyes, the slits for pupils. His pupils are just fucking slits. Okay? Now, this guy's supposedly in his 20s. Why is his face all wrinkled up if he's 27? I think he claims to be 27 or 28, something like that. Look at him. And that's with filters on. That's with a pop filter effect. Does he look like he's in his 20s? Does this guy look like he was in his 20s? Look at the bags under his eyes. And he needs to use a filter because his skin's fucked up. The guy looks to be in his late 40s, not late 20s. Let's get real here. Look at him. Just look at him. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. And I do it that way on purpose. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. Give me a second here. I'm going to change the image. They show you what they are. All they have to do is go on camera, on video. What person would allow their mustache to grow right over their fucking mouth that way and not think, oh, maybe I better trim this? And look at his teeth. They look like square chiclets with square chiclets. Just a second. Where the fuck did that image go? Hold on, everyone. Okay. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. Here we go. Hey, Landry. Where'd you get those snake eyes from, Landry? Here it is. I cropped it. He looks at least 48, I would say. And he's supposedly 28. I've seen many 40-year-olds that look better than this guy. He looks terrible. He looks like he crawled out of a fucking sewer. And it's not just the physical looks, it's the energy of this thing. And it's the snake eyes. Look what his eye looks like. Take a good look at his eye. And he's a petty little tyrant. Afraid to face me. Can't have a conversation. He likes to talk about me, but he can't talk to me. He can't face me. He can't handle me. He's another Jack Talcott.
You lie, you censor, you cry, you play victim, you fear the truth spoken little bit. I'm evil, petty tyrants, little bitches, team evil devils, devil hell realm slaves, hell realm earth craves, more realms. Time eats you, earth eats you, truth beats you. Liars, 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 liars. Demons on fire, demons on fire. Team evil, petty tyrants, little pieces. Team evil, devils, devil, hell realm slaves, still a matrix slave. Demons on fire, demons on fire, demon, demon, fire.
Yourself a trusty employee for day labor, right? Now, are the theories true? Is it going to be that easy just to go down to Home Depot and find one? Well, we're going to find out today here on Watermoon Lost Again. Subscribe, dude. All right, so we're on the way to the Home Depot, and we're going to see if this happens, right? Is he going to give us what we need, which is a very short amount of time with him as the cameraman, right? We had a couple scenes we want to shoot. The cameraman, you know, my regular guy's not around today, so we got to, you know, go ahead and get down on to the Home Depot and see what we got going on. Happy Saturn's Day. Now we're here, y'all. Let's see what we can do. Is it illegal to go to Home Depot and pick up day labor?
Picking up day laborers from a Home Depot parking lot is a common practice across the United States. But the legality of it depends on whether you are asking about the act of solicitation itself, your responsibilities as an employer, or the immigration status of the workers. While there is no...
This is too complicated, dude. Is it illegal, yes or no?
The short answer is no. It is generally not a crime.
See, now the bad news is they might have already gotten a job here, so... Hola! That's what I'm doing. Dude, I just saw they had a refrigerator with AI, so that's wild. But I have one more idea. Alright, so I did find one, and it's not something I would recommend. His fingers were in the camera, like, non-stop. He almost fell down the stairs a couple times. Subscribe for the full link. Alright, so hey, we've heard the rumors, right? You can go down to Home Depot and find yourself a trusty employee for day labor, right? Now, are the theories true? Is it going to be that easy just to go down to Home Depot and find one? Well, we're going to find out today here on Watermoon Lost again. Subscribe, dude. Alright, so we're on the way to the Home Depot, and we're going to see if this happens, right? Is he going to give us what we need, which is a very short amount of time with him as the cameraman, right? We had a couple scenes we want to shoot. The cameraman, you know, my regular guy's not around today, so we got to, you know, go ahead and get down on to the Home Depot and see what we got going on. Happy Saturn's Day. Now we're here, y'all. Let's see what we can do.
Even the Happy Saturn's Day, he took that from me. He copies. He's just a fucking leech. That's what he is. A little demonic leech. Look at the comments. There's a comment there by me. Cockroach. The cockroach. He's a cucaracha. He's a cucaracha. Landry's a cucaracha. He's a cucaracha. Look at him with the mask up there. What a and always putting the mask because he wears a mask. He's a mask wearing deceiver. He's a leech. He's a fucking cockroach. That's what he is.
Suffice it to say that the pyramids were built because there's something about them being energy sources. Energy sources on ley lines, and they're situated in a way where they're in a grid on the earth. And they had something to do with controlling the energy, and even the whole Matrix thing is real. In these last whatever number of decades.
But the Matrix movie sucks, I'm telling you that. That movie I think that movie is so overrated.
But it's based in something that's real.
That's true,
There
but I
really
just think
has
as a
been
movie.
this energetic mind, thought, signal harnessing field, right? Suffice it to say that the pyramids were built because there's something about them being
Hold on, everyone. Give me a minute here. I'm working on something. Yeah, he's stolen quite a few things. He's just a fucking creepy creature. He'll do anything to get shekels. He is a snake-eyed creature. Anyone that can't see these creatures at this point, I don't want them around me. I don't trust them. And I made a video saying that. I don't trust creepy creatures. I don't trust liars. I don't trust snakes. I don't trust creepy creatures. And I don't want creepy creatures around me. Yes, 555 subscribers. Thank you, Wendy. 555. 555.
I have so much fun. I am laughing all day. That's why I figure I may as well go online and share some of this. And ask yourself, is it really what I need to do? In the bigger picture of this one life that I get to live, is tomorrow's plan what's best for me and the greatest story that I get to be, that I get to become? Because you are a story who is becoming. You're like the star of your story who is becoming a star in your story, or whatever role you want to play. But here's what I realized. There's many, many people alive today in our nation. They're pointing out the problems, the hypocrisy, the criminal nature of the corrupted governments. The systems are broken. And the media and the government, they're actually actively working to divide all of us, you and me. We're not supposed to get along, right? Because the more divided we are, the more we have to rely on others to tell us what to do to keep us safe. Oh, God, someone might hurt me. I remember being afraid, so I don't mean to make fun of anyone who's afraid. Took myself off with my silly voices again. Sorry, guys. It is fun to be me, though, sometimes, because there's a lot of silly voices inside of here. They come out all the time, too, and that's what I mean. When I hang out by myself all day, I have so much fun. I am laughing all day. That's why I figure I may as well go online and share some of this, because hopefully other people can laugh with me. There's a lot who like to laugh at me, but they're just foolish. They're silly. They don't get the punchline, right? Punchline is the truth. And the truth is, we live in a corrupted world. And if we want to overcome the corruption in this world, guess who's got to do it? You and me, right? Can't count on anybody else. So I hope you're with me, whoever you might be. And you know what? Along those lines, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link, man. It looks like we got a few people showing up. Starting to get the party rolling a little bit. I'm feeling good. And it looks like my favorite fans are here. Steady voices. This is not going to be a Tommy and Jack stream, though. Again, it's not going to be the whole Tommy hour. But it could be. It could be if we got along better. The topic today, re-examine your reasoning. What is the reasoning you do the things you do? Do you even know why you do the things that you do? Or you just do them because you used to do them? Do you do the same things today because you did them before? It's up to you. You got to pay attention, right? Because if you don't pay attention, you're like, you'll lose control of you. And if you lose control of you, you will see you do the things that you don't want to do. You'll overeat, you'll cheat, you'll steal, you'll lie, you'll do things that you're not supposed to do. You'll make excuses for yourself. You'll self-sabotage you. If you give your power away, that's what comes true. I'm speaking from experience, okay? So whatever it takes, whatever it takes. That's the story you got to tell yourself. Whatever it takes, I'm taking control. If you want to be in control, that's what you got to do. But the only thing you can control is you, right? But self-control is the path to self-mastery. You master yourself, you help heal this world. Because the world is filled with broken people who are out of control. They lack self-control. They have got no awareness. So they've got no self-mastery. They're relying on others to tell them what to do. That's the American way, it appears. But hey, that's what happens when a nation is born from slavery, captivity, exploitation, and abuse of fellow human beings and doesn't actually repair, doesn't actually do right to bring things together, just wants to sweep those things under the rug. Well, guess what? This is karma, baby. America is what it is because we accepted what was given. And I am done doing that. Well, let me not say that. That sounds pretty arrogant. Sounds kind of foolish. What I'm talking about is regarding the governments and these systems of representation. I no longer consent to misrepresentation. And speaking of misrepresentation, how do I bring this in peacefully? I go on in. Welcome back.
Well, it's good that you started by admitting that you misrepresent me all the time. Now, I wasn't going to. No, see, faggot, you're off here already. You're already off to the races, nigger.
You're already showing me I made a mistake by bringing you up. Tom, try a different approach. Tell you what, I know it infuriates you. I know it frustrates you, angers you, disappoints you. I know you find offense when I put you in the back, Tom. But I think it's best for this moment for you to regroup, right? Because the approach you started with, swearing at me and calling me names, doing the same thing as the past. Come on, man. We were doing better. We were doing better, and we can do better. I've got the Raven King in the back as well. I'm wondering what to do there because apparently I'm guilty by association with both of these men. Stephen, how are you today?
Hi, Jack. I don't know what you mean by guilty by association. Guilty in whose eyes? Of what?
Well, you're what's the right word for that? Demon Slayer, the channel that exists to mock you. I guess I'm guilty because of you. And so they've chosen to mock me, apparently. And part of it, I saw recently, your little squeaky noises were highlighted to show that Jack's a fool for bringing Steven around. And I guess they're right. So am I right? Are they right?
No, I would say they're wrong. I'm the best co-host ever, and I contribute to your show quite a bit. Jack, are you okay today? I'm concerned about you because you don't look that well today compared to usual, and you stumbled over a word. Infuriates it. You look like you're going to have a stroke trying to say that word.
That's fascinating.
Are you all right? Well, are you okay?
Yeah, are you? Because you're clearly not interpreting, clearly not discerning or understanding. Are you
I'm
okay?
fine.
Are you here?
I'm here. I'm right here.
All right. Okay. Because what I was trying to address was your behavior again. And I'm actually openly talking to you about this.
What's wrong with my behavior? What do you mean? The The dolphin, Jesus, little E, that set you off? That's incredible.
No, it
Oh.
didn't set me off.
Uh-huh.
Please try to understand me.
I am trying.
Mm-hmm. But see, this is the problem: is you have you seem to clearly have a problem understanding not just me but other people.
Well, Jack,
it's
a
a
lot of people ask questions to try to understand. It's a way of trying to understand someone. Now, why
Mhm.
would you say I clearly have trouble understanding other people? It's weird, Jack,
Oh,
that your view of
wow.
me is strange.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, actually, your cognitive blindness. I mean, it's dumbfounding. So tell you what, Stephen, it's not my job to tell you or help you.
I'm here to help
tried.
you.
Well, that's your problem. Okay. You're wrong. You're not helping me. You're actually making me, I guess, look bad, right? Because I just explained that to you. Your juvenile behavior was highlighted to once again show me making a mistake by having you around. And here again, Stephen, you're not cooperating with me. You're not trying to help me. You're playing your stupid games. And so, Tommy, I see you in the back as well. How many people want to help me? But Peace Dynamo, you are like a fascinating creature as well, man. I think you're one. Are you one of the Stephen groupies? Is that where you came from? And that's kind of the question I'm wondering. You know, the link has been dropped for other people who do. You're playing your stupid games. And so, Tommy, I see you in the back as well. How many people want to help me? But Peace Dynamo, you are like a fascinating creature as well, man. I think you're one. Are you one of the Stephen groupies? Is that where you came from? And that's kind of the question I'm wondering. You know, the link has been dropped for other people who do want to have conversations with me. It's a great time. I mean, I would welcome alternatives to what the universe has been bringing me. Well, Tom, why?
Now look at you playing right into what I told you you'd do. I mean, victim us harder, Daddy. Oh, now you're going to cry that some channel associated you with Stephen. You are kind of a fool, Jack. Now look how pompous and arrogant you are compared to that butt fucking you got on TC's last night. I told you you'd do this. That's why I came up. You're fake. See, it's not that you have self-mastery and self-control. You just know when that camera goes on, you've got to suppress the rage, the Talcott rage. You are still the same guy that needs help, Jack. And you project that, acting like you're going to life coach the internet.
All right, turn it up. Turn up the music. New song coming on. This one is called Snake-Eyed Demons. Snake-Eyed Demons. I made a few mixes of this. I'm going to play a couple of them. Snake-Eyed Demons. Just released.
Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Snake-eyed demons. Snake-eyed demons. You sneaky snake, little bitches, devil eyes, devil minds. Liars, liars, dance in the fire. if you are near or far, I see what you are. Creepy creatures, filthy creatures, hell real matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass snake eye demons. This is your home. Hell realm. This is your tomb. Hell realm. Snake eye demons, filthy matrix losers. Losers. Stay here. Burn in the fire. Shut the fuck up and burn. Burn. Cockroaches, piss ants, demons. Burn. Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Snake eye demons. Snake eye demons. You sneaky snake. Little bitches. Devil eyes. Devil minds. Liars. Liars. Death. The fire. Snake eye demons. Death in the fire. I see what you are, no matter if you are near or far. I see what you are. Creepy creatures, filthy creatures, hell realm, matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass, snake eye demons. This is your home. Hell realm. This is your tomb. Hell realm. Ah! Snake eye demons. Filthy matrix losers. 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 Stay here. Losers. 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 Stay here. Burn in the fire. Hey, shut the fuck up and burn. Burn. Cockroaches, piss ants, demons. Burn. Burn. Burn.
Let's shift gears a little bit here. Is autism a gift? Are disabilities gifts? Trying to cope with a severely autistic child. 13 years ago, 14 million views. This is back when regular videos used to get a lot of views. The earlier days of YouTube. Now there's so much shit for people to watch that they just want to gobble up shit. That's what they do. They gobble up shit. They love it. They love it. They love it. They love it. They love it.
This is where he's put his head through the wall, and this is where he stood and kicked it. He's 6'2" and he weighs 252 pounds. He can go through this house and just wipe everything out probably in 10 minutes. You know, I've had him turn furniture over. Well, you see all the windows and stuff. You know, the air conditioner back in the bedroom, he'll sit and punch that till it's in pieces. You know, in other words, if it breaks anymore, it's kind of like it's material. It can be replaced. I don't even let it bother me. But the destruction is just unbelievable. What are you so mad about?
I have to go. Why, those
What are you so mad about?
The Miser brothers.
Calm down. Look, you got Santa Claus is coming to town.
Of all the fool things for them to do.
You got Santa Claus is coming to town.
The Miser brothers. Why, those
What are you so mad about?
The Miser brothers.
Calm down. Look, you got Santa Claus is coming to town.
Of all the fool things for them to do.
You got Santa Claus is coming to town. Don't do that. Owie. 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 He's part of the family, and you hate to give up on your child as a lost cause. But I've come to the conclusion now that the best thing would be to place him somewhere where they can control him and they're not going to hurt him. I'm afraid, though, if I do leave him at home, it'll be like that man that they took to one of those group homes or centers last weekend that got out of control and they tased him and he died of a heart attack. Yeah, you understand what's going through my head, why I'm not opposed to taking him and placing him somewhere, because this can't go on and other people cannot control him like me.
If you ask me, still in serious trouble.
What's the problem, officer?
What's the problem? I'll tell you what the problem is. Driving.
Oh, owie.
What do you call that thing anyway?
You gonna watch your movie?
Vixen. And wearing funny looking.
Maybe they don't like free.
And wearing funny looking.
What's the problem, officer?
What's the problem? I'll tell you what the problem is. Driving.
Oh, owie.
What do you call that thing anyway?
You gonna watch your movie?
Vixen. And wearing.
God's plan, God's design, right? God's gift, God's plan, God's design. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. I don't believe that most people will ever understand what I'm saying at this point. There's a few, but out of the entire realm, there's almost none. Just don't get it. Our God is an awesome God. Just keep praying. Keep praying. Keep praying and keep praising your God. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. That's all people think they have to do. Just keep praying and praising. Just keep praying and praising your God. Right? 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 Most of you will never face where you are. There's people that sit here every day lurking, and all they're doing is watching because they hate me. They're just absolutely obsessed fucking lurking demons.
October. We've knocked on her door. Her dogs are going insane, which they wouldn't do if she was okay. When I called, the first time it went to voicemail. I called again. Someone answered, didn't say anything. I kept saying hello, hello, and then they hung up. She called you guys about 2 weeks ago. She had a roommate issue, and she called because in her roommate's stuff she had found a gun.
Police immediately respond to the call. Within minutes, officers arrive at Monique's home, stepping into something none of them will ever forget.
God damn. Jesus.
I'm so sorry. I was like, I just got a shower. Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, we've been knocking.
Well, I rent this place.
What's your name?
My name's Jaslyn.
Where's Monique at?
Monique is I'm house sitting right now. She left town for a while.
Where is she? No, she didn't. Where is she?
No, she really did. I swear.
Okay, where is she?
I mean,
her car's here.
I know her car's here. She has me house sitting. I have I got my rent receipts.
You're not supposed to be here. Come outside.
Huh?
Come outside. She doesn't have anyone here.
No, I have rent receipts right here. Actually,
hey, come outside.
Well, I'm not coming outside right now. I have paperwork that I'm supposed to be here. Like, you know what I mean? And like,
Yeah, you need to come outside and show us that paperwork.
Okay, I have paperwork right here, and I'm not going to come outside right now. Though. I have legal rights.
What's your name?
My name's Jaslyn. I was
Jazz?
Yeah, Jazz. I was
Okay.
renting.
Understand that I'm here to do a welfare check on the occupant of this resident. I am going to do that. You need to come out of that.
Well, she's not here right now, though.
You need to step outside right now. I am giving you a legal and lawful command. If you do not obey that command, I'm going to take you to jail and I'm going to charge you with it.
But I have
step out of that door.
The birds sound like they're traumatized. The birds sound like they're in distress in that place.
No, excuse me. No, I have rights. I call my attorney then. Like,
Okay.
I have. First off, Monique's not here right now. I have the paperwork right here for it.
Notice how Daniel's story shifts almost instantly. First he claims, I rent this place. Then moments later changes it to, I'm house sitting. Officers immediately sense something is off. If he's truly house sitting while Monique is out of town, why is her car sitting in the driveway? The inconsistencies pile up. Sensing deception, officers press harder, determined to uncover Daniel's real connection to Monique.
How do you contact Monique?
I call her usually on her cell phone, but she called me yesterday from her like friend's cell phone because her cell phone got lost, so she had put a pause on her cell phone. You know what I mean? But yeah, I usually call her. She usually calls me on her cell phone. I talk to her every couple days. I'm watching the dogs right now and watching the birds.
Okay. So from the front office, she doesn't go anywhere without her dogs.
Yeah, I know. I've been saying that's what she had. She had an emergency. She had to go to her brother in the East Coast. So, you know what I mean? Like she's not here right now. What do you want me to do about it?
Okay. Do you have a phone number we can contact her on?
I mean, like I usually call her on her 505.
Okay, but what number did you get a phone call for?
I have to look at my.
I already called that number that you call her on.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't call her. She calls me generally every couple days. But like,
outside and talk.
I've been here since September.
Okay, that's great. Come outside.
You mean, huh?
Come outside.
Well, no, because I don't trust you guys. I don't really trust the situation right now. You know.
You need to step outside right now.
Well, what have I done wrong?
Okay, I am here to check the welfare because we have concern for the safety of the lady who lives here.
Okay.
That is not you. You need to step out so I can check the welfare in this house.
Okay.
Step out right now.
I'm a resident here, though.
It doesn't matter.
Step out right now.
Is there anybody else inside with you?
Yeah, like my wife is here as well.
Okay. You and her need to step out.
Okay, but like, what are we doing wrong?
You're not doing anything wrong other than you are not obeying lawful commands from police officers to step outside.
Listen, we're just trying to get in touch with Monique because we came here to check her safety because no one's heard from her. Front office knows nothing about anyone staying here that's not her.
I mean, it's September. She saw. I'm pretty sure she told the front office.
No, she didn't. We just talked with the front office. Front office contacts her, they say, like 3 times a day. And she's always in contact with the front office. She never mentioned anyone else being here. Okay? We've been trying to get in touch with her. Her car's here. No one's heard from her. She doesn't answer the phone.
I mean, it's on like it wasn't like a normal thing for her to do. You know, she just kind of took off, like, and that's why she has me house sitting.
Contact with our front office. Contact. Like, hey, come out right now.
Okay.
You guys step outside, and then I'm gonna have a couple officers come inside to clear it. Okay? Call her from right there.
Well, how can we have to stay outside?
Call her out.
Call her out from right there.
Okay, well, give me 1 second.
Just
Call her out.
Hey, give me a second, please. Hey, babe.
Yeah.
She was in the shower last time I checked. Can I go check on her real quick?
Call her out.
I just tried to call her. She did. Like,
No, you didn't. You
Call louder.
You barely said anything.
Okay. Hey. What's up? They want to come to the welfare check?
For reasons that can only be assumed, Daniel repeatedly tries to move away from officers inside the home, but officers, now suspecting the worst, refuse to let him out of their sight. When that strategy fails, Daniel pivots to another one, playing the victim.
Are you guys gonna try and mess with me? I mean, I have like a legal rights to be here.
We're not gonna try and mess with.
Ready to go. We have legal reason to come inside to check.
Yeah, I just don't know what to do right now because
Open the door, please.
Okay, so can we stay in the residence?
No, just stand right here. Just stand right here on the balcony, okay?
Well, if I come outside, then you guys have like the legal right to like mess.
No, we don't.
His wife, Gina Lopez, agreed to step outside. With the home cleared, armed officers move in, unaware of the horrors waiting inside.
Okay.
Does that go through the kitchen? Other side?
No.
No?
It's blocked off.
Okay. Alright. I got like 90% of the kitchen.
Just peeing everywhere, watch out.
Alright.
Okay. This place is just gross, dude. Yeah, I'm concerned for where is it?
This like big ass pile is because you can't see fucking back there. Looks like they try to cover something up.
Here.
Yes.
Jesus. I don't smell anything.
They're definitely squatting in here. Like, they shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Alright, well it's like now that it's clear.
Smells like they were burning something in here.
They're from the mouth. They're from the mouth. They're from the mouth. What is this?
The freezer?
Yep.
Where's it locked at? It's right here. I think.
Yeah, it's got a key on it. Is it a Allen thing?
It's like an Allen key.
Dude?
If there's a body in here, dude.
I swear to God.
With a growing sense of dread, officers call the locksmith back to open up the freezer.
He's freaking out saying we can't open it. He's freaking out saying we can't open it.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
You go, yeah, you covered it back. I swear to God.
I can smell it already. I know the smell.
What's that?
I can tell that smell.
What smell?
I smell something bad.
Oh, motherfucker.
swear to God, bro. My heart's racing right now.
Mine too. I don't want to see it. Give me a second.
Oh, still. Oh. You got a whiff. There's something in there.
Keep it down because he's like right outside.
There's a person in here. Go get him in handcuffs. God damn it! She's stuffed in the freezer.
Her body is stuffed inside of a chest freezer. Is there any obvious signs of trauma?
I'm never going on a call with you again.
I can't do that. I can't.
So I stuffed her in the freezer. Mother of God, man. That's 2 weeks in a row. I'm not coming to work next week, guys.
Following the discovery of Monique's body, Daniel Rush and his wife Gina Lopez were immediately arrested. At first, Daniel claimed he found Monique unconscious, surrounded by drug paraphernalia. He told police he panicked and placed her body in the freezer, saying he didn't know what else to do. But the autopsy told a different story. Monique had more. At first, Daniel claimed immediately arrested. At first, Daniel claimed he found Monique unconscious. Rush and his wife Gina Lopez were immediately arrested. At first, Daniel claimed he found Monique unconscious, surrounded by drug paraphernalia. He told police he panicked and placed her body in the freezer, saying he didn't know what else to do. But the autopsy told a different story. Monique had more than 200 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in her system. It was then that Gina came forward and told police what really happened. Police learned that after months of living together, Monique suspected Daniel and Gina were stealing from her. This, combined with arguments that escalated over hygiene and cleanliness, ultimately led Monique to asking the couple to leave. Prosecutors alleged Daniel responded by administering massive amounts of fentanyl in an attempt to kill her and take control of the home. Daniel was indicted on multiple charges, including second-degree murder, abuse of an older or vulnerable person, and drug-related felonies. Gina Lopez was charged with residential burglary and drug possession. The case remains ongoing, and Daniel faces the possibility of a life sentence.
Is this a hell realm? Hello, is this a hell realm? I realize that didn't happen to anyone here, but you're in the same realm. Is this a hell realm? Where else would that happen to someone? Would that happen in a good realm? Hello.
A 65-year-old woman was fatally stabbed in a Barnes & Noble in Florida. We're going to talk about it in this video. Stick around. I want to offer my deepest condolences to the family. This was an unprovoked attack, obviously, that took place around 8 p.m. on a Monday night. She was found unresponsive in the store with a knife in her back. Police rendered aid and a 65-year-old woman was fatally stabbed in a Barnes & Noble in Florida. We're going to talk about it in this video. Stick around. I want to offer my deepest condolences to the family. This was an unprovoked attack, obviously, that took place around 8 p.m. on a Monday night. She was found unresponsive in the store with a knife in her back. Police rendered aid and she was transferred to a local hospital but died shortly after from her injuries. The killer is in custody right now, and investigators are working to determine the motive and so forth, which there probably wasn't one, just violence. The same thing that happened with Irina Zarutska.
This article from CBS News states that the suspect was captured about 1,500 feet from the scene. I will include this particular article in the description section.
I didn't create this to be a long video, But I come here with one simple message, and that is, there is no such thing as an unlikely place where these things can happen. These things happen literally everywhere. There's obviously places we talk about all the time that have a strong likelihood, whether it's gas stations at night, hotel parking lots at night, parking lots, parking decks, and so forth. But I think our mindset must be, where there's people, there's likelihood. Whether it's the grocery store, whether it's Barnes & Noble, no matter where it's at. A couple of years ago, maybe not quite 2 years ago, there was a woman and her son who were followed by another lady in the grocery store. The woman followed them out into the parking lot and proceeded to stab the woman's 3-year-old son. We don't want to think that we're walking around with killers in broad daylight, but the truth is, we are. We are every day. When you're at your house in the morning and you're getting ready to start your day, and you're thinking about all of the gear that you're going to carry with you, and you're thinking about what your mindset's going to be as far as due diligence is concerned with people, I want you to know that's completely normal, and that should be a part of your routine every day. Recently, I saw a video where a guy was riding down an escalator and a guy kicked him in the back, knocked him down the escalator. What I would say to him is what I would say to anyone. Whenever we can help it, when we're in situations where we're somewhat trapped, whether it's an aisle, whether it's an escalator, we don't want our backs turned to people. I know that it's practically impossible to be in situations where people are never going to be behind us. But if we're standing somewhere or we're in a closed-in area, we need to do everything possible to make sure that we're not giving our back away, especially if it's an environment where somebody could take advantage and seize upon us pretty quickly, whether it's a stabbing, whether it's a sucker punch, whether it's anything. Most of the time, there's a certain amount of due diligence that I have personally when I know there are people behind me. But if I stop to look at something, or if I'm in an aisle or an escalator or anywhere that I can get in position to not let somebody come up behind me, I'm going to do that. In simple terms, it should always be a little bit difficult for somebody to come up behind you and do anything. I'm not going to go on any further. There are no unlikely places for attack. Where there's people, there's problems. And there are no unlikely places for attack. Where there's people, there's problems. And there are no unlikely places for attack. Where there's people, there's problems. And we have to live with this understanding. We have to make peace with it. We have to be prepared to act. But the most important thing we can do is put ourselves in the best possible positions to where we don't have to act. We need to accept the fact that there are people out here just looking to do violence upon whomever they choose. I've done so many videos talking about random situations. Well, it was random to the person being attacked. It wasn't random to the attacker. But whether it was street stabbing with a woman on her way to work, whether it was a woman being stalked in public and followed back to her house and carjacked and made to go back to the bank, or whether it's situations like this, we always have to understand that there are people out there hunting. We have to know that that is going on. And if we will live with that mentality, we're going to be so much more ready for things that are happening. But if we think that the world is normal and these things aren't going to happen to us, and they're not going to happen to us because we're in a store or a public place, we're setting ourselves up. It's time to think about your everyday carry. It's time to think about what you can carry legally and what you're willing to train with and what you're going to be comfortable using. You need good situational awareness to give you time and space. And above all, being prepared to act and committed to it if need be. Keep your head on a swivel, keep a lookout, be safe, and get home to your family. Take care.
At 5, following a developing story out of Palm Beach Gardens, we're listening to stories of violence in what's normally a quiet area. Police tell us they're investigating a homicide at Barnes & Noble just across the street from the Gardens Mall. WPTV's Ethan Stein is digging into the investigation and speaking with shoppers.
Palm Beach Gardens police say a man killed a woman at this Barnes & Noble. 24 hours later, people are walking in and out of the store like nothing happened. It seemed like any other day at Barnes & Noble.
Would have no idea. No.
Even after Palm Beach Gardens State arrested Antonio Moore, officers say witnesses saw the 50
Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects. Get you some fried chicken. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. It's a beautiful day in the darky hood. A beautiful day in the darky hood. Won't you be my, won't you be my, won't you be my Tigger, 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 Tigger.
Wood for bows comes from tough, springy native woods. When the bow has been completed, a string made of twisted, tough vegetable fiber is attached. How skillfully the loop is made. The pygmies cover arrow points with a deadly poison made from the inner bark of the horota vine. After the outer bark is scraped off, the inner bark is heated in the ever-ready fire and is then removed and crushed. The poison in the juice of this bark is deadly, quickly causing nausea and then complete paralysis. These men are handling the pulp with apparent carelessness because the poison is not effective unless it enters the bloodstream directly. This is why the small arrows, when smeared with this poison, need only to pierce the skin to become deadly weapons. Another preparation for hunting, spear practice. One pygmy attaches a large fruit to a rope and whirls it swiftly at rope's length. The others attempt to hit the fleeting object by casting their spears at it. The target movement is much like that of an attacking or retreating animal. A well-aimed spear makes a hit. This hunter has cleverly concealed a deep pit along a forest pathway. The community is almost out of meat, so he makes a quiet trip to see if an animal may have fallen through the twigs and leaves which hide the pit.
Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects. Get you some fried chicken. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. It's a beautiful day in the darky hood. A beautiful day in the darky hood. Won't you be my, won't you be my, won't you be my Tigger, 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 Tigger.
Miko is autistic and nonverbal, and this is her reaction to her new toy.
Yeah, Elmo. Elmo. Do you like Elmo? Wow! Elmo! Yeah. What color is Elmo? Elmo. What color is he? Red. Red? White. White? Black.
Miko is autistic and nonverbal, and this is her reaction.
They got pump up here. You pump them up to be somebody. They're nobody. Holy cow, these people in real life, what would happen to them? In real life, even Flow State, all the shit that he has done towards people, even though he's not like Snafu, I'm not saying he is, but he has done horrible shit as well. If you think he hasn't, he has. He has done horrible shit with the ketchup bitch lady, what's her name, the tomato hoe, and he has sold his soul for her. Like, Flow State has done anything he can with his personality, with his character, with his family. I mean, even as disgusting as wearing underwear, posting like a fag on his own fridge, and trying to sell his own underwear because the fake ass mid-logic bro, another weirdo, right? Another closet gay faggot that won't tell people that he's gay, and he's definitely gay, right? Same thing with him, Tommy, same thing with Flow State. All these people are probably bisexual, right? That's what I see they're hiding. But here's the thing. Try to sell underwear. Like, what are you going to tell your daughters? Like, if he had sons, it would have been a little different. Flow State, you have daughters. As a father, you piece of shit loser. You have took pictures of yourself, post them with your ass sticking out on a fridge like a gay faggot, right? Well, what's going to happen when your daughters one day see those pictures? They're on the internet. Like, you don't care at all. No respect. Like, I know you don't respect yourself, and you definitely don't respect Katie, because you and her don't respect each other. You're there with each other for comfort. That's it. You both need each other. You both know what you're doing, and that's the only way you can survive. Now, when it comes down to your children, right, or mine, it doesn't matter. Why would any father, let's just say me, ever see me trying to post with my ass sticking out and open an OnlyFans? You don't think my daughters one day are going to see my pictures if I've ever done that? Like, have you lost your fucking mind? Or you just don't have respect at all? You will do anything to get money, like you did with Mike 23. You probably hit on the person, made him like you because he's gay, and now he's just giving you money when he feels like it. Another drunk loser that gives money to Flow State when he's drunk. It's amazing how this world works. Just how nasty some of these people are. When you really dig inside and try to find out who they really are, you see them for who they are.
Demons walk among us. Hello, everyone. Hello. That's David Icke on the screen. All I did was crop the image to his eyes to show you what is there. Right in front of your eyes is right there. They do show you. No excuses. They do show you. You can't lie and say they don't show you. They've shown you. It's a matter of, are you willing to see what they are and what this realm is? They do show you. They do show you. Demons walk among us. Demons walk among us. The next one claims to be a demon slayer, but he got that from a cartoon or comic book or something. He actually likes to dress this way and do drag shows. That's what he likes to do. And obsess over me and make hundreds of videos about me because he's insecure and envious and he's a narcissist. Black Eyes Club. Black Eyes. Black-eyed demon that's full of envy and hatred. Obsessed with me. An obsessed narcissist. A malignant narcissist. A creepy creature. That's what it is. A demon. Here's another demon. I don't trust beings that can't spot demons. If you can't see what these are, I don't trust you. Because there's something wrong with you. That's why. There's something wrong with your mind, with your discernment, with your spirit. There's something wrong with you. And I don't trust you if you can't spot them. When they're pointed out especially. You should be able to without me pointing it out. Without me making memes and showing you. And spoon feeding you. And doing all the work that I do. But most can't in this realm. Most in this realm can't see anything. They can't see evil because they're with evil. They see nothing wrong with these demons. These hateful, rage-filled, lying cockroaches. These creatures. Creepy creatures, these lying felons. These sex offenders. There's something wrong in this realm. I don't trust you. You're not trustworthy if you can't see these creepy creatures for what they are. I don't trust you. Look at this. Look at the eyes. The eyes show you what it is. It's right there. It's right there to see. Now, how many in this realm see? How many in this realm can see? How many are honest? How many are trustworthy in this entire realm? How many are trustworthy? I don't trust creatures that can't spot the fakes, frauds, phonies, the narcs, the liars, the demons. If you can't spot evil, if you can't spot the two-faced creatures, the creepy creatures, then I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I don't trust most in this realm. I don't believe that most in this realm are trustworthy. Most people will say, I'm your friend. I'll be by your side forever. I'm loyal to you. And then they backstab. They betray. They do what some have done on my channel. I mentioned the 3 witches, and there's others. It's common. And some of you see this pattern, you see it happening to me over and over again, and you think, well, that's just a Stephen. No, they represent this realm. Most in this realm are not loyal. They are not trustworthy. They are not reliable. And they prove it in time. They show what they are in time. They always do. They always show their true colors in time. Two-faced, turncoats, ones that betray, stab in the back, gaslight, spin things, claim that I abandoned them. I didn't abandon anyone on my channel. I still have multiple channels. I still have a group. No, they abandoned. They walked away and blocked. They reversed it. Okay? Most in this realm are not trustworthy. They're creatures. Now, I know Team Evil will claim Steven's trying to make his cult. They call it a cult. They say I have a cult, which is why I make fun of that with I love my cult and I roll with it using comedy. They will say that Steven wants his cult to see everyone as creepy creatures, as cockroaches, as evil demons in this realm. I don't want you to see anything at all. I hope that you see truly, but I don't expect that in this realm. Because the more that people are around me in life and on YouTube, I notice most people can't see truly at all. At all. You could be around the most obvious demons ever, and unless they're famous and on television, and the masses are calling them evil, like the masses call Trump evil, or Elon Musk, or Bill Gates, or someone like that, then you'll get behind it. But if it's an ordinary creature that's an evil demon in life, on your street, on YouTube, someone that isn't super famous and a billionaire, and on television all the time, you can't see it. Most of you can't spot demons, and I've tried to help you for years and years and years to spot them. And I've shown many telltale signs, right down to fingernails, not just Black Eyes Club and Snake Eyes, right down to long fingernails and just their energy and the look in their eye, their body language, all of it. The way their voices are usually revealing. I've shown so many attributes and traits of demons and creatures. And a lot of you will sit and watch and listen to YouTubers that are complete demonic liars, slander.
I got it right here. As soon as I found out what they were doing, I mashed that motherfucker all to hell. Fuck that. Tracing me. Tracking my shit.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. Track your shit. I'm still access getting those those like verification that they want my. I got a new what do you call it? Like a new ID that I have to verify. I'm still getting those till now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, tech, you know, and like you were saying, they took this to real life. And what started out as, you know, YouTube being for entertainment and, you know, trying to get a message out there of some type of substantial significance, or just to entertain people.
Yeah.
And they turned this Vex, Cage, fuck, man, Sanity Machine, Flow State, Rose 777, you know, they all turned it into a real life scenario. And they took it far past what would ever be acceptable. And that's where we have grounds to, you know, I'm making the call to, after this show, to the corporate offices of YouTube. Yeah. You know, and I'm turning all that over. You know, and the people that are like Snafu, who's throwing my court date around and interfering with an ongoing trial. This next court date is just a pretrial conference. It's not the trial. So I get to bring up all this outside interference, Snafu trying to sway personal and mass opinion through social media. I mean, you know, that's a serious crime.
Oh yeah. Yes, I agree.
You know, I went on last night and I bitch slapped everybody in the world. I don't care whether you were Muslim, black.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I went after everybody because I have no fear. What are you going to do? You know, what are you going to do?
Exactly. What are they going to do?
You know, if I go after Christians and I go after Mormons and Seventh-day Adventists and, you know, atheists and, you know, I'm not going to leave them out. I'm sorry, but just because they have a book and a belief that's just as sacred as Christians do or Hindus, fuck them. They're on the list too, as far as, you know, you're not exempt. You're not my friend. I don't have friends.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't keep friends, and I'm not going to be afraid to speak my mind on any indoctrination. I don't give a fuck what indoctrination it is. Hindu, Muslim, Jew, Christian, Satanist, it doesn't matter. You don't get it when it comes to me. I could give a fuck less about any of your indoctrinations. And don't try and scare me with, oh, you burn the Bible and you piss a Christian off and suddenly you're this, that, or another. Well, that's a label and that's an attack, and that is not the full spectrum of what the intent is. And
yes, the word is intent. I clearly agree. Intent. It was satire. Intent. You fucking morons.
You know, and I kept saying through the whole thing, this is for entertainment purposes, blah, blah, blah. Now, if Muslims don't have a sense of humor and they're that, which I don't think they are.
Oh, yeah, they're indoctrinated too. Like, if you burn the Quran, they'll have the same thing. They'll get upset and they'll probably try to attack you and all the stupid shit they do.
But what are they going to do? Come cut my head off?
Oh, I mean, no, I'm just saying they're stupid like that. They're so indoctrinated, just like the Christians. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, I didn't want to leave anybody out.
Oh, don't.
You know, no race, creed, color, religion. I mean, I tore through them all. And I have no fear about it because I have my own solidification. That's why I don't keep friends around me. That's why I don't allow people to influence me. That's why I don't allow them to have any control inside of my solace. You know, my peace is mine. I like me. I love me. And I'm not going to bow, stoop, or convert my persona just because of what somebody else believes, says, or thinks. I kind of think that's the message you were trying to... No fear. You know?
Yeah.
Fuck these people. All of them. And their religions and their belief systems. That's whether it's judicial, social media, whether that's, you know, the engineering broadcasting systems that they use. Fuck them. I don't care.
Fuck them all. Fuck them all. And
You
here's
know-
the reason why, too, Access. It's because it looks like if you don't agree with them, right? It's, say you have a disbelief about anything from the Bible, Quran, whatever it is, they all attack you.
Yes. And
you.
you'll never satisfy them. They will never have enough control, enough power. You know, this whole concept that one man can give another man power, or that you would allow another human, especially on a platform, to have any type of influence and power over you. Well, that just shows how fucking weak, unsolidified, insecure, and in need of validation for your own existence through somebody else. I don't need that.
Exactly.
I am an individual born earthling. The whole fucking planet is my home. And
yes, should be.
You know, yeah, they're you know, these imaginary lines and borders and this, that, and
Exactly.
another. I'm sorry, but I wasn't born with a road map up my ass that said these are the boundaries, and I damn sure wasn't born with a document up my ass that said these people have authority over your life. So you have to listen to them. You have to abide by them. I don't consent. I don't comply. I'm an earthling, and I don't have a dog in any of your guys' fight, because when I die, this place means shit to me then, just the same as it was before I was born. But while I'm here, I'm going to enjoy the fruits of the earth, and I'm going to take what little bit of this existence, whatever it is, and enjoy it at the best way I know how. And if that's self-satisfaction through maybe I want to go outside butt naked and run down the street, you know, if I get that inkling, maybe that's
You
what
should be
I'll
entitled to it. Yes, exactly. No,
You know,
I
wasn't
respect
born
that
with
about you.
clothes on. You know, I wasn't born with a suit and a tie on.
Yeah, it's all external.
I was
It's all
born
material.
He wants to run naked down the street in front of children. That's what he wants to do. That's what he's telling you. He wants to run naked down the street in front of children. If you can believe it. Can you believe that? That's what he wants to do. What do you think of that, everyone? What do you think of his nose ring? What do you think of rat blood? What do you think of him mentioning my name? What do you think of him talking about me all over these channels when I'm not there on live streams? What do you think of him talking about me all over the place? What do you think of this guy?
Team Evil up! Get it, Team Evil! Oh, hey, Team Evil, creepy creatures, creepy, smelly belly, stinky winky. Demons! Team Evil demons, you smelly ball sack, old El Perro, old angry Jack, losers! I'm the king of the castle, you're the dirty rascal! I'm the king of the castle, you're the dirty rascals, you're the dirty rascals! Hey, Team Evil losers, you meth heads and old boozers, you felons on watermelons, sickos! Your creatures look like corpses, you smell worse than old horses. Shit! Your creatures are creepers, your features are boogers. And two dirty rascals, dirty rascals. I'm the king of the castle, you're the dirty rascals, you're the dirty rascals. Dirty rascals, dirty rascals, dirty rascals, dirty rascals. You creepy creature, Team Evil losers, absolutely suck. Smelly demons. Smelly demons. Hey. Hey.
Snake eyes. Snake eyes.
Matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass, snake eye demons. This is your home, hell realm. This is your tomb, hell realm. Ah! Snake eye demons, filthy matrix losers, losers. Stay here, losers, 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 losers. Stay here. Burn in the fire. Hey, shut the fuck up and burn. Burn. Cockroaches, pissants, demons. Burn. Burn. Burn.
Naked. Yeah. And the clothes that they either burn or bury me in, well, they're going to burn too, because all that is to me, and through maybe I want to go outside butt naked and run down the street. You know, if I get that inkling, maybe that's
You
what
should be
I'll do.
entitled to it. Yes, exactly. No,
You know,
I
wasn't
respect
born
that
with
about you.
clothes on. You know, I wasn't born with a suit and a tie on.
Yeah, it's all external.
I was
It's all
born
material.
butt naked. Yeah, and the clothes that they either burn or bury me in, well, they're going to burn too, because all that is to me, and especially when it comes to the judicial system, is fascism.
It is. I think we are in fascism 100%. And this is one thing I would say, and I respect about you dearly, is the fact that you don't believe in authority over you. Like you said, the system. And that's the problem with human beings. If you go to court, you have to understand. And I know Access touched on this before, where he said, okay, when I got my license, did they give you the contract that states, for example, that you're going to be under all these contracts, all these codes? No, they didn't. They're all under presumption. So when you go to court, if you have the balls or the cojones to do it, to go, you can ask them, I never signed for this. I'm a natural man under natural law. Give me the contract that says I signed up for all this bullshit. But you gotta know how to talk to them. Yeah, no, I ain't gonna stand up for it either.
I agree with you, Tarek, and I like that integrity. And, you know, you and I have had communications, and like I said, you know, we don't agree on everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's differences between what we believe and who we are, and, you know, we don't have conflict. And even with our differences, we find the common ground because we have an objective. And that objective, you know, supersedes what little indifference that we may have.
Exactly. And the respect is always there because you see life different. You see the world different. Like your view of the world is literally very close to mine as well in terms of authority. I don't give a fuck about religions. I don't give a fuck about what you gotta say. I believe you're definitely more educated than me, but I do admire a lot of things that you talk about, and I try to take in whatever I can and contain it. But every day is a new day. You try to learn and move forward. But a lot of these people on the internet, like I said today, like Snafu, if you give him no attention, if like sometimes I address him because I have to, like he has crossed the line, like Flow State. What's up with Flow State yesterday on Truth or Cop saying, oh, now Tarek gives a good blowjob. First he goes after Lena, that's not, now he's coming after me. So that's when I had to address the situation today and just let him know, if you cross the line, I'll just put all your records out, just Snafu's records, and we'll go over them. You can put mine. I have mine. I don't care. But if you give him no attention, especially Snafu, he won't have no ammunition at all. Zero. He'll be miserable.
Well, they kicked me off that stream last night. I didn't even get a chance to speak.
Yeah. Why did Truth or
So-
Cup? Yeah, I seen in the chat. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I seen in the chat. What's his name? Chris saying let Access cook. I said in the chat, Access cook. I called Truth or Cup a coward because he let Bronze Boy up and others up.
What am I gonna do? Because I don't have anything worth going more than an hour for.
It's gross.
What the fuck? Let me see. Dude.
Well, I can't.
So I went to the doctor yesterday. What is AIDS?
Oh, stop. You don't have AIDS unless you are one closeted faggot.
I stole that joke. Oh, dude.
Testing.
I know. Thank you.
Testing.
Fucking hell.
Testing. 1, 2.
Where is it?
Testing. Testing.
Correctly, I guess.
Testing. Audio check. Audio check. Here we go.
You're not.
Nope. If they're doing their investigation, they have a certain amount of time. Like in the States,
20 minutes.
it's in here.
20 minutes. Hey,
They're
you
24
still
hours here in Canada.
20 minutes? What?
Hi, Stephen. Hello.
What do you mean? 20 minutes?
Hello. Hello.
To be detained without probable cause, they can detain you up to 20 minutes.
Wait, what was Trump wrong about? I see the shirt. Trump was wrong about everything. Okay, it was kind of covered up. Your boobs were kind of covering it.
Yeah.
So
You
does
need
not
smaller
fire.
boobs.
The way I'm sitting leaning
Oh.
forward.
I thought you got a
smaller.
boob job like in that picture somebody made.
I wish I had to do it like that.
Who
I
made
wish
that
I could
picture?
do it like that. I don't know. Didn't you?
Who made them? Who made the picture with the?
I thought you did.
No, I didn't give you boobs. I didn't make that.
Who made those? Zatoichi?
Sharon
wasn't-
Peter.
Sharon Peters. That's right.
Sharon. Oh, the one that. Oh, I know the one.
Yeah.
The funny one.
The one that talks about sex
Happy.
and anal
Yeah.
sex and all that stuff.
Well, I was happy she gave me boobs.
She gave you D
Right?
cups. It looked like those.
Yeah,
look like-
right?
More than that.
Oh, was it?
Silver diamond, dropping
Wear
deuce.
a D-cup
Double
now.
E's.
Fuck, I'm a B cup.
I'm a B cup.
Well, you know, Jack Talcott has titties too.
No.
I don't.
Did you know that?
How can you
I've seen
afford
him
them?
in a shirt. He's got boobs. He's got man boobs.
How can he afford them on his budget?
I don't think he paid for them. I think he was fat and then he lost weight and the boobs stayed. He's skinny fat.
That's
He's
usually
got,
what
he's got
happens.
flap- he's got flapjacks then.
I don't think he
Yeah.
paid for them.
He's got flapjacks.
I don't care. I don't go to Jack Talcott's channel, so I don't care. I've never been there. Never once.
And if
Just
you ever do go, you won't last long. You'll be like, okay, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah, they're kind of like Vegas Valley. I've never been there either.
Talcott is mad. And I don't mean in an angry way.
What do you mean then?
He's mad. Howie knows what I mean.
He's mad like in insane? Oh,
There you go. Look at Titty Cot. He's got some boobs. You can see it. See that?
No, he just works out a lot. He's got
No, he
pecs.
doesn't work out. He needs a bra. He's a
that's,
vegan.
that's not a recent picture of him.
Yeah, that was
That
this
is-
year.
No way.
Yep.
Where's his gut?
He's sucking it in. He's sucking in his gut and he's pushing out his chest.
He's saving it up for Saturday night.
He's got some titties there. Look at that.
Yeah, well, older people get those.
This is the guy that calls Zatoichi nincompoop. He says that's a nincompoop.
I love the medallion though. Like
This guy on the screen, Talcott, he called me a fucking asshole. Kicked me
Oh
off
my
the show.
God, how
Yeah.
dare you?
Well,
All he
come
did
on.
was
What
call
did
you an
What did I call you?
Oh, what did you called me a fucking idiot, I think. You
Yeah,
said,
I called you a few choice names too.
but
But you were
Talcott,
being- But lately, you're nice. When you're nice, you're awesome.
thank
I
you.
love
I was
you a
very
lot
good
when
to
you're
that
nice.
guy on the screen. I tried to help out his show, and
I don't
he's
know
just
anything about him.
he's really evil. He called
I don't know.
Zatoichi a nincompoop.
I know. Who does that?
What a nincompoop.
And then
Yeah,
for me,
he's
he
the
used
nincompoop.
stronger words.
That's
He
fucking
said,
rude.
he said I was disgusting and despicable, and he said I should die. That's what Jack Talcott said
That's what Rick Crude said about me.
the other day. Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Rick
He
Crude?
said I should die. He said I should have
Richard is
died.
a
in the
dick. That's long for dick. He's a dick crude.
Cruz is his last name.
Oh,
Cruz.
it's not
C-R-U-Z.
crude?
Nope.
Oh, I thought it was crude.
That's just it.
Look up the news report where he held the gun up to the pizza delivery guy.
Yeah.
What?
Richard Cruz.
Oh,
is
dude.
that, not
He
Cruz.
held up a pizza delivery boy with a
Kid,
gun?
a fucking
Crude
delivery
was-
kid,
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Cruz
Why?
was,
Why? Because it wasn't stuffed crust?
Fuck if I know.
Crude was his,
That
is
is
his wrestling
nuts.
name. That's why he goes by Crude. It's wrestling. But
What was his other fetish for collecting all the fucking random dildos that I don't get?
I don't understand
That
that.
on,
either.
that on one of his lives once, whipping out like 30 different kind of fucking dildos.
Yeah,
Holy
he does.
shit.
He's got a whole dildo collection.
It's always been his dream to have a dildo museum.
Guess so.
He does though. He has a dildo collection. It's weird.
What did he do with his leg? Did he make that into a dildo?
To keep it.
Yeah, his leg has a GoPro on the end of it, and they use it for rectal scopes now.
Ew.
That guy's gross. I don't think he's showered in years.
No, have you, his hair is all
His hair is impeccable.
greasy and oily and ugh.
His hair is amazing and impeccable. I mean, I don't know how he's that way, but
Just wait.
Just hair gel.
Just wait. You're off your meds again, aren't you?
His hair is gel. It's just old hair gel.
Yeah.
It's just hardened up hair gel.
yeah. If he bends it, it just cracks like
That-
you know.
That
I just got
Rick
out of the shower
Rick
yesterday,
Crude.
so that's why my hair is dirty. Or my hair is. I just got out of the shower. That's why my hair's wet.
That Rick Crude, he looks like he eats worse than Howie Hamster. He looks like
Probably does.
he looks like he eats out of dumpsters or something. Like he just goes
Well,
out
he
to
did
his
get a-
neighbor's trash.
He got a turkey out of the ditch.
Oh, what? He did?
Yes, yes,
Out of the ditch.
yes. You never heard about Rick Crude's famous ditch
Ditch
turkey?
turkey.
He found this turkey in a ditch, and he brought it home and cooked it for
A
Thanksgiving.
dead one.
Yeah, it was all wrapped up, I guess. But
Oh, it was from the
my God.
supermarket. It wasn't just like a wild dead turkey. It was.
no.
Oh,
Oh,
but still, it was
I
in
thought
the
it was roadkill.
Almost.
Somebody hit a turkey. Somebody threw a supermarket turkey wrapped up out the window into a ditch, and he
It was
found it.
almost roadkill.
Read it up for a second, Zach. Anybody interested in doing some live karaoke with Justin Emo Howling Wolf? He's jamming tonight. Look at him.
There's pink microphone.
Big microphone. He got his guitar that he doesn't know how to play. Go, Justin.
And apparently an internet and computer that's so slow it's pissing him off.
Yeah, look at the old board he's got too.
Yeah, that's one old board right there.
That's cute, Miss Luck.
And everybody in the internet that's been around the community seen his penis too. He really whipped that fucker out that one night and started fucking twirling it.
Who is this guy? I don't know who that is.
Justin Emo
Oh,
Howling Wolf.
that emo.
I've heard the name.
That's Emo. He's doing live karaoke right now on this channel.
He's a screamer. Does he likes to scream at people?
He was a big supporter of cop watch, mainly Denver, Eric Brandt, stuff like that. And he got into ranting, and Eric heard him rant one day. And he told him he should stick with that, and he's stuck with it since then. He went a little too far.
Yeah, he screams though, and then he's got a pile of used diapers in his room because he doesn't throw them away.
And earlier he showed his fresh box there. He said something that he's like, not these kind of diapers. And he panned the camera over for fellas.
Oh
no!
Yeah, I have heard of this guy before. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's emo.
What was his good rant? I always share it. The soap bottle with when Gary Snowflake was on his ass. I take showers, Gary. You piece of shit.
How often?
Leave the curtain up because they fucking Jerry.
Maybe one or two a year.
The kindness fairy sent me this image. I don't know where. He's got some titties. Oh my god!
My boobs are prettier.
His face is so much whiter than his body.
We can fix that. We can fix that.
That's crazy.
Mine are prettier.
What? When you're dropping loose?
The one that was made from
I can. Oh man.
I always wish him a happy Titty Cot Tuesday. Whenever it's Tuesday, I go on there instead of Taco Tuesday, Titty Cot Tuesday. He gets pissed off. He doesn't like that.
I wonder why.
I don't know. It's good advertising.
Bad.
It's good marketing.
Yeah. Damn it. It's driving me crazy. Yeah.
What's driving me crazy is I wonder why the government is fucking with Zero.
What?
Yeah.
The government.
Here, I gotta share this one. It's
Yeah,
only
he was here, and then he got a knock on the door or
In the
door
state of Nevada.
and he answered the door, and some lady from the state of Nevada.
And she couldn't tell him the reason she was there, she said. Like it was strange. Like
Can I be like, get the fuck out of my door then if you're not gonna tell me?
State of Nevada was at his door?
Get the fuck on.
And they wouldn't tell him why? Well,
yeah.
what did they show up for?
That's what we're wondering.
That's so weird. They have to tell you why, don't they?
They're either there for his father or for him. And either way, it's not good, probably.
They're gonna want him to discriminate himself. So yeah, it's one of them.
You mean incriminate, discriminate.
Discriminate.
You said
Incriminate.
discriminate. You want to
Incriminate.
You want
Oh,
to
incriminate.
discriminate himself.
Did I say discriminate?
Discriminate, yeah.
Exactly.
Discriminate himself against himself. Discriminate
Well,
against
that's
himself.
fine. He probably does that all the time.
Right? He's like, I wouldn't hire me.
Here's that. I want to share that one. This is my favorite rant ever from fucking Justin. I'm sure anybody on the planet would get a kick out of it. I could watch this one fucking 2 times a day.
Oh, what's this?
Yeah, it's funny as fuck.
All right, again, fuckface Gary. We caught fuckface Gary in a fucking lie, okay? Because again, I stood in this bathroom and I picked up this 50-ounce bottle of soap, which is the size of my fucking head. And Gary said there's no shower curtain. Gary, you're a fucking idiot. I take showers, you fucking scumbag. You're a fucking low-life motherfucking piece of shit.
Why is it up there?
Why is it wrapped around the curtain rod? Because the fucking cats destroy it if I leave it hanging down! You fucking piece of shit! Again! You caught in a lie, Gary! You're a fucking piece of shit! You're caught in a fucking lie!
This guy.
Yeah, because you have a shower curtain, that doesn't mean you get showers.
He's gonna have a stroke.
He sounds like a New York City producer or something.
And fuck Silver, that shit went on for at least 2 years between him and Gary. Just steady. That was my favorite fucker.
He needs
That
a
one
New York cabbie.
Just because he has a shower curtain, that proves that he takes showers.
No, he had it all hung up and wrapped up. It was weird.
Yeah. So how does that prove he has that he takes showers? I don't wrap up mine.
Bottle of soap the size of his fucking head.
I don't wrap up my shower curtain and hang it over the thing when I'm done taking a shower. I just leave it.
Yeah,
You
but
don't
he
have
said,
the
no, he
cats
said
that
the
would tear it
cats.
the fuck apart.
The cats
What?
rip it up.
Yes, that's what he said. That's why I hang it up
Oh, he
there.
said
'Cause you can't
cats.
leave
I
it
thought he
hang
said
down.
rats.
The cats tear it the fuck
They
apart.
don't rip up the plastic ones. They rip up the cloth ones.
Maybe
But
he
my
has
cat
rats
doesn't rip-
ripping it up.
My cat doesn't rip up anything in here.
He's
He only
got
rips
New
up
York
shit
rats.
outside.
Sewer rats are coming up ripping it up.
Maybe. But holy fuck. Yeah, that's typical emo. He
Yep.
screeches.
That was the main thing, was just him and fucking Gary over the years. Gary would torture the shit out of him, and he'd make a video back.
Yeah, but Bella doesn't destroy stuff because you don't have a shower curtain. That's why.
Bella, do cats take showers
Yeah.
too? Do they go in the shower?
No.
Oh yeah, they love it.
My cat doesn't mess with. My cat doesn't destroy anything in here. The only thing he destroys is my dresser upstairs. He scratches it.
A wooden dresser.
No, it's got cloth on the outside.
Oh,
So he
yeah, it gets its
claws
claws
at-
stuck in it. Mm.
Yeah, I have fucking things that he can use. I covered this end of this couch with cat scratch stuff.
Cat scratch fever.
Kind of, yeah. But yeah, he doesn't have a shower curtain. He never has. He's never been tempted.
Well, that's like those stupid the cat houses. Not the house. It's like a tower that they're supposed to sit on and climb up and scratch on.
Oh
it and all.
yeah,
They
yeah.
don't use. They don't use them at all, do they?
Hardly.
Cat tower.
No, I had a cat tower here for him, and he didn't use it very much at all.
You know, black people claim to have built America from slavery. They built skyscrapers out of cotton. Did you know that they picked a lot of cotton? I shared an image backstage of Flow State in the shower. He's dressed, but he's in the shower. Do you know that guy, a YouTuber?
Yeah, I know.
He took a shower pic. Look at this. He's got a pot belly. He's in an old dirty wife beater, and somebody paid him money to dump some piss over his head in the shower.
Really?
Yeah, he's got a glass there.
Shit,
That's
I thought
him.
I was mercenary. That's crazy.
He'll do anything for money. This guy.
I guess.
Yeah.
Would
He got some of the craziest fucking super chats I've ever seen, like $500 super chats.
$500 to him?
Yeah.
I wouldn't pay him $500 to swim in a sewer. Like a cockroach. He just does anything for money.
Yeah.
You know, somebody gave him $1,000, I think, one time to kick me off.
I don't know, Todd. I don't have a glass.
$1,000 to kick you off.
$1,000.
Wow.
To kick
because
me
I
off.
washed them all.
God, if there's somebody
I will
give me
get you
$1,000 to kick you off, I would
And I said
totally
it should
do
be
it.
10 grand. You sell me out cheap. That's
I
what I told
settled
him.
for 200.
I know. That was way too
Well,
too
no,
little.
I wouldn't do it now, but I would have done it before.
Yeah,
But I wouldn't do it now because I like you now.
I know. I like you too. I wouldn't sell you out for $200. I'd say, nah, I sneeze at $200.
Yeah, $200 is
I use
change.
tissue.
That's you have $200.
I'd tell him I wiped my ass for $200. I'm not gonna sell somebody out for $200.
No, that's chump change.
None of it. Didn't call none of it.
That Flow State guy though, he'll dump piss over his head in the shower. I mean, it's
How do you know it was piss though? He could have just grabbed apple juice from the fridge. And said it was piss.
in the head.
Yeah.
I think he videoed himself pissing into it, and then he pulled down his pants and showed his ass. And
So every time I go, I guess I get a drop on me.
Well, I don't know. For $5 million, I will hold my ass over my head and shit into my own mouth.
Oh no. Don't do that. He did all that for like 40 or 50 bucks. He dumped
would
piss.
die. I think he would die.
No.
I'd do it for $1,000.
If it came out of me, it can't hurt.
You'd eat your own shit for $1,000? What?
No,
No, the piss part. The piss
Oh, the
part.
piss.
I'd dump a fucking cup of my own piss over my head for $1,000.
You
I'm
would
gonna
dump
jump in
that
the shower
over-
as soon as I'm done.
You'd shower in your own piss. Would you shower in someone else's piss?
Sure, for $1,000, yeah.
For
Well, all right, for $1,000, would you dip a plastic cup into the urinal trough at a baseball game?
Oh,
Well, yeah, I can't jump in a shower after, man. I'd have to really think about it. No, I'm not that desperate.
You ever smell the piss when you walk in one of those places?
Say $100,000, yeah.
It's overwhelming. at times.
I've seen a guy do that, and he's laughing the whole time, and he had to have been tripping on something because I
What?
can't imagine fucking doing that ever. Yeah, it was
Some idiot, drunken, drugged out guy did that.
Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me?
No, he just dipped the
Oh.
cup in and fucking slammed it.
Was his
Ugh.
name Jack Talcott?
No.
It didn't look like that bearded guy.
I'll do anything for $10,000.
He didn't
I
have
think
a
he
beard.
would do it for $1,000. Talcott would put a cup in the urinal at one of those.
Christ.
Fuck, I'd suck a
game.
dick for $10,000.
You know, the old hockey arenas like Maple Leaf Gardens in the old days. You go into there like in the 80s, and it was just like a big sink that people would piss in.
Yeah, the trough.
Yeah, it wasn't a urinal, it was just a big fucking trough.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. That's
And
what
I was
this guy
just traumatized as a kid because it was just
So it
like
wasn't-
people pissing.
Yeah. They're right next to you, and the shit's splashing up
And it's
everywhere.
the grossest thing. It's like a pig's trough of piss,
Yeah. A horse's trough.
and it stinks.
Silver, would you lick a vagina for $10,000, Silver? $10,000. Just
You would do it for free.
no. Fuck, eh? I would.
You wouldn't lick a clam for $10,000.
I wouldn't. What?
That even rhymes. You wouldn't lick a clam for $10,000.
Lick a clam?
Lick a clam, a vagina.
Oh, I've done that.
You-
I've done that for free.
Exactly. For $10,000. Somebody says, here's $10,000. I want you to lick that
Yeah, well,
vagina.
he
right
asked you.
there."
You
The
said
girls with
no
their legs up.
earlier.
It would all depend on the girl, actually. It would
Yeah,
depend on
exactly. I'll give you that one too.
My father used to tell me, if you're good at something, never do it for free.
When are people going to start paying me to drink beer?
I've been with women before. It's not a new thing.
At Fenway Park, the urinal was a huge round cylinder about 15 feet across. It smelled like nothing I could explain.
That's a Mad
Okay, Bob.
Magazine, isn't it?
Okay, Bob.
Bob Mazzulli.
Jason, we pissed in a trough at
In the
Maxville.
trough at the Highland Games, because that's the style of the shit. They had a long trough of people just standing next and it goes down into the
You gotta, you know, those riot shields that the cops have, the riot shields. You know those.
Yeah.
You got to bring one of those with you when you go to piss there.
A
At
piss
Fenway
shield.
Park?
Right. Avoid splashback.
That's what Bob was saying.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's up, Untrackable?
Hey, Untrackable. Hello.
He says
Happy
he's
New Year's
untrackable.
Eve.
He says he's untrackable, but from that picture, I was able to get the license plate and I traced it through Hot Wheels.
Oh, fuck. I just asked him and he told me. Where I live here. Oh, cool.
How you doing, Untrackable?
Christmas.
Have a holy joy Christmas.
Somebody paid him to shave his beard off, I heard. I don't know what
Who,
money he got.
Talcott?
No,
No.
Untrackable.
Untrackable.
He had a long beard and somebody paid him.
No.
I gave him $5.
Nobody paid him. I think he just did it.
Oh, it was me. I gave him $5.
$5.
He needed a beer. He needed a beer. He wanted one more fucking beer and he didn't have one, didn't have no money on him, so fucking did
Yeah,
it.
whatever.
Oh yeah. By the way, I got
He's in the chat.
By the way, I got a notification that the Mad Honey is in San Antonio, Texas. I think at the moment.
I can't wait to watch you overdose.
I'm gonna lose my shit if it's any good.
What do you mean you're going to lose
Is
your
it
shit?
addictive?
No.
Zach, give me your phone number and address before you do it, just so I can.
No, my mom will be here. If she doesn't hear from me, but
Okay.
Well,
I
I
just
just
did the
on
same with
toast?
Byron back in the day when he wanted to do the hot chip. I said, but no, you
no,
give
I
me
ain't-
your fucking address and phone number.
I don't
Just
think
in
I want
case.
to do the hot chip, to be honest. That's crazy. Like, this is more dangerous, but that is crazy to do.
That's why I want, because Byron, he fucking held her.
Hey, Boji.
No, I'm not expecting anything profound. I just expect to get messed up on this.
Oh, a clam with a beard. I'd like that.
Uh-huh.
A bearded clam.
Who's doing that?
Fahad.
A fucking bearded clam.
I didn't know clams had eyes.
That one
That one does. Looks like a bar clam.
Yeah, I'm gonna give an honest assessment. Like, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna be like, "Ooh, I feel so weird." It's none of that. It's like I'll let you know if it's garbage or not.
It's a fucking waste of money.
It probably will be.
The hot chip.
Jam out with your clam out.
No, they say that 3 to 4 tablespoons is enough to make you start hallucinating. So, I
What
figure
if
I'll-
you think you turned into a honeybee?
Well, didn't you guys ever see that Futurama episode where they invade the honey's the bee's nest and they get the honey and she takes like 1 tablespoon and it gets her fucked up, and then she takes like 2, and if you take 3, you never come back.
I don't know, boys.
Did you see that one? Because she thinks that Fry got killed, but in fact it was her that was the one that almost
Fry?
got killed the whole way.
What show is this?
Futurama.
Oh, I've never seen it. That's why.
Oh, you would love that show, Silver. You're
It is. It's fair, Silver. It's fair. It's tolerable. Like even I watch. You start watching. It's like
I don't watch TV. I don't like TV.
it doesn't have to be on TV. Put it on your fucking YouTube. Watch an episode or 2. You get a kick out of it. It's really fucking weird, but some of it's pretty good comedy in the back.
Do I think 1 teaspoon of it is like taking 2 shots of vodka? No, I don't. I think it's more of a psychotropic effect, like marijuana, kind of. You feel
This is
euphoric.
or more mushrooms. You would say no. You say you can hallucinate off the shit.
Well, not a lot, but
I know what's going to happen when he does it.
my blood pressure is going to shoot up, and I'm going to have a heart attack and die on stream.
No.
What do you think's going to happen to him?
You're going to turn into this. Remember the 90s, that the girl from the video, Blind Melon? Remember the Blind Melon bee girl? That's the Toichi. He's going to turn a girl. He'll be dancing around.
I don't want to.
That's the No Rain girl, the bee girl from Blind Melon's music video.
Yeah.
That's the Toichi. That's what's going to happen when he does the Mad Honey. He's going to
Shit,
turn into
that's
a
gonna be great
dancing
to see.
bee.
His eyes are gonna
I hope
bug
he's
out of his
dressed-
head.
I hope he's dressed just like it.
He will be.
That's fucking
He-
awesome.
He will be.
He will be.
He will be a bee.
Let it be. Let it be.
Did you ever see the Sesame Street thing they did about that? It was "Let her be, let her be, let her
Let her
be."
be. Let her be.
Dracula, what'd you do, bud?
So that
Get up here. I want to see if you
by
get up here. I
weapon.
want to see if you painted your fucking garage walls yet.
I could see that, Savvy. You do
He loves
resemble
that
her.
garage. He went on my show one time live, and all he did was keep farting and drinking.
Yeah, but he put out a fucking like a GoFundMe thing to paint his garage. I think he's like $12,000 now yet. So I want to see if he painted the fucking thing yet.
He just was like, I was like, damn, dude, come on. He's like, oh, I had Taco Bell. I'm like, how much Taco Bell did you eat? What
Taco
did you
Bell's
have?
not that easy. I've never had any experience like that from Taco Bell. I've never farted. I've never had.
Oh,
to
I
take a
did.
shit.
I did.
And I've eaten like a lot of it at once.
Oh, I had like 12 tacos and a whole bunch of those little 5-layer burritos and beans. And burritos.
Did you ever accidentally shit yourself outside of your house?
No.
No.
Did you?
Oh yeah.
while driving.
And then farts, I thought it was a fart coming out and was like, oh fuck. Okay, guys, I'm going home. I'll be back in an hour.
You shat yourself. What?
Sharted.
You sharted. You sharted.
You think it's a fart coming out? Next thing, it wasn't a fart. I'm out of here, guys.
I made a song bashing, like a roast song about someone about them sharding. Charles the Shart.
Does it happen to you, Todd?
You haven't lived a full life unless you shit yourself.
He's not a Japanese guy. He's a gay cross-dressing Alabama.
Oh, I have
guy.
more than once.
I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but if I played like an obscure Japanese TV show that's on Netflix, I'd probably get copyrighted, right?
Yeah, you'd probably
you'd probably lose everybody that's sitting up here chilling with you. And
no, because I just want you to see like just 2 minutes of it because it's really cool. The show, it's called Midnight Diner, and it's about all these
play
wackos.
Japanese porn, but not a Netflix show.
Yeah.
You could play like, what is that? What do they call it? Bukkake. Japanese bukkake.
No.
She's a Japanese samurai right here.
Oh, what? Mustache.
Samurai.
What is that?
It's Japanese samurai.
Yeah. No fuck around.
Silver's inviting bums into her house again.
Jack Topcat got his yellow belt.
He's sitting on the front porch because the sun's shining right on it, so he's sitting there in the sun.
Then this man here created the atom bomb.
Isn't that your son?
Yeah, that's more.
I gotta say that looks like
Bear,
your son.
blind melon.
Oh, he looks like Benson Boone.
No, he looks like Buck Dharma from Blue Oyster Cult.
Savvy Bear.
No.
Do you have Savvy Bear's picture? Is she the bee girl? They called
We
her
were
the
out at my
blind melon
parents
bee
for
girl.
Christmas, and one of the prizes were a bunch of fake mustaches. There was like 10 in a bag, so we all put a mustache on.
Let's get
And
set.
it's funny because Robin's matched her hair, and that's why we were laughing so much.
What game were you going to or something? This is a pre-game party?
No,
1 hour stream that's now an hour and a half.
It was supposed to be the thing before your stream, but I didn't realize you weren't going live tonight.
Not until January 2nd.
Yeah. I thought you were going to wait until January, what was it, the 6th?
No, January 2nd.
I thought you were going to stream live from the Capitol on January.
From Oregon Capitol?
No, from the nation's capital.
DC, capital?
Yeah.
How the hell would I get there?
I don't know, man. Take a bus.
Take a bus.
Autobus.
If I leave today, I might get there on time.
How many hours does it take to drive from there?
To drive from here to DC?
Yeah. Would it be
Yeah,
like
no idea.
40
It'd
something hours?
probably take days.
Yeah, it would be like 40 hours, I bet.
It'd be like 5 days, 4 days.
From where to where?
From Oregon to Washington, D.C.
It would be, well, it's 2,898 miles.
How many?
2,898 miles.
Okay.
28.98.
Yep.
40-hour drive.
I guessed 40, yeah.
Yep, 40-hour drive.
Oh, wow, I got it.
But I am not gonna drive 40 hours straight.
What
That'd be
about on a
crazy.
scooter?
On a scooter?
Razor scooter.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's like driving right across the country, man.
Those little powered scooters, they go like, I think maybe 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, what if you got like one of those e-bikes that go like 35 miles an hour? You could do it in like 2 weeks.
Nope.
What
You
about
could
by
scoot-
hot air balloon? Would that be faster?
I could do the math on how long it would take. 35
What about by a
miles an hour.
blimp, like a Zeppelin?
Yeah.
That would be cool. Travel.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
Fill it with hydrogen and then be
should
smoking
have
cigarettes.
those these
I don't smoke. I don't smoke.
Oh. What if it ran on gummies?
What if it ran on Mad Honey?
you'd be out of luck because the shit's expensive.
Flying high on Mad Honey? No, it would only take like a spoonful or something. It's so potent.
That's what I'm hoping.
Flying high.
Yes, flying high again.
Flying high again. I like that song.
I don't know. I just want to relax for one afternoon.
Yeah, me too.
If I have to get Nepalese Himalayan honey to do it, then that's what I'll do.
Nothing better.
Mm-hmm.
You could put that on a peanut butter sandwich. Mad honey and peanut butter.
Oh, you could.
Yeah.
Actually, you can cook with it or whatever
I
you want to
would.
do. I'm just going to eat the shit. I'm
You
just
could
going
put
to.
it in tea, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Mad honey tea.
Mm-hmm. You could.
Oh, excuse
Oh,
me.
I'm sorry, Silver. Are we keeping you awake?
You are. Yeah, absolutely. You're keeping me awake.
Did Howie have his tomato soup today?
He's doing it right now.
He couldn't find his can opener. He's trying to figure another way to get into it.
Is there any other way that tomato soup comes besides in a can? I mean, other than homemade?
Not that I'm aware of.
Like you can't get a bottle of tomato soup?
Bless you. Goodness.
Was that tomato soup?
That was an
That was
elephant.
a-
You know about tomato
That's
soup?
a sneeze.
It sounded like an elephant.
I know.
Like a trumpet.
Or a rhino or something. Oh.
You fight the drunks. All right. According to my calculation,
I suggest you drive the entire
if you were driving your scooter at 20 miles an hour nonstop, this is with no brakes, it would take 7.5 days to do that trip.
Oh, okay. So I was
That's
right.
not bad.
But that's nonstop.
You don't have to sleep on Mad Honey.
20 miles an hour. That is-
Make sure you got a backpack full of food and a straw to your mouth for what you'd be fine.
Miss Luck is suggesting that you ride me like a horse if I was on Mad Honey.
Apparently. No thanks. I don't want to ride him like a horse.
That is right,
I don't
Katie.
no. I want to watch you freak out or hallucinate or whatever you're going to do.
Well, if I start talking crazy, then you'll know it worked.
So yeah, you can buy a package of some sort
When
of
you-
powder.
If you start talking crazier than normal,
Yeah.
Is there any cases of people going full on
It's something
psychotic
New
on
Year's.
Mad Honey? Like, could you lose your mind?
No, but there's
No.
cases of people dying from it.
Dying?
Yeah.
No,
I heard
way.
somebody died from COVID once.
Well, there's potatoes where you just add water, so
Back in the ancient world, I forget if it was the Romans or what, but they were retreating from this city, and they left jars of mad honey everywhere. And when the enemy army came in, they ate the mad honey, and they got so fucked up and sick and everything that the other soldiers came back and then murdered them all.
Really?
Yeah, it was used as a weapon.
Did you write it? I'm pretty sure you wrote that one.
No,
That's a true story.
Mhm.
True history.
Oh, it's been used a couple times in history to
You
fuck
got to be
people up.
careful though with that Mad Honey. There's a guy backstage that he had a bunch of Mad Honey, and look what he turned into. Look at
Look at that.
psycho. Look at
Yeah.
Did he have boobs?
he
dude.
did have boobs at one point.
Whoa.
To date, more than 120 cases resulting from ingesting of this honey in this region have been reported. Mad honey has the potential to cause death if left untreated, although no fatal cases have been reported in the literature.
How much?
Well, it
do
was
you have
nice
to
knowing you that.
die?
What about the people that they got their throats slit because they were so fucked up on it?
Well, they would probably die if their throats are slit.
Yeah.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi.
Hey, Grandma.
Hey, Grandma.
Hi.
How you doing?
Where's Grandpa?
Oh, just peachy.
Are you high on Mad Honey?
No,
'Cause you
I'm
said
high
you
on
said hi.
Nebraska honey.
Oh, Nebraska honey. You did say hi a couple times.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
So I had a 3 o'clock appointment to go have a mammogram, and I laid down earlier to take a nap, and I overslept, and I woke up 10 minutes after the appointment.
Oh,
Oh,
so
no.
you missed your. So you missed.
So
your
I
gram-
rescheduled.
You missed
You
your
missed your
squishy titty
grammogram.
test.
I've had one mammogram.
I missed my mammogram.
Squishy
Missed
titty
your
test.
grammogram.
That's
I've
why
only-
I always go to the doctor high on cocaine, because that way
Do
I never
those
miss.
hurt when they squish your boob
Yes.
in there?
Yes. They
Yes, it does.
Yes, very much so. And they
Very
squish it
much.
this way
Let's
and they
take
squish it that way.
let's take your balls and put them in between two pieces of metal and
No.
squish it down.
Okay.
But how come when I'm fucking
hurts
my
a
wife
lot.
and I grab her tits, she's like, squeeze harder. Like,
Sign me up.
Squeezing and squishing are two different things.
My mother says a
What about the
mammogram.
rope tit bondage where you tie the ropes? Like, I'm not into that, but you
This
tie a rope
is
around.
different than this.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
then that's someone who's weird, and they deserve it if it hurts.
it's like a rosin press. Yeah.
Oh, we're not kink shaming. Never
No, they
mind.
don't say it hurts. They love it. They love that. Titties
I had
tied
needles
up.
in my penis.
Rope bondage.
Oh, yeah, cheers, Todd.
But why do they have to squish the titty to do a mammogram? Why can't they do it in a
You
way that's not like that?
I
They
don't know. I
can't.
wish
That is a good
Yeah.
question.
And they don't. They just enjoy watching the titty squish. I would too.
Can't they
but
use
yeah,
that
we're not
thing
gonna
that
use
they
that.
put
We're gonna
over,
use this machine.
What the hell is that
Need to
thing
get
that
it
they
from
use?
the top of the
Ultrasound
body.
thing?
I've only had one mammogram in my life, and I will never do that again. Never do that again. Never. Because that hurt like a son of a gun.
Maybe they're
Sizzling
trying to
sight.
damage women, and then they get
Maybe.
them as a patient.
Maybe.
Enjoy your day at work, man.
What about a woolly mammogram?
A woolly man? A
Ask
woolly?
Howie.
Fuck that.
He's probably
Yeah,
had one.
Shit all you
He's
want.
pretty woolly, too.
Hey, Patrick.
Sizzling Steak Steve. He's at work. He's at the fire department, and the house is burning, but he's talking to us.
Who the fuck is Patrick? All I know is Sizzling Steak Steve.
He's a
It's Patrick.
I don't know Patrick, but I know Sizzling Steak
Well,
Steve. What's up,
what if
Sizzling
the
Steak
How have you
Steve?
never seen Patrick on here?
Never
Yes,
seen him in
you
my
have.
life.
Yes,
Never.
You have. Yes, you have.
Never.
It's Patrick
I
Swayze.
think
He was
I
not in
think
my
you've been-
panel last night for almost the whole fucking panel.
I think you've been drinking a little much.
I don't drink. I quit that. It's my New Year's resolution.
Is it?
Oh, now you just guzzle?
Well, it's not New Year's yet, so he's still got some time to make up for it.
Oh,
Yeah, but it was the same
oh.
resolution for the last 20 years, but still.
Does the kindness fairy have small boobs or big? Because she said our hospital has a high-tech mammogram machine that is a little more comfortable.
I don't know. I don't know what her boob size is.
She's got to type it in the chat. I'm curious.
Wow.
I need a mammogram.
You forgot to go to your mammogram appointment? I just won't make an appointment. I won't go. I've only gone once, and I didn't like it. It was squished the fuck out of my boobs, and I was like, nope, never again.
I want to be the operator of the machine.
I can feel for lumps if you want. I'm good at feeling for lumps. Really, I
had a lump on my breast, which is why I got the mammogram the first time, but it was just a cyst. But
Yes.
it didn't go away for like 10 years. It was
You know what?
there, and then all of a
I-
sudden last year it popped.
My doctors told me this was a cyst to begin with.
Oh, it was cancer.
Who? Jason?
No, me.
Oh.
The whole time, even up to its removal. Yeah,
You see
just
that
it.
scar?
But we'll send it to pathology anyway, just to be sure. Okay. I get a call a couple weeks later for an appointment. Oh, by the way, yeah, that was cancer.
Oh.
So I'm pretty sure there are full-time jobs out there that pay like probably quadruple what I get paid in a yearly salary just to feel breasts.
You could be a gynecologist and look at vaginas.
Yeah, but they're not
pays
the
quadruple me too.
They're not the ones
Rotten
you want to see. They're like looking at a pomegranate that's been left out in the sun. You know, like
Whoa. some 80-year-old vagina.
You don't want to look at vagina AIDS, do you?
And somebody must have a job for looking at penises too, like just to,
Yeah. Well, hey, this chick, this black woman was my doctor that stuck the camera up my dick.
Oh,
She
that
gets-
wasn't very nice of her.
She looks at
That would be a fun job, wouldn't it? If
Yeah.
you're a woman that hates men.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, how's this feel, asshole?
He hates that black woman.
I've had a
Does that
man.
hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. Oh, sorry, Sophie.
I've had a man perform a vasectomy on me while I was awake.
Oh, that sounds
They
good.
don't put you asleep during a vasectomy, only frozen.
So a man
that
held
was-
your balls.
Did you ask him to do it, or he just went on his own and started doing it?
You give him permission.
You
I
paid
gave
him to do
permission
that.
to slice into my nutsack.
Yeah,
Damn.
my friend had one of those. I don't know what that does, but
Yeah, and my biggest regret was actually going into the doctor's office, and when they circumcised my son, I thought I should be there for him, and after I heard it, that was the biggest regret ever because I wanted to kill the doctor. But
how old was your son? Like 37?
37.
no, how old are you now, Todd? It was only a couple years ago.
I've been to a bris. That was weird.
Hey, Los to Ghost is here for a change. We went to the Korean barbecue with our friend Halo, and we got me and Carlos, Los to Ghost. We got a corn dog, and there was no dog in it. It was just mozzarella with like
It was
some
just
kind of
corn?
crispy coating on the outside.
No
It
dog
was
in
good.
it.
Yeah,
Are
but there was
you
no.
Korean?
What kind of a corn dog is there without any kind of meat in the middle of it?
Oh,
Well, when you say corn dog, shouldn't it just be corn?
Well, I think
Vegetarian.
I think it had like crunchy corn stuck to the outside of it.
Corn,
Maybe.
it has a cornmeal. It is dipped in cornmeal before it's fried.
The dog?
No,
But there was no
the
corn.
dog.
It was
There was
mozzarella.
no dog. They just did it cheese or whatever. They just did
Oh,
it.
he says there was no corn and no dog.
You
So
just
if you
ate
call it
air,
a corn
big
dog, I
corn.
think it should be ground up dog meat with some corn.
It was a fancy mozzarella stick, is what it was.
Oh.
But it was good. I mean, I didn't
Holy
dislike
shit,
it.
dude. That's a lot of
Tasty.
smoke. That'd be toasted for a fucking week. Dude.
I think the next time I go, I'm gonna do something like the chicken wings. That's what people go for.
That's what I suggested.
Yeah, I got beef bulgogi instead.
I said,
That's
don't be a
coming with it.
dumbass. Get the chicken wings. They're good.
Yeah. Well, next time. I mean,
See?
What am I bringing?
what's the next time?
Dabber.
And kimchi.
Well, it's your dad, right?
Kimchi.
Yeah, it depends on the restaurant you go to, because the one we went to was different from the other one that's around. They have different style.
Well, you gotta go to the real Koreans where they don't even speak English. Those are
Yeah.
the ones that make the good food.
I know.
If they speak English, they're too American.
Yeah, and that's what it was. It was very Americanized. I think.
If you go and you get a Korean that's just the food is
Oh.
delicious.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you've been waiting in suspense, but let's find out.
Yes.
Drum
Yes.
roll, please. What happened to Zero?
Well, that was fun.
What happened?
Oh no, it was adult CPS.
Huh?
Adult CPS?
What? They tried to take your father from you?
No, they came in for an investigation. She talked with him. Obviously, no police were involved.
Or you
And
would've-
I already know who called, but I was trying to press her to give me. She's not gonna give me any fucking information on who the fuck called.
Nope.
But I already know who did it, and it was one of the nurses or at the hospital. So that was that. Came in, couldn't find anything, but because she wouldn't tell me anything until she talked with him, and I showed her the power of attorney and will and yada yada yada. And initially she was called in for neglect, and I'm like, okay, prove it. Look, I got cameras everywhere. And found nothing. she's like, I'm basically going to close this out. She gave me some more resources to kind of venture down, and that's that. But I already know who called it in. I was like,
You should have said
it.
You should have said, "Listen, bitch, if you care so much, how come you're not here when he needs a ride to the hospital?"
Oh no, she gave me like a shit ton of different papers for like a different thing. For like different rides, and I was like, yeah, he's got the veteran things, or got friends, or Meals on Wheels, and I was like, yeah, the only reason I don't use Meals on Wheels because that's taking food out of somebody else's mouth that can't afford it, and I have food, so he's good. I couldn't find anything. It's sometimes it goes in funky because primary caretaker. Because she's like, are you getting paid? And I'm like, no. Am I supposed to be? I mean,
You could be, yeah. If he's on Medicaid and Medicare.
no, he doesn't have Medicaid because he makes too fucking much. Everything's kind of through the VA, and then whether I do privately this and that, but I already got a million things of paperwork coming in to go fucking fill out for the next year. That everything was fine. And then she helped me out, giving me a reason. I got her number. Hey, come on over for dinner.
Did you?
Way to go, Zero.
And then when she comes over for dinner, your dad's gonna come out with no pants on.
Right.
And she's gonna be like, "Oh my God, look at the neglect."
I also got her card and everything else, and all these other little resources. And then she's aware of what's going on. I was like, "Yeah, he's got a dental appointment. I got people coming over tomorrow to reevaluate. He's got doctor's appointments coming up. So he's good. We're good."
All right, very
Because I
good.
walked out there, I was like, I didn't see. Normally, police would be coming with them, but no.
Hello, everyone. Who's still with us? Who's here? Who's here? Here.
And you with all that.
Oh, damn! It looks like he shut it down. Looks like Tarek shut it down. He took his video down. It's unavailable. He made it private, like a pussy. Wow, he made it private. He's making his videos private now. Tarek. What a pussy. Pussy, pussy, pussy. He's a pussy boy. He's a pussy boy. He's a little pussy boy. Tarek's a little pussy boy. He's a pussy, 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 pussy boy. Pussy boy.
Excuse me while I just riff about Britney Spears for a second. Britney Spears was one of the muses, and when she died in that car wreck, I was heartbroken. I was heartbroken. Her skull was crushed. There was no recovering from it. When she died, I was heartbroken. It was sad. Honestly, very sad. But then, of course, in true fashion, she didn't die. She came back to life looking a little bit different. Britney's the best example of this, celebrities mysteriously dying and then coming back. And you might be sitting there like, what are you talking? What do you mean, Allison? What do you mean, Britney Spears? Baby, she fucking died. I remember the news story. I remember people crying about Britney dying. That bitch is dead. She ain't coming back. However, her clone, that bitch is dead. She ain't coming back.
What you got here? Up. What are you doing over here? Dolos? Dolos? Hello?
Very close to the airport. Did you see that plane?
Oh, hello. Come to shake me down?
Hello, Anthony. Hello. 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 Let's take you over to Toronto. Tirana. Tirana is the way they call it. Tirana, not Toronto. Toronto. It's the way some Americans say it. They I don't know, the way they enunciate is just Toronto. But it's just Tirana. 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 He has 584 people watching. People love to watch someone walk in the cold. That's what people like. They don't want the truth. They want stuff like this. Enjoy. Enjoy.
Oh boy, my face is frozen. Ram is pretty stupid. If it's basically the same line. What plans do I have for NYE? Just recording. I got all my partying out of the system in Vegas and the other week here. Oh boy, it is cold. Spadina coming up, north end of Chinatown. At least that should be somewhat lively. I wonder how this new Panera Bread is doing. I used to go to their location just north of Yonge and Dundas all the time. Gertej is here. Greetings, Gertej. It was good talking to you on Sunday night over on the other channel. Oh boy, my face is frozen. Can't go wrong with the salad bowl at Panera, says Matt Doctor. Huh?
Stride?
I'm my what?
What's your name on
Johnny Strides.
Yeah.
Oh,
I watch you, bro.
awesome. Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Cheers. I wasn't sure what he was saying, but just ran into a subscriber. Dirk says it's a pity they cut my part in Megacities. Yeah. It's not really something I can do much about. They chose different parts. I guess the director did, or the editor. You know, they film a bunch of segments and then they lay them all out. And they cut the best ones together. Happy New Year, Johnny and everyone. You haven't sniped me yet. All right, we're going.
Hello, Salty Siren. Hello. Hello. Great to see you. I'm sharing a walk here. It's not me walking, but it's a walk in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Toronto. It is in Toronto right now. It is 22 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not sure what it feels like with the wind chill factor, but it feels colder than 22. It has a 14 mile per hour wind gust. 22 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 6 degrees Celsius. So it is chilly, but not super chilly. Minus 6 is not that bad. I'm not sure what it is with the wind chill. But anyway, it's in the low 20s. Where I'm at, I woke up this morning. Oh, look at this creature. There's somebody here claiming I'm an FBI agent. Where did you get that from? There's a creature in the chat room. Happy Goat. Who is that? There's a creature in the chat room. A total liar. Anyway, this channel that I watch once in a while is Johnny Strides. He mostly does Toronto walks, but once in a while he'll go somewhere on a travel and he'll walk around in Thailand or some other country, some Asian country. He has 668 people watching his live stream.
Going south down the east side of Spadina. -4. Feels like -13 on the phone. Does it bother me if a subscriber... I can't read that part, it's blocked. Interrupts my live stream? If someone wants to say hello, they're more than welcome to. I usually, when I get recognized, ask them if they want to be on camera or not, but as long as it's short and friendly, it's all good. Greetings, Brent. Happy New Year to you as well. Collective. Oh, there's a dude sitting there. Someone's saying too cold. Yeah, I should have put something along those lines in the title. Cold Hard Toronto always yells at you from your balcony near Mount Pleasant and Eglinton, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'll fix the title and the date of this live stream. Bank Bow. Greetings, Marie Palmer. Good to see you as well. spelled freezing wrong. It's Tuesday, right? Let me know if I screwed anything up there. I just updated the title and description. Harjot saying hi on Kick. I didn't even know we were going to be on Kick. That was not in my plans. It's Kensington Market across the street. And yikes, that car is held together by popsicle sticks and bubble gum. Barely any cars in Spadina. Yeah, it's a quiet time. Financial district's pretty quiet. Not a lot of people going into the office. It's freezing cold. Not a lot of locals coming out onto the streets. Are my mics stereo or regular? We should be in mono. I just have a singular DJI mic on me. This is my first time using this mic with the live stream. It seems to be working well. Greetings, Lisa. Now, if I were on the other side of the street, we'd have a nice view of the CN Tower, but I'm always finding myself gravitating towards that side of the street when I go south. Guy's a trooper riding a bike out in this. Brad Palmer, Chris Mills. That says Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to Marg. Hey, it's a missing middle mid-rise.
I think it was Felix that asked me if I got any subscribers when I went on live on Archaics and I demolished Jason Braziers. You know what a brazier is, right? He needs a bra. I know what his name is, but I call him Jason Braziers because he has man boobs. Moobs. Mooby, mooby, moobs. Moo, 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 moobs. Mooby, mooby, moobs. Moo, 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 moobs. Anyway, I think it was Felix the Prophet that asked me, did you get any subscribers coming from his channel after they saw your appearance? And I said, no, I didn't expect to get any. When I talk on a channel full of zombies and cult followers and ones that follow sex offenders and convicted felons, I don't expect to get them flocking to my channel, not even one. So if I sent a super chat on Johnny Strides right now, and there's hundreds of people watching, almost 700 people, I don't expect any to come here. I know how this realm works at this point, and I'm trying to share that with people. But most people on my channel they're curious in a way, but in another way, they don't get it. I don't expect that. I don't expect people to come from these channels. Most don't have curiosity. They don't even hear the name, the Sanity Machine channel, and go, what's that about? And come on over here and check things out. It doesn't happen. And people on my channel are going to learn that eventually, one way or another. You're going to learn. You'll be here for years, and you'll see. They don't come over here. They stick to the little animal farms and cults they're in. That's what people do. And it isn't just, some people would say, oh, it's just normies, though, on a channel like Johnny Strides. There might be some there that call themselves truth seekers. Most people in this realm are walking around in a daze. They don't have awareness. They're not thinking, I'm watching this now, but that sounds interesting. I'll go check his channel later and open up a window. They don't think. They don't do that. I do that, and that's how I found channels over the years. But there's hundreds and hundreds of people watching. 688, 717 now. Over 700 people watching his channel. And if I mention my channel, nobody will come over. Watch this. I'm live right now. And my name's right there, the Sanity Machine 33. Do I expect people to come over and check my channel out? No, I don't. Because I know how people are in this realm. And that's what I've tried to help teach people. But most people on my channel are stuck on opium. Nobody's coming over here. It doesn't work that way, okay?
Someone fell asleep at the wheel. Often when you see that, you look over and the person is like looking down at their lap, like they just put their phone down. Alicia says it's not a secret. You're going back to Thailand again. You were just in Thailand. And holy cow, the wind just picked up.
He was just in Thailand. Over 700 people watching Johnny Strides walk the sidewalks of Toronto, and 3 people tuned in on my channel.
I thought I went to Thailand more than anyone.
Kneeling here.
What am I getting for dinner? That's a good question. Possibly Swiss Chalet. Hey, we got 10 euros from a super friendly gentleman in Germany. Thank you, Dirk G, for the euros. Cheers to you. Happy New Year in advance. And just a heads up, tomorrow night, at some point, maybe around 10:30, I'm going to be going live, most likely for New Year's Eve. It's usually my second or first busiest stream of the year. ECAOINAL, $5 for a cup of tea or coffee, Johnny. Hope to get the chance to see and meet you out there striding at some point. Someone honking at that Cybertruck for just slowing down. No four-ways, no indicating, just slow the F down. Well, thank you so much for the super chat. Feel free to say hi if you ever see me out and about. Should we be surprised that someone driving a Cybertruck drives like that? Now they're making a turn.
So inexpensive.
So I live streamed just south of here on Boxing Day. Right at the tail end of that snowstorm, and it was just back-to-back streetcars stacked up. Another 30 centimeters of snow yesterday in the North GTA. That's pretty crazy. We were having a pretty mild and light on snow winter up until the past few days. Then it's just like, bam. It's the probably main intersection of Chinatown. Oh, that's great. We'll be joining you for a New Year's stroll. Thank you, Deb. Yeah, feel free to drop in the chat and say hi. It's going to be racing by at a mile a minute tomorrow. Cheers again, Dirk. Store closing sale. Transit mobile scooter, Darren, $5 super chat for a warm beverage from the roommate and I. Thank you, Darren, and thank you to your roommate as well. A warm beverage will be much, much needed after this. At midnight, pop a bottle on the streets. Damon Washington says, Happy New Year, Johnny, and everyone in the chat's looking forward to seeing what new adventures await. Thank you so much. Me as well. I'm struggling to get basic words out, but thank you, Damon Washington.
I'm not the one who's so.
So, like, what was it like growing up as Jack? Like you said, you were traveling all the time and kind of moving around.
I learned that relationships were temporary. There wasn't worth time getting attached to people. And
you don't see the worth in other people. You call them worthless and useless and say that you have no use for them. You treat people like they're disposable products. You use them up and you toss them in the trash. I see what you are.
And that created me into a pretty lonely guy, though.
You're not just lonely, you're bitter and miserable and angry. That's why your brows are furrowed. The rest is just an act. You pretending to be happy and loving life. That's all fake. That's all phony. You're a fraud, and I see right through you. Right through you.
Hey guys, it's Matt. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry if you're an exception to this. Modern, quote, man and woman is so soft compared to our ancestors and those that came before us, of course, including myself. Gusts here up to 50 miles an hour. Of course, the electricity's going to go out, of course. Right about 1 o'clock in the morning, vomp, it goes out. And when the tree limbs, I mean, the gusts are so high at times that some of the tree limbs are kind of touching, and you can kind of hear that at times. It is a little spooky. I mean, it just goes vomp, and the temperature's not ridiculously cold here. The wind chills in the teens, but I think it only got into the high 20s, or in the middle of the night was the high 20s. We actually had a 50-degree day just for a short period of time yesterday morning. So it wasn't ridiculously cold. It was people in Minnesota and North Dakota and Montana would laugh at this. But of course, in a way, it's like, well, Matt's hardcore because he got up and built a fire. But in a way, it's because I'm a wuss. I was scared. I was scared. Of course, 1 o'clock. I've got to build a fire. We're so soft, Matt. Speak for yourself. In general, we are so soft. But you just every room I'm going in, and I've lost electricity up here cumulatively. I've been down almost 2 months. I've been here 20. Oh boy, is it 24 years? I have to calculate. But all the times I have to calculate. But oh boy, is it 24 years? I have to calculate. But all the times added up with. Hey guys, it's Matt. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry if you're an exception to this. Modern, quote, man and woman is so soft compared to our ancestors and those that came before us, of course, including myself. gusts here up to 50 miles an hour. Of course, the electricity's going to go out. Of course, right about 1 o'clock in the morning, vomp, it goes out, and when the tree limbs, I mean, the gusts are so high at times that some of the tree limbs are kind of touching, and you can kind of hear that at times. It is a little spooky. I mean, it just goes vomp, and the temperature's not ridiculously cold here. The wind chills in the teens, but I think it only got into the high 20s, or in the middle of the night was the high 20s. We actually had a 50-degree day just for a short period of time yesterday morning. So it wasn't ridiculously cold. It was people in Minnesota and North Dakota and Montana would laugh at this. But of course, in a way, it's like, oh, Matt's hardcore because he got up and built a fire. But in a way, it's because I'm a wuss. I was scared. I was scared. Of course, 1 o'clock. I've got to build a fire. We're so soft, Matt. Speak for yourself. In general, we are so soft. But you just every room I'm going in, and I've lost electricity up here cumulatively. I've been down almost 2 months. I've been here.
Look at how chubby Humpty Dumpty looks, and almost no one will say that about him. Black Eyes Club. Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty movies, Maddie, Black Eyes Club. I was showing these earlier. What do you think of Axis Rat Blood's nose ring? What do you think of this wet rat here that likes to talk about me? He was caught on video again at Tarek's talking about me, mentioning the sanity machine this, the sanity machine that. What's your issue, Rat Blood? The fuck is your issue? What are you talking about me all over the place for? Mr. Nose Ring. What's your issue? What's your issue? Snake-eyed demons. Turn it up.
Snake eyes. Snake-eyed demons. Snake-eyed demons. You sneaky snake. Little bitches. Devil eyes. Devil minds. Liars. Liars. Dust. The fire. Snake eyed demons. Death in the fire. I see what you are, no matter if you are near or far. I see what you are. Creepy creatures, filthy creatures, hell realm, matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass, snake-eyed demons. This is your home, hell realm. This is your tomb, hell realm. Ah! Snake-eyed demons, filthy matrix losers, 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 losers. Stay here, losers, 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 losers. Stay here. Burn in the fire. Hey, shut the fuck up and burn. Burn. Cockroaches, pissants, demons. Burn. 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 snake eyes. Snake-eyed demons. Snake-eyed demons. You sneaky snake, little bitches, devil eyes, devil minds. Liars, liars, dance in the fire. Snake-eyed demons. Dance in the fire. I see what you are. No matter if you are near or far, I see what you are. Creepy creatures, filthy creatures, hell, real matrix bitches, matrix shit, clown ass, snake-eyed demons. This is your home, hell realm. This is your tomb, hell realm. Snake-eyed demons, filthy matrix losers, losers. Stay here, burn in the fire. Shut the fuck up and burn, burn. Cockroaches, piss ants, demons, burn, burn, burn. My people, my people, we built the modern world. We are builders of civilizations. We are warriors. We are poets and painters. My people. We build music halls, ornate cathedrals. We created symphonies of civilization. We invented ballet and the printing press. We are builders of castles and magical palaces. My people, my people, blood and soul. We are heroic Vikings, Vikings strong, Vikings strong. We chant and pound the drums our resilience and beauty. And cherish respect to our ancestors. Illuminate the sky, the mind, the inner eye. Illuminate the spirit. Illuminate the climb higher than heaven. Illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists. Never, ever. Illuminate. My conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was. Illuminate. I forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own beyond my own magical being. My own. My This is a hell realm. This is a hell realm. Yes! Yes! Hell realm. Deny the evidence, deny your senses, shut off your minds, believe the lies, follow the liars. This realm runs on lies, deceptions, conspiracies, stands in the fire, demonic little zombies. Burn, burn, cockroaches. It's your turn to learn the hard way. This is a hell realm filled with disease, evil, and suffering. Get down on your knees, pray to a monster, and call it a god, call it a god. Go! Worship and praise, mindless zombie slaves, waste all of your days. Never realize worship, it's
cockroaches, you lazy, lazy spirits, cradle to grave, you are controlled, you lazy spirits, zombie slaves. Welcome to Hell Realm.
These, and then probably Jack will probably get on his soapbox or high horse, whatever you want to call it, and he'll probably preach against the current state of the government, and probably bring up the fact that the wars are still continuing again, and I'll loop with some of that today, but I'll probably drop the link before too long. We'll open this up and we'll see where today's live stream may bring us, because I'm always excited to see what might happen. Really, we never do know who's going to show, what's going to happen, where the thing's going to go, but I do know that love is the answer. That's what it says in the background real quick. Whoops, do that, right? Love is the answer. That's where we're at. Let me bring me back into the picture. The thumbnail. I know Jesus is real because nothing else could have changed me the way that love did. And truly, the more love that I felt within me, the more I felt love transforming my life. And what I was trying to do in my own clumsy way was the way of Jesus. And so the way of Jesus, it really is how to be. It's how to be with love. Hello. The way of Jesus is how to be with love for your time here on earth and perhaps beyond. It's worth a shot. Just start it now. Start to be with love. Like love is the only thing that matters. Because actually love is behind everything that matters. Love is with everything that matters. And yet love is still beyond everything that matters. For God is love. And it is love, God's love, that has revealed for us today, this day, again, and you and I, and we get to be a part of today again. It's like, wow, dude, This life is a trip, man. But it's not as complicated as the mind, the conditioned mind wants to believe, because the conditioned mind wants to believe that, oh, life is tough. And you got to work hard, and you got to earn things, and you got to pay things, and you got to feel things, and you got to think things, and you got to do things, and you got to. It's like that programmed mind of do, not be. It's kind of insane once you escape it. You kind of see it for what it is. It's like, whoa, dude, that mind thing, that mind cycle of, oh, I feel so bad again. Oh, I feel so angry again. Whatever the story is, right? We get these devils inside of us, these ideas that hold us down into the darkness. We lose sight of where we're going and what we're doing. Today, just some of the ideas I have. Seriously, I was considering the path to happiness. It's so simple, so obvious. It's like, how do we not see this and not just pay attention? Loyalty to gratitude. Where is your loyalty to gratitude? And figure out what that means, right? Because in the end, the loyalty to gratitude, you're going to have gratitude for what you find good in, right? For what feels good to you. That's where your gratitude is really going to be at. And so a loyalty to gratitude is actually a loyalty to goodness. And if you go follow the trail of goodness to the end, the perfect conclusion, you're going to come to the God, the source. The source of goodness is God. So a loyalty to gratitude is going to bring you happiness. It's going to bring you more joy, more peace in your life. And that you can feel comfort in yourself knowing that my loyalty to gratitude, it really is a loyalty to goodness, because I'm honest about my gratitude. I'm honest about my appreciation. When you feel that way, you can love that way. And when you can love that way, you've got like these newfound freedoms. You're not attached to things that are not worthy. You start to realize that with a loyalty to gratitude, a loyalty to goodness, you follow the way of Jesus with constant love. And I never understood that idea of constant prayer, but I get the idea of constant prayer. Okay. And you can resist it if you want with what you are. God is where it's at, man. I never, ever thought Jack Talcott would be sitting here in some apartment in Baltimore, West Baltimore, Maryland, right? This crazy idea that I want to freaking make that a reality somehow. I actually want to have that conversation, that walk, right? Maybe get old DT, Donnie boy, maybe it's not appropriate for him as the commander-in-chief, but maybe he's got some connections or family that would like to invest in this Live Without Fear enterprise. Because the idea is world change, global change, peace on earth, right? Kind of shaking things up a little bit. Why not? What else are we going to do while we're here on earth? Right? We don't have to be the way that we've been. If you allow yourself to just settle in and be, and realize it is God that allows you to breathe, to know, to do as you wish, right? But if you're not willing to claim your freedom, okay, your freedom, what does that mean? Your freedom, it comes through the magic of love, God's love, your love. Your love will lead you to do better than you have before. love of something or someone will cause you to move into different things, right? The loss of things you love will bring you to this like crumbling, just defeat to your knees. It'll crush you to create you into a stronger, more valuable version of you, one who has loved, one who does love, one who follows love, leads love, right? That's why you're here. All of us are. But the world we were born into, man, it was so divided. People lost sight of the one luminous consciousness from which we have all emerged and we are all a part of. See, people lost sight of the light because the inner work has not been done yet. But we're here at this time, right? What gives me so much hope on this path as I...
Jackie boy. Jackie boy.
Clown toy, clown shit.
Matrix bitch. Midget. Yeah, Diamond clown. Jack in the box. Jack in the box. Little Jack Twitter. Jack in boy. Jack in boy. Jack in boy. Jack in boy. Such a little bitch. Clown cot, thin skin, insecure, loser, not even a potty pot to piss in. Jack in the box, can't lead a yo show, shit show, clown show, Jack clown cot, piss pot, they call us Skid Mac, he's a skid, clown fighter, lazy bomb, just a scrub, clown's gone. Jack in the box. Yeah. Burn. Clown cot, pussy cot. Burn. Shut the fuck up and burn. Dance in the fire. Filthy asshole, dirty liar. Little Jack in the box. Little bitch. Jackie boy. Yo. Jackie boy. Jackie boy. Clown toy. Clown shit. Matrix bitch. Matrix bitch.
Whatever title. I'm so sick of the inner work has not been done yet, but we're here at this time, right? What gives me so much hope on this path as I whatever title. I'm so sick of titles because then people argue about definitions of words and crap. On this path I'm on, where I have a lot of hope and inspiration within me because of what I've been allowed to find and see in this world. As a matter of fact, just today, man, came across another life coach, another coach who coaches coaches, right? Helps them do better to grow better. And some of the success stories I heard, man, I'm like, yeah, I get that. That's what I want. Why did I start talking about that? We're living at a time where there is so many healers, teachers, mentors, scholars. There's so much. There is such a volume of answers that are available right now, okay? For you, for me. Anything we need to work on, we can figure it out. together, because there's other people out there who've been figuring it out and they've been putting it together. And then all you got to do is find the answer, right? And so the point is, what I've been doing with me is a lot of inner work. I did a lot of inner work on me, getting into the darkness and the shadows. Why are you afraid, Jack? What are you afraid of? What's holding you back? What's your problem? Where's your sadness? Where's your guilt? Where's your shame? What's the nonsense with you? Done that. What I found in myself was a lot of in the past. I found a lot of sadness, and that sadness is a darkness. And I bring all this up, right, because it is the darkness that contrasts from the light. The darkness may appear to block the light. I mean, it can diminish you. You can diminish your own light by sitting in the darkness of anger and sadness and guilt and shame. It's all up to you. But it is the light that has the power. The light illuminates, and it's where God's love is shown through the light. The darkness is there just to play shadows and, bring a little pain and a little movement, right? So the lessons are different, and it's just a big show that we're just a part of. We're just a part of a big cosmic light show, right? Where somehow, I don't know the science behind it, but from what I get, as they say, like from the sun, the light somehow through energy fusion becomes these hydrogen molecules, which further fusion brings these molecules and electrons and protons together to create these other atoms, and these atoms somehow have an intelligence to bond together into these cellular structures that create these organisms that actually bring forth life and structure. It's just like mind-blowing. We are intelligent beings within a cosmic light show. There is absolutely no logical reason why humanity should be at war with each other or charging each other money to live. There's no logical reason whatsoever. I guess I got on a soapbox there for a little bit again, or my high horse, whatever you guys want to talk about, whatever you want to think. Here's just a couple more thoughts, and I probably will drop the link here soon. I haven't been given a lot of attention, but yeah, I got fired up, man. I am fired up. Life is dramatic, Ryan Johnson. Life is a drama until we solve the problems, and then we realize it's been a comedy the whole time, but we didn't have to have the suffering. We didn't have to have the exploitation or the slavery or the human trafficking or the taxation or the war industry or any of this stuff. We didn't have to do it. That's what got suffering. We didn't have suffering. We didn't have to have the exploitation or the slavery or we solved the problems. And then we realize it's been a comedy the whole time, but we didn't have to have the suffering. We didn't have to have the exploitation or the slavery or the human trafficking or the taxation or the war industry or any of this stuff. We didn't have to do it. That's what God's going to show us. Or industry or any of this stuff. We didn't have to do it. The taxation or the taxation or the war industry or any of this stuff. We didn't have to, or the human trafficking or the taxation or the war industry or the human trafficking or the taxation or the war industry or any of this stuff. We didn't or industry or any of this stuff. We didn't have to do it. That's what God's going to show us in the future. We never had to do. We never had to succumb to temptation. We could have chose better to succumb to temptation. We could show us in the future. We never had to do. We never had to succumb to temptation. We could have chose better. We didn't have to elect Donald Trump. We could have chose better. We didn't have to settle between two poor choices. We could have found better, right? Insisted upon better. That's what God is showing us, brothers and sisters. We get to choose all sorts of things in this life. So much of things. Tragedy. Grave or dignified literary work with a calamitous or sorrowful ending. Old French tragedia. From Latin tragedia, a tragedy. From Greek tragedy. You know what? So many words, man. Words are freaking fascinating, dude. I love words. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and God was the Word, and then the Word created everything, and then through everything there found we found chaos, and we missed the order. The order is actually in the silence. Praise God for that. The goal through acceptance is to become present, okay? The whole point of religion is to give you faith. And what's the result of faith going to bring you? It's going to bring you a little comfort in your skin. You're not going to be so afraid. You're going to have a relationship with God, God Almighty, while you're here on earth. And that means you got a relationship here on earth. And if you've got a relationship here on earth, well, pay attention and do what's right. Have a good relationship here on earth. Have many good relationships here on earth by being a good man, a good woman. It's really that simple. Be good. And praise God. Let's not forget that part. Praise God, indeed. So the goal, though, is when you do your inner work and you overcome your darkness, your shadows, you're not so anxious, you're not so worried, you're not so regretful and misery. When you're not all those things, when you're past the sadness, you're able to find pure presence, okay? Because at the essence of everything, that's who you are. You are pure presence here in the present, in this moment. You are as God has created you to be. And you are glorious in your many ways. Your potentials are still hidden. I say that because of the world we live in. The potential is still hidden, but it's obvious, right? There's so many signs of the world's potential, the glory, the diversity, the power, the creativity, the artistry, the music. It's all there. It's all there for us as people to discover together. And the goal is to be present, right? Pure presence as Jesus was, as the Buddhas showed, right? It's all the same thing. Kindness and compassion. Compassion is the energy of love. Be with compassion. You rise above the drama. You rise above the politics and the divisions. Compassion is what will heal this world, but it's got to be delivered through you, through me, and others like us. Because we are, as Jesus was, right? We are the light that God sent into the world, but do you love the light or do you love the darkness? Or are you still staggering in between, can't figure it out, can't figure out how to choose the good side? Not the righteous on the high horse, right? Not the religious side, but the righteous side, the right side of love. Because it really is, consider this obvious conclusion. Pure presence brings freedom from constricting emotions. See, when you're purely present, you're not all bound up and tied up by those constricting emotions. Guess what you have? Ultimate freedom. You got ultimate freedom. It's there within you, and it's for you, and it's waiting for you to grow, to share, to celebrate. I don't know. You get to do what you want, man. But what I learned from my past patterns of past sadness, you know, before I started taking that inner work seriously, anger is suffering. If you're carrying anger, you're causing your own suffering. Knock it off, dude. Right? If you're angry, if you're finding a bunch of reasons to be angry, especially if you're angry at me, knock it off. It's your own suffering. And anger in that suffering, all it is an absence from love. So instead of bringing the suffering, bring more love, because magic of love, man, magic of love, love will transform you. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. And for those who wish to join, you are welcome to do so. I've noticed it's a mixed views there in the comments. Some critics, some jokers, some true supportive comments as well. Some amazing people joining here in the chat. Sorry. This, hold on, that which is. All right, partial truth. Partial truth. Well, it is an absolute truth, but let's not overlook our opportunity. God did create this mess. Actually, God created this, and people joining here in the chat. Sorry. This, hold on, that which is. All right, partial truth. Partial truth.
Laying out how they think it's a tragedy.
I said it kind of, remember, it's what you're going to feel, it's what you're going to experience, but nothing matters. So, in the
Testing 1 2 1 2.
She would know the answer. I don't remember, but he described the world and he spelled it like world about, like to be whirled about, like information's whirling about your mind. That's the world. Like that was his whole perspective. I forget who this guy was. She would know. Again, she would know. He wrote a series, a 3-part series on this years ago.
Interesting. I think this is a little bit different. The idea of pure presence is what it was inspired by this talk. And so I did drop the link. It's in the description as well for folks who may want to check him out. Like I said, I am a big fan of Shunyamurti and his talks.
Of interest to be centered and to be in that state.
He also explains some kind of esoteric perspectives on the world common events. And another link I shared finally, I've been following this on Instagram for a while. I mentioned my social media feed. Hey, we have a star joining. Let me welcome Corporate Barnabas. How are you, brother?
Good, Jack. Thanks for putting me
Oh,
on.
he's clearly going for a role in the Directors Guild with that title, dude. I mean, you know, are you looking for corporate head director? What are you looking for? What's your title?
I've
What's
seen
your
the
preference?
light. I've been reborn. I think I'm gonna let Jack down with this one, but Jack, I can't fight the machine anymore. I'm just gonna join them. So I've been reborn as Corporate Barnabas, and I hope that you welcome me.
You might see this as a downside, Jack, but this is great for the financial angle. He's going to bring in the sponsors, and don't worry about it.
It's totally advertiser friendly. Corporate Barnabas. That's what's going on, Jack. I think, if you can't beat them, join them. It's got to be advertiser friendly. I'm going to drink the Kool-Aid, so to speak. I've seen the error in my ways, and it's me, Corporate Barnabas. I look kind of yellow right now. I'm not jaundiced. It's just the lighting in here. It's the new corporate lighting. It's that indoor corporate iridescent lighting that's making me look yellow. And that's where I'm at, Jack.
I think you look beautiful, brother.
Okay.
And just to make sure, for those who have not yet subscribed or found your way there, please follow that link. Hit that subscribe button over there at Corporate Barnabas and stay tuned.
Stay tuned for advertiser-friendly corporate type material. And I just wanted to wish you a happy new year. And that's it. Thanks for the inspirational message, Jack. I just wanted to get in here and say hi. I've been watching your show from afar. I like what I see.
You're welcome to stay and hang out. I actually
Well,
thought
how's the
about
music going, man?
What was that?
How's the music going, Barnabas? Like, you playing your bands or what, dude? I've been wondering.
I don't want to get off topic.
Respect.
Jack has a message. If you want to hear about my music or my other endeavors, check out Corporate Barnabas.
Respect, brother.
But I think Jack has a message of peace. That's definitely where our Venn diagrams converge.
Overlap there, yeah, for sure.
And that's what I wanted to say. What were you showing us something? Were you talking about New Year's, Jack, or what's the plan there?
No, I hadn't got into New Year's yet. Hey, welcome to you, Denizen, as well. How are you, brother?
Greetings. I'm well, sir. How are you?
Feeling truly blessed. Here, just real brief, a little promotion, because this I do find pretty inspiring. This Walk for Peace. There's a group of Buddhist monks out of Fort Worth, Texas. They are walking their way to Washington, D.C. for peace. I think, like I said, I'm pretty sure I got their link in the description, maybe their YouTube stuff, but they're making a long ways, man. They're like day 65, walking every day, camping and sleeping. I'm not sure. I haven't followed it as closely as I could have, but it's kind of inspiring to me. And it's something that people are recognizing. Why are these monks willing to leave their comfort and routine to walk 2,300 miles across the nation? Why would they do that?
Well, I could tell you it's probably Chinese-funded propaganda, but...
Oh, my God, dude.
Well, it's certainly... When I think of Buddhist monks protesting...
I may have trust issues, Jack. I'm sorry.
No, I'm corporate. I was going to mention the maybe no. I got to catch myself there. I mean, we've seen the monks protesting the Vietnam War. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Very unpleasant. Ultimately, not successful. It didn't stop the war. Rage Against the Machine album cover, if you catch my drift. Don't do it. Any chance that people can join? You and me both live in Baltimore, Jack. Do you want me to drive you down to Virginia so you can do the last leg? Is that something you want to freeze? I've got a sleeping bag. What are their sleeping arrangements? Are they sleeping homeless? Who's paying for their hotel? What's going on?
I don't know, Jack. You don't want to consider this offer?
All right. Well, Jack has frozen, and I think
Oh, okay. He did freeze.
For Corporate Barnabas to usurp the stream.
Well, Corporate Barnabas, hold on. Before you usurp the stream, I'm usurping the whole Panelverse with this guild of directors of the Panelverse. Clearly, I think you might have some potential there. I'd like to have you on board. Jack Talcott is the organizing director. We have Paul and Slave. We have Browns. Boy, Denizen has yet. Denizen, do you want a title? You can get a title there as well if you'd like.
I don't really do labels.
Well, if you have something,
Corporate Barnabas definitely does. So, what kind of label you want, Corporate Barnabas?
I don't know if I want to be in that motley crew of characters. Honestly, I don't think.
Yeah, this is a corporate. This is a corporate operation, apparently, dude. Hey, you come in and you come to help set us straight, dude. We're not gonna be able to do it without you. So, don't leave us hanging.
The people you listed, they don't seem very corporate minded. As a matter of fact, they seem to be kind of anti-corporate, and I'm not sure that's the direction that
Anti-corporate Denizen. I'll take that label.
So Denison's coming under the guild as anti-corporate Denison. Barnabas, we got one yes, and after a no. Like, can you believe it? Barnabas, would you? This is the direction of the future, Denison. Do you want the? It's too late, Barnabas.
Just a
All right,
second.
Denison.
Just
I'm sorry.
a bit of a caveat. I don't want to claim that I know whether or not corporations themselves are a good or beneficial thing. All I can say is that for me personally, I loathe them. I find them to be antithetical to the human condition, inefficient, wasteful, politically motivated, greedy, shallow, unfulfilling, uncaring, disingenuous, and in many ways a race to the bottom of all of humanity's worst aspects.
I agree, Denizen, and corporate Barnabas. Well, if that's how you feel, we need someone like you on board.
What's your mission statement? Is Jack on board with this at all? I need to consult.
That's the organizing director, please.
I don't think Jack is really. No offense, Jack. I think he's more of the spiritual advisor.
Ooh,
he needs.
That might be better.
Jack is the ideas guy. He needs someone under him to organize, and it's not going to be me. But who's the best organizer here? I guess who can pull it together. Does anyone have any HR experience, corporate HR experience? That's what Jack needs in the Talcadia brand, I think.
Only tangentially.
He needs someone to organize his Talcadians and mobilize. Look, can we talk about these monks, Jack? Are you going to get a piece of that or not? I mean, this is interesting me here. They're coming to town.
He froze again. It's the perfect Jack face, too.
He's frozen again. Press 1 in the chat if you want me to drive Talcott to the monks.
It's like
in Virginia to do the final leg of the journey. Press 1.
It's like I'm tired of your shit, but I'm trying to be on the positive side face, which is so Jack Talcott in my opinion, right? It's like just like had enough of your bullshit, but at the same time, I'm blessed.
Yes,
life is good.
Blessed is best. Life is good. I don't know what's up with Talcott's internet. But we must endeavor to.
Well, as the head of the Panelverse Guild of Directors and Talcott as a managing operator director, we do have 3 1s in the chat. I believe that is a confirmation that we should be headed forward with that mission based on public feedback. Without Talcott here to, make the final decision, who knows?
I was talking instead of listening. What did we press 1 for again?
Press 1 if you agree that I should drive Talcott to meet the monks, march with the monks in the final leg of the journey from, I don't know, Virginia up to DC. Is DC the final leg? And
Yeah,
I don't know if
I
these
can get
monks
behind
are
that.
living homeless. What is their accommodations? Just from
Barnabas, we do need some on the ground reporting. There's value in the on the ground reporting of this, like a live encounter. I know a few people out in DC. Once it gets there, I haven't kept eyes. Talcott was telling me about this last night, and I haven't investigated it much. And I'm interested in who's streaming in DC, and certainly there will be streamers that I know of that will be there. If it's real, if it's even a real event, it could be made by AI or Chinese propaganda. I don't know.
I don't know why you think it's Chinese propaganda. I don't know what.
I'll be right back.
Oh, there he's back. Jack, people want you to go. Should we talk about this or not?
Well, there's a lot of different things. I'm not sure if I shared all the links or not, but I'll try and make sure it's in the description later. They've got a bunch of information about them. They do regular videos, updates, all sorts of things. Yeah, in the beginning, one of the monks, I think he got hit by a car. He lost his leg.
Not funny, Jack. Not funny. You're laughing.
Right. No, it's not funny, but
It could be Chinese AI. That would be funny.
dude, it's not Chinese AI. It's seriously, people are seeing it's time. We've got to do something. And if you don't know what to do, you do what you do. These people are men of peace. They're out there promoting peace, praying with the communities, right? Offering prayers of compassion, being wonderful examples. Should we go meet them? That was a question too, right? Well,
the first question is, can you join them? Is this an open call? What are their accommodations? Are they just homeless? Is someone paying for hotel rooms? Like, where are they sleeping? Obviously, they need to sleep and eat and bathe. What's going on there with that?
well, I don't know. I've just been looking briefly. I see them walking, and I haven't looked at all the details yet. But yeah, they're on their way. DC, I believe, is the final destination. So they still got a ways to go. And in their links on their Instagram is they've got all these other things too.
It's day 44, day 45.
65, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering how long it would take to walk from Texas to DC. Because Grey Wolf did do this from the People's Convoy. Like, he started this in California, and he made it quite a ways. He was hoping people would join him. This was like the father of the People's Convoy. Somebody like he did like a peace walk basically, and an older man, and he had some medical things along the way, but he made it quite far pretty quickly. He went a third of the way. I don't know about halfway, but he made it quite far.
There's been all sorts of examples of people. I mean, I think it was mentioned earlier, the people who would burn themselves and emulsify, or whatever the right word is. They burn themselves to sign a protest. Anyway,
immolation.
Well, that happened a few times last year, I believe, or 2 years ago. I can't recall, but it was in DC itself. Like, somebody lit himself on fire right there.
Insane. The Air Force guy.
he
immolated himself to stop the war in Gaza, and he was unsuccessful. And
he was a young guy too, right? Like 30, not even 30.
Right. And that's what's sad. And he's not alone. This is the thing. There's many people, and even regarding the peaceful march. Here, Andy, thank you for the contributions. I'm assuming that's me. I'm not gay, but you are such a hottie. It's the love, man. It's the love I share. Thank you. Blessings to you.
Got fans, Jack. You got big fans.
I know. And many haters. I've got one who's been in the back for a while.
He's keep him back there, whoever he is.
Persistent with his arrogance and negativity. It's a sign of sadness. It really is a suffering. Where were we? The Peace Walk. Wizard or Moose or someone in the past shared with me another video of a guy in India. He raised like his hand in protest, and he kept his hand raised for like 30 years, and it like died. His arm was blackened and the blood stopped flowing in it, but he kept his hand raised, and the wars continued. He was ignored. And that's what I want. What do I got to do?
Yeah, the lesson I think is work smarter, not harder.
Yes.
Don't sacrifice in vain, perhaps.
Yes.
let's not do anything drastic unless it's going to be effective in our goals.
Do not do anything. I lost track. I saw it.
Well,
money.
Jurassic, we're getting back to dramatic performances and the tragedy of life and the comedy that can follow suit, perhaps.
Hey, does Canada money have any value again? Did it change? Because for a while it was pretty worthless, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's basically worthless, especially when it comes from that. Yeah.
Okay. Hey,
there's a lot of satanic influence in the chat, Jack Talcott. I'd like to see some godly inspiration and from the super chats again, like El Perro. Like El Perro, I've been on his fucking case for a long time. Last night, the $9.99, the proper motivation to influence people, as Paul and Slate might put it. Things like this,
It's all perfect, man. It's all coming together. Well, there you go. That's fine for those who can, but I suggest that those who aren't being abused, we go in and we do more for those who are. That's where I suggest. But hey, people are free to do as they wish. Many are choose to run and hide. That's not me. I'm not that type. But Andy and your contributions, praise to the non-satanic God. It is. It is.
Corporate Barnabas, do you see what we're experiencing here? This is why we need godly influence in corporate America, regardless of your stance. So we need a lot of money. We need it fast, but we need it proper. We can't have it like this fucking chat's delivering right now. We need something good and influential.
Well, I was discussing ideas with Jack actually before the show started. I don't know if I should discuss that out loud, Jack, or I don't want to.
No, it's fine.
Sure we people come to listen to you.
I'm good, man.
I mean, I thought maybe Jack should do members only streams and work on his members only type content while wearing a members only jacket from a thrift store, maybe.
Well, that's the kind of content that you guys deliver on that couch with his bare feet and stuff,
Oh, yeah.
The morning streams weren't really popping off.
Yeah,
it's not the right time frame, I think. So
it's
but,
all
another awakening will come in the future. It'll be
Yep.
back. It's not going. You just never know when awaken will awaken you. Who knows? But
It's organic.
I'm thinking members only streams. I'm thinking Jack joining the monks for the final leg. Didn't you say you wanted to become a monk, Jack?
I looked at it sincerely, and I've been considering it too. I mean, why not?
Well, I don't really know what they do, honestly. Do you have to be
They do-
Asian to be a monk? Serious question.
No, you do not.
Do you have to renounce Jesus Cristo, though? Don't you have to believe in something different? Is it religious, or I don't know what's the deal? Shave your hair.
Depends on where you go. There was outside of Spokane, there was a unique place. There was an open Buddhist monastery there, and it was actually, I don't remember all the significance, but it had a cool history how it became created, and it was a co-ed, so there was men and women there. And it was just beautiful up in the mountains, very simple living. They grow most of their food. The community donates. They do talks around the community, and they do other things, right? I don't know how they pay their bills, but the monks live there. and they had you could go and visit, right? And I went and visit them, and they had periods where they'd open it up, and for those who are curious, you could go explore monastic living. That's one of the things I was very curious about doing.
What's monastic? I don't know what even that means.
Life of devotion to the divine. Chop wood, carry water. Just be a simple life. Cause no harm, do no harm, and be with whatever is. But in my own way, that's kind of what I did. I mean, I didn't go live in a monastery, but my home became a sanctuary. Spend my days in contemplation of God. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. I never thought the idea of God on your mind all the time would have any sort of value. And yet it does.
Dude, improvably so. It has more value than a Canadian money in America, actually.
What has more value? Sorry, what?
Your point about prayer, I believe.
Yeah. I'm getting a bunch of nasty comments. We've got Mr. Stinky Brew showed up in the back, and he's a pretty polite guy for the most part. Mr.
How you
Stinky,
doing, Jack? You all right?
welcome back. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Yeah, I was just listening to Barnabas with what he said, and I think he's got a great point as well. If you sort of streamline your content into a gate, it'd get rid of this thing that you keep coming into, where you're getting your trolls, you're getting your people that are coming in and playing games who are not interested in any words you say. So if you sort of gated that off with a subscription or a membership, therefore you'd only get the people that really wanted to listen to what you're saying, rather than the people who are just doing it for their own entertainment or to entertain others.
Well, and thank you, because that's also part of how that conversation came up, because someone yesterday had suggested, if I'm serious about trying to end wars, then maybe I should. And that would mean stop dropping the link, right? I can use this platform, speak to Donald Trump, men and women of Congress, and do that continuously like the monks are marching, right? Maybe I can do my own sort of thing.
Yeah, you'll never be taken seriously when you've got certain people coming in saying the slurs they're saying, or the certain things they're saying, or not taking you as seriously as you want to be taken. You're never going to get anywhere. So yeah, I think that if you did maybe, I don't know, 4 streams a week as you do, and then 2 streams a week as locked content, then I think that'd be a great idea. And you're also benefiting, because it's also it's financially benefiting you to get to the point where you want to get. You know what I mean? And it's not bumming. You don't have to. You've got no commitment to these people to turn around and say, yeah, come in and start having a go at me, or start trying to make me look like a fool. You can just do whatever you wish, and yeah, take it from there. Yeah, I do really agree with Barnabas. I think you should have a certain amount of content, maybe a bit of merch, maybe something. Do you know what I mean? Even if it's just a coffee cup. You know what I mean? Just something that helps you.
I know. I've got, actually, there's been many requests for Talcott merchandise, for the Live Without Fear merchandise. Those are opportunities.
I would get a Live
probably
Without
could have.
Fear mug.
You what?
I would buy a Live Without Fear mug for sure.
I love it. Thank you. And
I do like the idea of you keeping at least like one show a week, like Classic Jack. That way, I can still come up on the panel
Totally. At
and
least
get my
one.
Jack time.
At least one. At least one where the real believers don't have to deal with. Let's admit, at the end of the day, if you're walking through a street, you're going to avoid certain areas where certain people you don't wish to sort of associate with are. So therefore, if you at least had a place where people can go, where they don't have to deal with these people who you don't want to, who they don't want to associate with. Do you know what I mean? It's a great thing. It's a safe place.
Well, I just want to remind everyone that memberships are currently available. And if you want world peace, like I want world peace, I think now is a good time to show your devotion. We've got 80 people in here right now. Who doesn't want a Talcott membership level 1 like your boy Corporate Barnabas? I mean, look at this. I've got a gold star next to my name. Yeah, I've got a wrench. That's because I'm special. But you can have a gold star like me. So dig deep for world peace and get a Jack Talcott membership. And maybe Jack will do members only streams. Yes,
I think
Jack,
you should. Sorry, Barnabas. I think you should commit to a date and say, I don't know. Say I don't know.
New Year's Day. New Year's
Day. Member stream.
Or
that's
there
for
it
me.
is. That's
for me.
Is he not benevolent? Maybe a New Year's Day, a New Year's Eve into the New Year's members only stream, Jack.
Well, I think you're doing this
You want
stream.
an idea?
You know,
I just wanted to throw it out there.
sorry, Barnabas. I think you're doing this stream with a friend of mine, Jeremy Foreman, aren't you? Tomorrow, I believe, or not? Is that not planned?
That might be about it. Hey, congrats to those who received it. Yeah, at this point, you don't get a lot, but you get access to a video titled Punk Paul Laporta.
Lock a bit away. Lock a bit away, Jack. Lock a bit away. Let people want more. And if they want to be arseholes, let them pay for it. That's the way I say it.
Numbers are up, Jack.
I know.
You're on the up.
Yes, there's amazing things happening here. Not everyone is seeing everything, but I don't claim to see everything, but there's amazing things coming together. We have such incredible opportunities, such incredible potential. No, I'm planning on meeting up with Jeremy tomorrow. That's actually one of the other things I meant to mention. I think just another shout out. There is a collab happening, collaboration tomorrow, I think. Hey, Arpol, blessings to you. To Cosmic Fox, congratulations and welcome. Thank you to Arpol.
Well, that's like a great opportunity as well. Obviously, you're doing a collaboration tomorrow. You could stream a bit of the collaboration, and you can maybe have like an after panel that is membership based. What do you think to that, Barnabas?
That's
a good idea.
Maybe open panel membership only.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Obviously, you play the video, and then if anyone wants to sort of get involved and ask questions and what happened here, you know what I mean? Maybe that should be a membership stream.
You could just like, you could drop the link in a community post only. I think the StreamYard link, you could drop a members only community post for the StreamYard link.
Oh, Jack, Jack, do you want me to write this down for you, Jack?
Write it down, Barnabas.
No.
Like I said, obviously, you could split or sort out a certain thing and then split the whatever with Jeremy. Obviously, I know he'd appreciate
here's
that.
a question. How much to let Steven on the panel? I don't know. $10? Sorry, Jack.
Barnabas, $100. Get real, dude. Minimum.
Thank you, sincerely. How
you need
much
to stop
to
putting
let
up boundaries, Jack.
Stephen
You need to stop
know?
putting up these walls to stop these people from derailing your message.
Well, Stephen has already paid Canadian $3.33. That might be like $2.50. I don't know. I don't know what it is anymore. Maybe it's $3. Maybe it's $3.50. Jack is a coward and he fears me. Bitch boy, he says. So how much should it cost for Stephen to join the panel?
Well, if it's
100 at
also
least.
laid out during the one stream tonight, it's 150 minimum. Like for tonight, like that's it.
Yeah, I would agree.
Reasonable. Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Maybe,
Stephen,
or if I may,
He's
Jack,
rich too, so he should be able to
Hey.
afford it.
I just
talks
wanted
about
to,
it well.
I just wanted to say something. Maybe it can be like a reverse ban. Like he can come up, but it's $1 a minute.
I was thinking the same exact thing. I was thinking like he could do like a pro rate too.
All right.
$1 a
So-
minute.
But so how do we do that Canadian conversion?
That's got to be more than $1 a minute. though.
Yeah, more than yes.
Well,
250 minimum.
How much did he give, Jack?
Steven's angle
So
now.
$5 is 2 minutes.
Sorry.
How much did he give, Jack, so far?
He gave $3.33 Canadian.
Okay, here we go. To
Yeah, that's
USD,
about two.
it's $2.43. So you can bring him up.
So
For
we should have 1 minute. 1 minute. $2.50 a minute. That's 1 minute.
Let's not worry about it. Hey, welcome to you, Joe. How are you, brother?
Thank you, man. I'm doing well. Good to see
Oh,
you.
there it is.
Barnabas. Good to see you.
What's up, Joe? There it is. I guess.
Yeah. Hey, I'm
someone
gonna.
$10.
Yeah, but like I just said
Steven,
though,
please.
it's $2.50 a minute, so that's not valid, Andy. That's 4 minutes.
Well, let's see how it goes. I've actually not brought Stephen to the panel yet
It's
today.
4 minutes, Jack. It's 4 minutes.
Yeah,
And
4
the
minutes
guilt
is
one-
good.
I'd say,
That's a
be
good
generous.
sample.
I'd say generous 5 at least. Like 5.
All right.
That's it.
Well,
All right, but hold on. I am corporate Barnabas, so I can only be around corporate friendly people. And the king,
Right, Jack, you're going
King
to
is
lose
not
Barnabas.
corporate
Forget
friendly.
about it. Forget
And
about
I'm
it,
not corporate
Jack.
No,
friendly.
I gotta
Hey,
go.
Jack at no point made any agreement to bring Steven up for money.
My last
mean-
boss literally told me he was firing me because I didn't fit the culture.
Well,
Hmm.
there's a difference between not fitting and working against the corporate.
Well, that was his politically correct way of saying I was working against the corporate culture.
Well, then it's just all the more reason for me to go because I am corporate Barnabas.
Barnabas,
only
Barnabas.
talking about corporate-friendly
This
type thing.
contract in this is not a valid contract. This 10 minutes for Steven is not. Ignore it, please. What do
No,
we do, Barnabas? Lead us.
Stop, please. He was speaking and you interrupted him.
Thanks, Jack.
I know, but I thought he was about to take off. I didn't want to see him leave.
He was trying to prevent him from leaving, man.
Well, listen, I appreciate the love. I am corporate Barnabas. I am slowly coming back. So stay tuned for more corporate advertiser friendly material. Nothing
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Channel.
I'll drop
Yes.
the
Talking
link
about
in the
your
back.
avatar.
I'll drop the link.
Yeah.
In the
Drop the link in the back.
Yeah,
and
he
then
does.
That's grand. Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Yeah, Jack, I want you to watch as Barnabas, corporate America walks away from anything that you're proposing because we had a discussion about whether or not to bring Stephen on the panel. And this is something that's been brought forward many times by many people, not just myself. It's being demonstrated right now.
Barney's walking away. What's being demonstrated?
That
Stephen's
when
bad for
we get
business.
distracted into Dennis on, please, thank you.
I
What are you
totally
saying?
missed the point. What are you saying there?
Stephen's bad for business.
That was his point.
Okay. That
I
could
believe
be.
so, Truther, correct?
Yes, thank you for simplifying. Yeah, but I mean, I knew Dennison was seeing where I was headed with that. Thank you.
Yeah, he is. But if let me just say one more thing, Jack, since it keeps coming up or whatever. I think Jack is trying to. This is the thing with Jack. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course, Jack. I think Jack is trying to reach out to people that need help, and he wants that breakthrough. Obviously, the king sitting high in his castle. If anyone needed help, it would be him. And maybe Jack can break through to him. I don't know. Really, the king is an enigma, honestly. He rarely cams up. Says he's a king, says he's rich. I don't even know what's going on with this guy. I mean, in all honesty, I'm actually very interested in King Stephen. Like, I would love for him to do a blog. Like, what is a normal day in King Stephen? You wake up and do what? How does this guy live? What is he doing? He's kind of an interesting guy. Very tenacious. Maybe Jack's #1 fan. I don't know. But that's
Barnabas, but how much time do you spend on someone that doesn't want to help back?
Well, I don't agree with it. I cut people loose, but Jack has a heart and he has faith.
That's the thing
that I don't have.
Here's a better one, Barnabas, for Jack. At what cost? If he's one-on-one with Stephen, it's one thing. But if there's a bunch of other people up here he's trying to help, that won't happen once Stephen comes up. Stephen gets all the attention. You got to plot that in there as well.
Well, I can't argue with that.
Yeah,
But
Joe
it's
Cole. It's sort of like he comes up for his own gratification, for his own sort of recognize me. You know what I mean?
Motorcycles before trailers, too.
That's just what I'm saying. Yeah.
All right. Well, anyways, peace and blessings. Happy New Year.
Peace
Jack,
be I said bye 3 times. Leave this time off.
I'm leaving this time. Jack, give us an
Corporate
update
Barnabas,
on your New
you
Year's
have to
Eve
leave,
plans,
otherwise
Jack.
your position is threatened. But I do want to let you be known that you are open for come next time you see me live, Truth or Comp, whatever. Come through and get your directorship nomination, and we'll figure it out. Okay, if you want. But get out of here, Barnabas, because it's going to be. I'm taking it away if you don't leave this time.
Bless Barnabas. It's like that girlfriend calling it. You put the phone down. No, you put the phone down. No, you put the phone
You
down.
hang up. You hang up.
I'm going to go myself anyway, so I'm £300. So you've got enough room to bring definitely
Two
Steve
people
and,
up.
Steve, yeah. So I'll see you later, guys. Honestly, it's been great. Cheers.
Easy,
By the way,
man, son.
bye.
Be well, man.
Peace. Well, and perfect. So now let's be patient for Stephen. He has been waiting in the back for quite a while. There has been contributions and support made for
Yeah.
him to return.
Can you
Stephen?
put a Joe Cool up top, like somewhere, like to make it financially dynamic, like balance the cameras. There we go.
Welcome, Stephen.
Hello, hello. It's interesting that you need to take money to have me on the panel when you claim that you're against money, Jackie boy. Isn't it interesting?
Why is that interesting, dude?
Not
Quite
really, no.
interesting that you have to take money. There were 6 pussies here
Uh-huh.
and 1 real man, and all 6 of you fear me. You'll
Oh,
talk
is that
about
what it
me. Yeah, it is.
This is
It's
boring.
fearful.
I know it is boring.
Cowardly
It's already
behavior.
boring.
No, you're boring.
Stephen,
You're a boring narcissist.
blah blah blah.
Yeah, you're
Shut
a
up
liar.
or leave. Shut up or leave.
You shut
Simple
up.
as that.
You shut up.
You sat in the back for a while. You want
I
to
did.
destroy.
Because you're
All right,
fearful.
fuck off. I guess you wasted all that time in the back. You can stay in the back the rest of the stream too. Actually, you know what? Leave. Well, and perfect. So now let's be patient for Stephen. He has been waiting in the back for quite a while. There has been contributions and support made
Yeah.
for.
Looks like we have somebody trying to join my show. Just a second. All they have is the name L, so I don't know who it is. It could be anyone. We'll see who it is. Someone keeps trying to join my live stream. Just give me a second. Hello.
Why did choose you and not me? I don't know the answer to that. I just know that I wanted you, Smash.
I don't know who that is, but they're playing a recording. Who is L in the backstage area? Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Very strange. One more time. Hello.
Hello.
Who is this?
L.
All right. Somebody's playing stupid games. Goodbye. Goodbye. No, when I say goodbye, you're gone. And that's it. Goodbye. Nice try.
For him to return.
Can you put
Steven?
a Joe Cool up top, like somewhere, like to make it financially dynamic, like balance the cameras. There we go.
Welcome, Stephen.
Hello. Hello. It's interesting that you need to take money to have me on the panel when you claim that you're against money, Jackie boy. Isn't it interesting?
Why is that interesting, dude?
Not really,
Quite
no.
interesting that you have to take money. There were 6 pussies here and 1 real man, and all 6 of you fear me.
Oh,
You'll
is that
talk
what it
about me.
All right,
Yeah,
this
it
is
is.
boring.
It's fear.
I know it is boring.
It's
It's
cowardly
already
behavior.
boring.
No, you're boring.
Steven,
You're a boring narcissist.
blah, blah, blah. Shut
Yeah,
up
you're a
or leave.
liar.
Shut up or leave.
You
Simple as
shut
that.
up. You shut up.
You sat in the back for a while. You want to
I
destroy.
did.
All right, fuck off. I guess you wasted all that time in the back. You can stay in the back the rest of the stream too. Actually, you know what? Leave. I don't care. Don't care. Sorry, Andy. Golly geez, you did pay. But I'm not going to put up with 10 minutes of that bullshit. No. Did Joe freeze or did I freeze?
You're not frozen.
Okay, I think Joe's.
Oh, Joe is frozen. Yeah. And we lost Truth to Cop.
Truther Cop disappeared. Now he might be back. You're back? Thought maybe you got mad. Are you back, Truther Cop?
Oh, well, the internet kicked me, and then I went, what, Joe Cool leave? What happened?
Joe froze. It looked
Oh, he
like
froze.
he got super happy and maybe he just ascended or something. I don't know.
We finally had an Ascension on panel, live caption on film.
Dude, it could happen, man. It could happen. Oh, Mandy. I could oil my back up and rub it on the camera. You know, folks might get an interest in that. The sexy, oily back rub of Jack rubbing himself.
Jack, all these people, all of this does, this is the financial backing you don't want because it's taking you away from
You know what? Thank you.
your mission is.
Thank you. You're absolutely right. Because, like this, what about getting back to understanding, compassion, and peace flakes? That's the truth, man. That is what I would love for us to trust in, to believe in. Peace is why we're here. I do believe with all sorts of confidence that we are here to do what has never been done before. So why not end all the wars? Hey, that is beautiful. Fun fact, helping others releases endorphins. The feel good chemicals. That's what I was talking about earlier. Our meat suits, right? These meat suits just produce all these chemicals and convert energies into chemicals, and these chemicals feel good in our brain. And when you feel good in your spine and your brain, it's like your body has this new level of life within it. And this is what the people who went to the caves and, meditated and focused on their inner awareness, this is what they figured out for us too. We're all here to be present, to be with pure presence. For pure presence is who we are. Pure presence brings the awareness of the self and the self within everything. So to become the pure presence, we need to look from the place where perception originates. And where perception originates within each of us is our mind of awareness, our body of awareness. And if we just focus on growing our body of awareness, expanding the limits of our intelligence, growing in our capacity to know love, share love, be love, man, this world is going to transform so quickly. I mean, seriously, I know what it sounds like. I know there's all sorts of reasons to doubt and disbelief. But what if? Damn, I should have brought this up when Barney was here. What if old Trump and Talcott can talk about peace, world peace, because he's got the position, he's got the connections. I just don't think he's got the idea or the motivation to follow through with peace and reforms. Not yet. I don't think he has the clarity of vision. He doesn't have the clarity of vision because he's got a mind that's confused. He's focused on the wrong priorities. He believes the dollar is king here on earth. I heard him say it on the news, so it must be true. Came from his mouth. Donald Trump thinks the dollar is king here on earth. Jack Talcott says it's Jesus, it's Christ, it's the love of God. Who's right? Who's wrong? Who's winning? Who's lost? I am not lost, and neither are any of us. For God is with us all, for sure. God is the light that's within us, the light of life that brings forth our awareness. All we are is, we're just moving parts in this incredible dream that God imagined, this dream of life that God imagined and brought forth for you and I to imagine and discover.
Well, Sterling would consider this a tragedy. In this tragic turn of events, as the organizing director of the Guild of Directors of the Panelverse, I think you're also the head actor, is kind of what Brown's Boys... You have two roles there, Jack. You're also the head actor, possibly. Do you want to accept that role? Because this whole Brown's Boy angle, he's the casting director, and he keeps pointing to Jack Talcott being an actor. I think you're also the lead actor of the Panelverse.
I am. I am an actor. I'm playing a role. The role that I am playing and trying to find a way to fill it's big shoes. I'm trying to find a way into the army of Jesus, right? The one that's fighting in the clouds upon his return, the day of judgment.
The armies of angels he's got there, dude. He's got like so many watching over us. It's crazy.
I know. I was thinking about that earlier today. There are so many ancestors and spirits and angels and so many beings of consciousness. Jesus is one of them, right? There's so many angels and entities that are here for us, to protect us, to serve us, to lead us, to guide us. But we got to ask the right questions. We got to turn the right directions. We got to pay attention. But I was thinking about that earlier today. I pray and I invite in the protection, the guidance, the support of the ancestors, the elementals, the angels, anything that is there to serve the light of God and the greatest purpose of me. I invite that to be with me. Because there's truth in all of these stories from our ancestors. There's patterns and synchronicities. There's wisdoms found within the religions. They lasted for so long because there's value in them. There's reasons. There's a reason for everything. And when you accept that the reason for everything, the first cause, the original cause and reason is God, then all you got to do is accept everything. You don't have to fight it. You don't have to label it. You don't have to argue against it. You find a way to love it. You find a way to align with whatever life brings to you and you tell yourself, okay, well, that just happened. Well, okay, I guess those plans changed. And you stay with peace. And you allow love and a loyalty to gratitude to guide you to goodness, to greatness. That's what I think. It just seems to make sense to me. Does it make sense? Love that.
Well, this is where Illumitami would attack you for seeking validation.
Well,
That's where he hits you. This is where he hits you, Jack. In those positions, that's where he's going to come at you, Jack. And I agree with that. I get it. That's why he's also part of the Guild of Directors. And I also invite the Machine Lies, like whatever position he sees, like there, like I'm happy with him to take that OTW. Denizen, I don't know what role people see in themselves sometimes. Certain people, I'm like, all right, you clearly want something. Let's try this. Is this it? Is this it? Illumitami may be he still didn't choose his title. He may be the costume designer, which is like, he gets to choose what roles people can play without being challenged, I guess. I don't know.
I'm not looking for a role. The next role I see for myself that I'm aiming towards is tomato farmer. That's what
so you wanna like troll Sarah the Raging Tomato for content?
No, I want to grow my own breed of tomato.
Do you know
Is
which
it going
one?
to be called Denizen X? That would be pretty cool.
Probably not. I probably would name it something Italian and tomato related.
Beautiful. Sounds like a wonderful goal, and I'd love to help you with it. I bet we can find a way to make it happen. Welcome, Access.
Hey, Jack. If I could, I would like to be the high priest director of Satanism in this, what is it, panel control system?
Well, listen, Access. I do like your perspectives. I do, actually. I this is where it's hard to place you in a role or a category here, because I can't directly allow it. I let Flow State kind of hijack the Department of Revenue, but he threatened to resign last night. He is resigning. That's not the name we agreed to. I can't have any
I just want to contribute my knowledge base of Satanism to be the high priest of the Metaversal.
All right.
Whatever it is.
Okay. All right. Fine. You have Ben Thorpe and I had a conversation. He wants to be the gay relations, the ambassador. I'm hesitant to allow that. So, if you and him have a conversation, and then Jack and I and the rest of the board of directors agrees that you can be allowed in.
How would you describe your family?
That's a. I mean, we're typical in our own way. He does elope. He has a tendency to elope, so if we're not holding on to him, he will go running off. Hi. Or if he doesn't want to be there, he will try to fight us and do us. So it helps to secure him so that we can. Hi, sweet boy. Secure us. So we have a unique family life, but we do a lot of the things that typical families do. One of the things we think about now, he's 17. All of the kids that he started kindergarten or first grade with are in their senior year of high school and planning colleges, and driving,
proms, and all the things that he doesn't care about. So I mean that's one good thing, that he doesn't care about those things. So he's not missing those things. But as a mom, you do kind of miss those things.
Is Aiden your only child?
He is our one and only. So we knew pretty early on that he was going to have some extra needs, and so we just made the decision to have him be our one and only. This is our normal.
Is it easy for your family to socialize with other families?
Not at all. We live in our own little bubble, and we're okay with that at this point. But people invite us to different functions, and we may or may not be able to go. If we go, we may be there for 15 minutes, and we have to leave. So it's very difficult for us to maintain close friendships and relationships. But we now have a close group of people that understand our situation, and so they keep us involved the best that they can.
Aiden just ran away. He went downstairs, and you have this iPad that shows us where he is. Can you tell me about where he is and the purpose of this iPad?
So he's down in our basement, which we turned into a playroom / therapy room for him. We put some hooks in the ceiling, and we have several different swings that will allow him to get some different input, whatever he needs. Currently, he needs to spin, so he's got the tire swing up, and he'll spin around in circles. We also have a platform swing and a chair swing for him, which really helps to accommodate whatever physical release he needs to take care of at the time.
His sensory needs.
Sensory needs.
Tell me about the origins of this camera system and watching him through the iPad.
So he had his first seizure about 2.5 years ago. And before then, we didn't monitor him 24/7. We would let him kind of play on his own, so he would have some independence. And when he had his first seizure, we realized we can't leave him alone ever, because he could have a seizure at any point in time. So we used to follow him around everywhere throughout the house, and he would get very annoyed at that. He would push us out of the room, close the door, push us upstairs. So in order to give him some sense of independence, I found some cameras that we put throughout the entire house, and we can now monitor every room throughout our house. And he has a much greater level of independence now.
What can others do to make friendships more accommodating for your family?
Keep inviting us.
Mm-hmm. You're right. I mean, and just understand that you may invite us 10 times and we may only be able to come once or twice. And when we do come, it may be for 5 minutes, it could be for half an hour. Also that we probably both won't be there at the same time. Aiden doesn't really like conversations. We do have noise canceling headphones that we can use in certain situations. We'll put them on and connect it to his iPad, and he may sit there for a while. But he likes to wander. He likes to explore. He likes to go into people's closets and take the clothes off their hangers and look to see what kind of cool hangers he has. He loves hangers. He carries one around a lot. He may look for places to spin or objects new objects that they may have at their house to spin. So, we're constantly, other people's homes are not Aiden proof. Oh, here we go. I know you think that you weigh 20 pounds, but you do not. Here we go.
Tell me about how you two bond, specifically what just happened downstairs.
He'll give a sign like this, usually with his blanket, that he wants tickles. And I mean, that started when he was probably 2 or 3 years old. Tickles. More tickles. More.
What is it like for you to see when they're wrestling?
I love it. I mean, it's just their bonding time as father and son, and it's something that gives him his sensory input that he really craves and needs, but it also has the benefit of, just dad and son time.
I noticed while you were wrestling with Aiden, you would repeat his vocalizations.
Yeah, and it's just, he's talking to me, he's expressing himself to me. I may not understand what he's saying, but I try to repeat back what he is saying, just so he's like, oh, yep, you hear me, you know what words I'm saying. Some of them I do know, like he'll say kit, and that's for blanket. And so I'll be like, oh, yep.
Yeah.
What's the best thing, JJ?
Yeah.
What's the best thing about your JJ,
Yeah.
what's the best thing about your mom?
Cuddle.
Cuddles.
What's the best thing about your dad?
Cuddle too.
Oh. Okay. So you like when we both cuddle you?
Yeah.
And then we gotta watch cool movies, huh?
Yeah.
Like what? What movies do you like to watch when we cuddle?
Lion King.
Lion King?
Yeah.
Me too.
Me too.
He defied the odds. JJ, by all means, in this type of scenario, he should have been another statistic,
Yeah.
and he wasn't.
I am the boss.
Oh, that you've made that clear. You've made that very clear.
Is he still confident?
Very confident. Oh yes. Yes, there are some times where he gets self-conscious. It's mostly when he's around other kids and they ask questions, you know, they're like, why does he look like that? Or where's his hair? I think he's starting to realize like, oh wait, I'm the only one that looks like that, you know?
How old was JJ at the time of the attack?
He was 22 months old.
How old is he now?
4. And
So it's been about 2 years.
What happened the day JJ was attacked by 5 pit bulls?
so, I was getting in the shower, getting ready to go to work. It was February. It was a weirdly warm Sunday. Kids were out in the front. JJ playing with the giant teddy bear, picking fake flowers, like something you would see out of a movie, you know. She was watching the kids play. She's standing in the doorway, standing on the porch, watching them play. Making lunch. She had some chicken in the oven, which was gonna be my lunch for work. I got out of the shower. I called for her to get my slippers, and when she walked away to get my slippers is when everything started. We heard the snarling and the growling. I ran the house was very small. I ran like maybe 6-7 steps to the window. I popped my head out, and I seen the owner trying to get his dogs, and the dogs dragging my son off the lawn. I wasn't even fully dressed yet. That's kind of like where I blacked out. I remember seeing them, and then next thing you know, I'm kicking a dog, and I'm trying to lay on top of JJ. I finally got an opening, so I laid on top of JJ. I tried to shield him with my body. The dogs were literally just going for him. They didn't care about me.
Black dog, brown dog. All the little dogs.
Yeah.
And I just ate.
I laid on top of him. I was trying to get all his limbs underneath me. I got 3 of his 4 limbs underneath me, but they kept going for his head, so I ended up having to basically use my face to try to shield him.
You can still see scabbing. There's still scabbing right there.
I kind of saw an opening in the dog's mouth, and I just stuck my hand in there. I stuck my hand as far as I could in the throat. The dog gagged and let go. I picked him up, and like this whole time I'm calling for her to get my firearm, but when I turned JJ around, at that moment I had 2 choices. It was either let my anger get the best of me and go after these dogs, or keep my son alive. And when I turned him over, I seen what they did to his face, or what was left of it, and I could see like directly into his throat, and I could see he was choking. So I turned him on his side to relieve that.
Hey, JJ.
Always doing this.
Should we do the interview upside down?
Yeah.
Okay, I will try this. I'm not sure how I'm gonna pull it off. Oh, how's that?
Good.
Are you ready for the upside down interview?
Yeah.
If somebody wants to be your friend, what should they do?
Look upside down.
Go upside down?
Yeah.
Like this?
Yeah.
He was scalped pretty much to the bone, and that's why his hair will never grow back. There was no putting it back, nothing. The dogs had consumed part of it, and his skull was there. One of the things that had happened was when I had picked him up and I was holding him, like I said, for a moment there, I thought he was gone, because at first he was groaning and stuff, and I was trying to soothe him, and then he stopped. When he stopped is when I saw that he had blood in his throat, and that's when I turned to hopefully get it out. I turned him on his side. When I turned him on his side, I accidentally put pressure on his skull. My hand was on his skull. When I did that, he started screaming, and that's when I was like, okay, he's still here. He's still here.
I never knew what eyeballs really look like out of your face. But when you have no face, they're just hanging. And that's how I saw my son, my little baby. And I thought he was gone.
He had no skin left on his face?
So
It's hanging off.
As far as like his injuries, he was scalped. He was scalped severely. He had a big hole in his face where now you can see the scarring.
It was like this.
Yeah.
Like that, all that.
If you were to introduce your grandson to somebody who didn't previously know him, what would you say?
He's full of spirit, and he's full of sweetness, and he's so much fun. He's a very loving little boy. Weren't you, baby? Yeah. To them, it may look like life is over, but it's not.
Tell me all about your son, Talon.
Okay, so Talon is 8 years old. He is in first grade. He loves dinosaurs. His favorite color is green. He loves watching movies. He has a trach connected to a ventilator. It happened 2020 from an accident. He wasn't born this way. What you would say, he was typical up until June 2020 from a drowning accident. He has an anoxic brain injury from lack of oxygen. It left him now requiring help from a ventilator 24/7 to breathe, but he is still conscious, aware, he can hear, he can see, he's, still the same.
Haley, you are Talon's aunt.
Yes.
What is it like to be his aunt?
Well, he's the first nephew, so he was the one who gave me the title aunt. And I don't know, he's the best. Talon was spunky. He was my little buddy, and I was his Aunt Heyday, so we were best pals. It was June 7th, 2020, in the heat of COVID. We had just bought an ATV, actually, the day before. It was side by side. He was the passenger, my husband was driving. We had all the safety things you would think of, seatbelt, helmet, and it was they were driving in our pasture. And we have about 10 acres out back, and we relocated him now, but we had this one lonely cow, and he had a habit of wanting to chase vehicles, and the cow had popped over the hill chasing the ATV, and my husband swerved so he didn't hit the cow head on. He didn't realize how close he was to the pond, and drove into the pond. He unbuckled himself, unbuckled Talon, but Talon's arm got caught in the seatbelt, and then the ATV capsized, and Talon got stuck and went down with the ATV.
What was it like for you when he experienced his accident?
It sucks. I don't have children, And Talon was my, our first baby. And I know he's not my son, but he was almost like my kid. And I didn't, no one ever expects this stuff to happen, ever. And then when it happened, it just rocks your world. They get him out. The ambulance gets there, and I know Talon was under there for at least 10 to 15 minutes. And I mean, we all know, that much time without oxygen to the brain, it's not good odds.
Did he lose his heartbeat? Did they revive him?
Yes, yeah. He had cardiac arrest, so I mean, I didn't expect like a good outcome.
His life has changed a lot. Our life has changed a lot, but his heart's still there, and his brain is still there, and he can hear us and understand things. He's just not able to react in the ways he used to react.
I know that Talon's not going to be the Talon we had before, but he'll be the best Talon that I could have. So, and we'll make the best of his life.
Like the doctors in the hospital, they wanted us to put him in a home. That wasn't an option. We weren't going to leave him.
Talon at the time, he didn't do any of this. He didn't move. I mean, he was, I would say, a shell of a body. He didn't open his eyes. He didn't, his eyelids didn't even twitch. His fingers didn't move. Nothing. And they told me that's what I was going to have for the rest of his life. I wasn't settling for that. And so, I fought to bring him home. I found nursing care.
When the accident first happened and we were at the hospital, I stayed at this hotel. And the Salvation Army was set up there. And there was a lady working, and she said, "Can I help you?" She thought I had a room through them, and I told her I was wanting to check out, but I wanted to renew my room because I didn't know when my grandson would get out. And I told her the story. She asked what happened, and I told her my life was over. And she came over and she prayed with me, and she said, "You go over to that hospital and you talk to Talon. You spend time with him and cherish every moment because he's there."
We go to Texas to this center. It's Austin Center for Developing Minds. And he has this QEEG done on his brain. The past couple times that we've had it done, we've left him with the QEEG brain map on, and we would ask him questions, and you could see while I was talking to him where that it would just light up. One, when he was hearing my voice, his brain would just go crazy.
What did you think when you saw that?
I cried. But, so, he knows my voice. And then, I was asking him to do things, and it would light up like him responding that, he knew what I was saying, wanting to do that. They called it locked in syndrome. So, he knows what's going on, but he can't do anything about it.
He's there. And it's so important that he knows that we're here, that he's not alone. The doctor told us he has what they call locked-in syndrome. And I don't want him to ever feel like he's alone. He's always there. And it's important that we're there for him. And that we continuously let him know that he's loved.
In what ways do you bond with Talon today?
It's different. how we bond with him and stuff, but like whenever he's just laying in his room, like when he used to bother me, I'll go in there and I'll bother him, and I'll just sit there and I'll lay on him. Not like all the way on him, obviously I'm too big, but like I'll just lay on him and I'll hold him and just get right in his face and tell him how he's the best ever in the whole wide world.
Why is that close contact important?
Just so he knows I'm there and that I'll always be there.
Addie, tell me all about your brother.
My brother he's very mischievous. We used to be double trouble. I'm sure that all our family could vouch for that. Hey, you gotta calm down. He's a very strong boy. Very courageous, I would say.
Tell me about Talon's relationship with his sister.
They were the best of friends. Well, they still are the best of friends, but even beforehand, they like sidekicks. Always getting in trouble and then always fighting, like brothers and sisters do.
After his accident, like, you know, we couldn't like hold a conversation or anything, so it was kind of hard to like have that connection with him and you know, show him that I'm there for him.
How did you learn to make that connection again?
Just being there day by day. It gets easier.
I try to make sure that she's not neglected because Talon requires a lot of care.
Tell me about how you two bonded before the accident and how you two bond today.
Before the accident, we were basically like this. we played Minecraft together for hours. He wanted to always be in my room. I have videos of him jumping on me and taking me down like he was huge. Like, we definitely gave each of us a fair share of beatings. But now, I try to read to him, and just go in his room and talk, or just sit in there and so he'll see my presence.
What do you talk about?
We talk about, I just ask him how he is, and I'll whisper in his ear, and he'll usually look at me. The first time he opened his eyes at me and looked at me, I was shocked. I was like, oh my gosh. He's got the McDreamy hair, as we all say.
Is there anything that others can do, maybe people you encounter in your daily life, just to make
April 2024. Dayton police are summoned to an ordinary street after reports of an awful tragedy.
16-year-old granddaughter's been shot in the torso somewhere. I don't know what happened.
Where is she? Where's the gun?
Upstairs. Go up to the right.
It's a scene of chaos.
Where's the gun? He's right here. Where's the gun?
I heard everybody screaming. Okay. Hang in there.
In only an instant, this family's lives have been turned upside down.
Leave your phone. I'm on the phone with my grandmother.
No, she's not. No, she's not. No, she's not.
Their 15-year-old daughter has been shot in the chest. Worst of all, it was a family member who was holding the gun.
He's autistic. He had no idea what he was doing.
We gotta start CPR.
A vulnerable child and a lethal weapon. Is this tragedy a matter of carelessness or something darker? Here on The Decoder, we've gone through hours of exclusive body cam footage to understand what really happened that fateful April day when 15-year-old Kendra lost her life. The mistakes, alongside the lies.
Stop lying to me. Stop lying to me.
This is the story of the death of Kendra Farler.
Can we have more room? Okay. Please.
Sanders, come grab this gun.
Hello, everyone. I've been hopping around a bit. I don't know how much I can show of certain things. They might be copyrighted content. So I'm trying to be careful. There's a lot of creeps that watch my channel looking to report my channel because they are against the truth. They are against free speech. They're against me exposing this realm. They are jealous, envious, demonic, evil, creepy creatures. And they stalk me. They obsess over me. They're losers, and they belong here in this hell realm. And I will do everything within my power to make sure they stay here, locked in here forever and ever and ever. This is what they deserve. And this place is going to turn into a hell that I don't think anyone in this realm can even imagine. None of you that come to my channel. Especially not the lurking demons that think it's all a joke. You're going to deserve everything that you get. You deserve it. You earned it. You earned what is coming. And it's going to be a true hell in here. Now, I noticed that days ago, this Erica Dugay character posted this. So he has 233,000 subs. 233,000. And in 6 days, he got 14,000 views. He didn't get 20. He didn't get 100,000, 150, 200,000. He's not getting close. And this is a trend on YouTube. So I'm starting to wonder what's going on. I don't think it's just shadow banning. I think there's more going on to it. I think a lot of beings in this realm lose interest. You lose interest. I find it very interesting. Now, why should you get out of here if you lose interest? I don't mean in Erica Dugay, but lose interest in anything in this place or in everything. I notice a trend that people lose interest in everything, and they're always saying how bored they are. You can be bored here and stay here forever. I don't want to deal with creatures that complain about how bored they are, whine and cry and complain, and they're just saying they're bored and boring. And it's just, I would never want to spend eternity with you creatures that do that. Never, never. You can stay the fuck away from me. And I noticed that a lot more and more, just bored with everything, just bitching and whining and complaining, and it's really sickening. It truly is.
Thomas Kuhn is a highly respected scholar of the 20th century and author of The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Kuhn describes a short history of the development of science in the Western world. Science is about identifying a phenomenon and using logic and reason to understand that phenomena. An online definition of science says, quote, "The intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment." Science can also mean a systematically organized body of knowledge on a particular subject, for example, physics, life sciences, chemistry, and geology. The goal of science is to explain natural phenomena by finding patterns of behavior and using the pattern to make accurate predictions. Science begins with observation of a phenomena. Examples of phenomena that have fascinated scientists throughout the centuries: the pendulum, the nature of light, the structure of matter, disease and its causes, patterns of behavior of the sun, moon, and stars, and of course many others. When several theories on the same theme merge, they become a paradigm. According to the online definition, a phenomenon is a fact or situation that is observed to exist or happen, especially one whose cause or expectation is in question. and also an object or aspect known through the senses rather than by thought or intuition. The quest to understand the why and how of study of phenomena triggers research which sometimes leads to establishing scientific facts. A fact is an irrefutable truth. A scientific fact can be verified by observation and/or experiment over and over again, giving approximately the same result. For example, seawater contains several dissolved salts and minerals. Experiment: heat seawater until all the liquid evaporates. Result: crystalline residue of salts and minerals remain in the container. This experiment can be repeated again and again, producing the same result. But sometimes there are unexpected circumstances that do not fit, called anomalies. According to an online definition, an anomaly is something that deviates from what is standard, normal, or expected. A situation or event that arises cannot be explained within the framework of a given theory. Anomalies are inconvenient but important because they drive research either to confirm existing theories, discover new phenomenon, or abandon old theories to form new ones. A simple anecdote. A boy, Tom, grows up believing the theory his parents taught him, that all stones, when thrown into water, sink to the bottom. One day he is on the beach and finds a stone and throws it into the sea. To his amazement, it sinks and then floats to the top. He realizes the paradigm taught to him by his parents is shattered. He runs home and tells his parents. His father replies and says, "But that is what our parents and grandparents taught us. Sorry, son, we didn't know." The theory must now be changed to most stones, when thrown into water, sink to the bottom. The rock is pumice, found on some beaches, a light rock with a density less than water, full of tiny holes, left by escaping gases, which is thrown out of ancient active volcanoes. It floats because it is less dense than water. The point made here, simple as it sounds, is theories and paradigms have to change as new knowledge is gained. When a phenomenon is initially identified, ideas are brought together to form theories, and the theories are then tested by forming hypotheses, then making experiments to see if the theories are valid. This is the nuts and bolts of science. Theories fail because anomalies are found that do not fit the theory, so the theory is no longer viable and must change. Kuhn says that paradigms, quote, are a framework containing the basic assumptions, ways of thinking, and methodology that are commonly accepted by members of a scientific community, a cognitive framework shared by members of any discipline or group. He uses the term paradigm in different senses. He calls accepted paradigms ruling paradigms, or grand narratives, worldviews, and related terms such as paradigm change, paradigm shift, paradigm driven, and paradigm expectation to describe experiments, which determine the way in which experiments are designed and interpreted. Kuhn saw a historical pattern in the way science develops over time, generations, even centuries, and by understanding the pattern, it is possible to predict how old paradigms are abandoned or morph into new paradigms. He shows how to identify when old paradigms are creaking and need to regenerate. The list below is a summary of 6 stages: normal science, puzzle solving, forming of paradigms, identifying anomalies that drive research, crisis, and revolution. Normal science is based on the acknowledgement of prior scientific achievements. Puzzle solving is explaining the observations of phenomena in terms of known science, which leads to better understanding. A paradigm is an accepted plan, a single group of theories to give a rational explanation to a phenomenon or puzzle. Anomalies are observations that cannot be explained within the framework of an accepted theory or paradigm. Crisis. All crises begin with confusion, the blurring of a paradigm, and need to loosen the rules of normal research. A revolution in science changes the common worldview, the ruling paradigm, and the way scientists think. Also, the related terms paradigm and paradigm shift, widely used as from the mid-20th century onward, but some scholars do not see the term paradigm as adequately defined. Ian Hacking, in his introductory essay to Kuhn's book, describes the sense that Kuhn used the word paradigm. Hacking says paradigms, quote, can be read in endless ways and put to many uses. Kuhn himself admitted that he lost control of the word. Kuhn's view of paradigms has been criticized in detail by Margaret Masterman, who claimed there are 22 different applications of the word. In this book, the concept of paradigms will often substitute for a variety of familiar notions. A paradigm is a fundamental unit of scientific development, a unit that cannot be fully reduced to logically atomic components which might function in its stead. Kuhn cites Aristotle's analysis of motion, Ptolemy's computations of planetary positions, Antoine Lavoisier's application of the chemical balance, Maxwell's mathematization of the electromagnetic fields as paradigms. Exemplary instances of science are typically to be found in books and papers. Kuhn describes great texts as paradigms: heliocentricity, geocentricity, Ptolemy's Almagest. Such texts contain not only the key theories and laws, but also, and this is what makes them paradigms, the applications of those theories in the solution of important problems, along with the new experimental or mathematical techniques. According to Kuhn, paradigms are not a fixed, but a changing set of theories, but a dynamic system, a bubble of theories or ideas with a permeable, flexible skin, where the constituent theories are continually scrutinized, a shared constellation of beliefs, values, and techniques embraced by a particular community. Beliefs, ideas, and theories change with advancing knowledge, so the outer skin of developing theories must be flexible. Richard Tarnas says, there is an appreciation of the plasticity and constant change of reality and knowledge, stress on the priority of concrete experience over fixed abstract principles, and a conviction that no single a priori thought system should govern belief or investigation. Kuhn describes the term revolution, which is often associated with political revolution, where one political ideology overturns another, usually by force. New discoveries may also lead to a complete change or revolution, for example, in the style and standard of living and the way people think. But there are other kinds of revolutions: cultural, social, and scientific revolutions. Kuhn sees scientific revolutions as indicators of cultural change and belief. Scientific revolutions can change the way people think, including scientists. Some examples of scientific revolutions are Pythagorean philosophy, Hippocrates, the father of medicine, Aristotelian philosophy, Ptolemy's geocentrism, Nicholas Copernicus's heliocentrism, the Industrial Revolution, Pasteur's germ theory, the Communications Revolution, Morse code, Marconi's wireless communication, the Computer Revolution, and the list goes on. All of these brought cultural and social change because cultural and scientific revolutions are interrelated, where logic and reason demand change. But there is a negative side to paradigm development. If paradigms lose their flexibility, they cannot incorporate change from the outside. Some examples of change by a scientist who thought outside the existing and accepted paradigm. In Britain, the idea of X-rays were originally thought to be a hoax. X-rays were discovered by accident. They were denied to exist by a leading scientist of the day, Lord Thomson, because it did not fit the box. When X-rays were to be seen as a form of light, and everything fell into place, Thomson was thinking in terms or rigid paradigms of his own experience, effectively saying, I am a leading scientist of the day. How can I not know about this? The discovery of wireless communication is another example. Marconi was only one of several scientists working with wireless communication at the turn of the 19th century, but he is a well-known name because he helped commercialize the practical use of wireless, receiving the Nobel Prize in 1909. But early on, he was ridiculed by mainstream scientists of the time for his ideas about wireless communication over long distances around the globe. Critics said the curve of the Earth would be a barrier that would deflect wireless waves by the equivalent of a wall of seawater 125 miles high. They were wrong. In 1903, Marconi launched a transmitter, at his own expense, on a huge kite in Cornwall, England, and transmitted a successful radio message in Morse code to Newfoundland. This was a revolution indeed, and a new communication paradigm was born that changed the world. Scientists are often wrong. Marconi's ideas certainly caused a rapid paradigm shift, and by 1906, nearly all ships of the British Navy were fitted with wireless communication. And today, the mobile cell phones are ubiquitous. Out with the old, and in with the new. Louis Pasteur faced a mountain of criticism from his own colleagues against his germ theory. Fortunately, this made him more determined, producing more rigorous experimental procedures and plans, which demolished the miasma paradigm. Many thousands of lives were saved in the 19th century alone by doctors simply washing their hands between dealing with each patient. Glenn Seaborg, as a young chemist in 1944, suggested moving 5 elements in the periodic table to be with the lanthanides below the existing periodic table. His colleagues advised him, "Glenn, do not do this. You will ruin your scientific reputation." Seaborg decided he did not have a scientific reputation and went ahead receiving the Nobel Prize in 1951 for his contribution to chemistry. People who oppose grand narratives or ruling paradigms are often referred to as conspiracy theorists, a pejorative term often leading to ridicule and rejection. Historical figures such as Pythagoras, Hippocrates, Claudius Ptolemy, Copernicus, Kepler, Isaac Newton, and Pasteur were all at first conspiracy theorists, exposing anomalies, devising new theories, and eventually new and better paradigms. But when anomalies are observed in heliocentricity today, for example, they are more often than not dismissed, ignored, and ridiculed. One of the main problems with mainstream sciences, scientists become the sole arbiters and critics of their own paradigm beliefs and lose their flexibility, become concretized, making change impossible. Astronomy is a typical example of a monolithic, closed elite group ignoring any other cosmological models. Richard Tarnas comments, "To an extent never consciously recognized by scientists, the nature of scientific practice makes its governing paradigms self-validating. The paradigms act as a lens through which every observation is filled and is maintained as an authoritative bulwark by convention. Through teachers and texts, scientific pedagogy sustains the inherited paradigms and ratifies its credibility, tending to produce firmness of conviction and theoretical rigidity not unlike education in systematic neurology. Fixed on immovable ideas, paradigms become concretized, and this applies it to theological thinking. In theology, it is called dogma. For every observed fact presupposes an interpretive focus. In science, these conjectures must be continually and systematically tested. At any time, a new test could falsify it. One of the great difficulties of experimental research is how the results are interpreted. Tarnas continues, "The problematic conclusion was reinforced by the newly critical approach to philosophy and the history of science, influenced above all by the work of Karl Popper and Thomas Kuhn, drawing on the insights of Hume and Kant. Popper noted that science can never produce knowledge that is certain or even probable. Man serves the universe as a stranger, making imaginative guesses about its structure and workings." According to Kuhn, a paradigm is said to be complete when there are no longer any questions to ask. He suggests that 2 paradigms in particular may be considered to be complete: the pendulum, eventually mathematically modeled by Isaac Newton, and Newton's optics, but this is open to debate. The danger is when people stop asking questions and concretization sets in. There are, however, stable paradigms, such as Thomas Young's wave theory of light, and later wave-particle duality, and other fully quantitative paradigms, such as thermodynamics, with theory of light and electromagnetic spectrum, all of which have produced laws of science, demonstrated by making very accurate predictions. Realistically speaking, it can be argued no paradigm is complete and must surrender itself to eventual adjustments and changes. Arguably, paradigms are never really complete because there is no foreseen end to knowledge. Paradigms are important, like stepping stones in pursuit of scientific truth, and must inevitably change in order for science to grow and move forward. Paradigms become necessary because eventually there is a need to define rules and laws in order to make predictions. Kuhn used the term normal science, which is used to investigate anomalies within paradigms when a paradigm ceases to function effectively. Without a paradigm, writing definitions, setting rules and laws, terminology and specialist language would be problematic. Kuhn discusses the defining characteristics of scientific research, seeing scientific revolution through paradigm change. One of the first attempts to record and classify the sciences was Aristotle. Aristotle was a polymath, a great intellectual of his day, a philosopher, mathematician. He wrote about politics, ethics, medicine, astronomy, physics, and life sciences. Aristotle expressed theories to explain phenomena as he saw it at the time, within the confines of knowledge that existed at the time. The majority of Aristotle's work, written in classical Greek, has been lost, and only about 1/3 has survived, thanks to Arab scholars. Arabic translations reached Western Europe about the 12th century, and were translated into Latin, the common language of scholars. Scholars such as Roger Bacon and Thomas Aquinas helped introduce Aristotelian philosophy into schools and university curriculums across Europe. Aristotle's surviving works give insight into the ancient Greek mindset, but also to the 21st century mindset. Aristotle's theories and ideas may seem nonsense today, but not at the time. According to Kuhn, one of the reasons Aristotle's plethora of paradigms lasted for so long is simply because there was nothing better. And paradigms change when they fail to answer questions, and when something better comes along. But nothing better came forward until the 17th century, when traditional Aristotelian ideas were challenged. Aristotle was the only text in the philosophy of science in the West, and lasted for over 1600 years, but change was painfully slow. Galileo was an Aristotelian, but was one of the first to challenge Aristotle. For example, Aristotle saw the pendulum swinging as constrained falling, but Galileo, however, looked at the swinging body, saw a pendulum as a body that almost succeeded in repeating the same motion over and over again ad infinitum. The better description, of course, came from Christian Huygens. Finally, Isaac Newton presented the solution as an elegant mathematical formula which enabled the behavior of the pendulum to be fully explained, mathematically modeled, and used to make accurate predictions. Taking Hippocrates as an example, Hippocrates saw the human system composed of 4 humors: black bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. Humors were seen as chemical systems regulating human behavior, and disease was due to a deficiency in the 4 fluids being out of balance. Sounds like a mechanic describing the internal combustion engine, but at the time there was nothing else that even resembled what is now understood to be science, and it was all recorded and written down for posterity, and it all made sense. As Kuhn says, paradigms appear to be true at the time and make sense. The Aristotelian and Hippocratic paradigms endured for 1600 years and embraced by the greatest academic minds of the Middle Ages through to the Age of Reason and Enlightenment. Until something better came along, Hippocrates and Aristotle were the only recorded paradigms they had. But finding better paradigms to replace them was long and very slow. The formation of a new paradigm is often born of conflict. As new knowledge from experiment and observation arrives, more questions arise that cannot be answered by the existing paradigm, so the paradigm is often ignored, giving way to cognitive dissonance. After all, who would dare challenge the great Hippocrates, the father of medicine, and Aristotle, the godfather of evidence-based medicine, the fountain of wisdom, and founder of many scientific paradigms? But both Hippocratean and Aristotelian paradigms fell with a great crash, as research revealed more knowledge, and a deeper understanding of human biology, William Harvey's blood circulation, Edward Jenner's inoculation against smallpox, Louis Pasteur's germ theory, and so many other pioneers of medicine. The phlogiston paradigm asserted that all matter is made of 4 elements: earth, fire, air, and water. A rather crude, simple modern example of the phlogiston theory with a modern twist. Take a hair comb made of recyclable plastic and gently and progressively heat the comb. The comb is at first solid, earth. Heat the comb and it melts to a liquid, water. Continue to heat it and it becomes a gas, air, and eventually burns, fire. What was left was phlogiston ashes. The phrenology paradigm lasted only a few decades at most. Miasma is the theory that disease was caused by bad smells. This assertion is perhaps the most extravagant manifestation of a belief that prevailed in the medical profession for much of the 19th century and survived in some quarters into the 20th century. This belief held that most, if not all, disease was caused by inhaling air that was infected through exposure to corrupting matter. Such matter might be rotting corpses, the exhalations of other people already infected, sewage, or even rotting vegetation. The miasmatical explanation of the cause of disease figured prominently in the long debates among the people who were responsible for combating the cholera epidemics that afflicted Britain between 1831 and 1866. The downfall of the miasma paradigm started with a serious outbreak of typhoid fever in the 19th century London. A doctor noticed that the victims got water from the same water pump. He reasoned that the infection was from the water, and had nothing to do with bad smells, which was a result of poor sewage management. Other developments in Europe, such as Pasteur's germ theory, after further research and debate, the miasma paradigm was abandoned. At least 2 other medical paradigms fell for the same reasons, as a result of observation of anomalies, leading to research and new and better paradigms. The discovery of how to artificially produce insulin, the first of many hormones to be produced. Before artificial insulin, type 1 diabetes was a fatal disease, and most treatments were unsuccessful. But since the 1920s and until now, millions can enjoy an active and full life. A revolution in medicine based on normal research. The discovery of penicillin, based on simple observation in the 1920s, Alexander Fleming and Howard Florey, saved millions of lives of people, including World War II soldiers on the battlefields. Before penicillin, people could die from simple grazes and wounds by bacterial infection. This is another example of a revolution based on science research where old paradigms are swept away and replaced by new and better paradigms. The Pythagoreans were a Grecian cult who existed in Magna Graecia, a Greek colony on the toe of Italy. They believed that the whole world, including the many scientific phenomena, could be explained by rational numbers. A rational number is a real number and can be expressed as an integer, a whole number, or a fraction, for example, 1, 2, 3, -1, -2, -3, or 3/4, 1/2, 1/5. But the square root of 2 is irrational, and cannot be expressed numerically. But the square root of 2 can be drawn, so it must exist, but as an irrational number. The Pythagoreans were absolutists, rigid and immovable, and this was the reason their paradigm crumbled. What did the Pythagoreans do when they recognized their fundamental beliefs were wrong? Did they say something like, "Sorry guys, we made a mistake, but never mind, let's take it on the chin and move on"? No, they made it a secret, and anyone who told the secret was murdered. Such is the power of secret societies. Hippias of Metapontum, a Pythagorean philosopher, was drowned at sea for breaking the Pythagorean rules and secrecy, showing that some numbers cannot be expressed as rational numbers, and thus exposing the falsity of Pythagorean dogma. Now this does not seem a big deal in this day and age, but it was at the time, because the Pythagoreans were rigid and concretized in their beliefs, embracing many absolutes, and were unable to compromise, an attitude that still exists today in modern astronomy. The irrational number was an anomaly, and anomalies are important and should never be ignored. The square root of 2 must exist because it can be drawn, but it cannot be expressed fully in rational numbers. Astronomers today, who do research only to confirm their beliefs rather than make new discoveries, make the same error as the Pythagoreans. They claim the mean distances of planets and the Sun from Earth are absolutes. They claim the mean distance of the Sun from Earth is 93 million miles, and make this value an absolute, called the astronomical unit, AU, in which all measurements to stars, planets, and distant galaxies are measured. But a closer study shows this distance is undetermined, and no more than a guess. Recall David Hume's example. All swans are white. But this is only true until a swan of a different color is found. Then the absolute fact crumbles. History shows that scientists should be very careful before declaring absolutes. Another example is Max Muller, who wrote a pamphlet challenging Charles Darwin on the evolution of human language. Darwin called Muller a dangerous man. Why was Muller dangerous? Because Muller claimed that language was sophisticated at the beginning and could not develop from grunts and groans of primitive man. This was seen as a threat to the new evolution paradigm. This claim is supported by Noam Chomsky, an American theoretical linguist born in 1928, who argued that a single chance mutation occurring in one individual in the order of 100,000 years ago, instantaneously installing the language faculty, a component of the mind-brain, in perfect or near-perfect form, was hard to accept or prove. Similarly, when heliocentrists today are confronted by alternative models presenting plausible evidence based on observation and simple experiments, they feel threatened and react accordingly, and often retaliate with ridicule. Beliefs deeply entrenched in the mind have become concretized and rigid dogma, and asking the wrong questions undermines deeply entrenched beliefs. Beliefs are often established in childhood by parents or teachers, and as they grow, it becomes unchallengeable truth. The old Jesuit saying, "Give me a boy until he is 7, and I will give you the man," may well be true, since the brain is soft and flexible in the early years, and early conditioning is hard to remove. So new ideas are always met with suspicion and healthy skepticism, and so it should be. When long-standing beliefs are challenged, they nearly always encounter resistance at a socio-cultural level. One of the problems of research is interpretation of the results. Experiments often conform to the beliefs and expectations of the experimenter, and data is valued through the existing paradigm lens. A good example is the phlogiston paradigm referred to earlier. The ancient Greeks believed that all matter was made from 4 elements: fire, earth, air, and water. An Aristotelian paradigm that was accepted for centuries by the finest minds of both the ancients and the medieval period, recast in the 17th century scientists. But it was the element of air that proved to be its undoing. Phlogiston was thought to be a substance without odor, mass, or color. When a substance burned to ash, a theoretical substance, phlogiston, was released. What are now known as elemental gases, in the 17th and 18th centuries, were known as types of air. In the 18th century, Joseph Priestley believed he had isolated phlogiston as a pure substance. Joseph Priestley and Henry Cavendish both made a discovery of something when experimenting with gases. They called them airs. So when Henry Cavendish discovered a combustible gas with no odor or color, and was effectively weightless, he believed he had discovered the substance called phlogiston. Priestley discovered that when red mercury oxide was strongly heated, it yielded an air that was combustible. When French chemist Anton Lavoisier heard of Priestley's experiment, he was doubtful and repeated Priestley's experiment in reverse, by heating elemental mercury and producing mercury oxide. In his experiment, contrary to the phlogiston paradigm, which suggested that when substances burned, substance was lost, but Lavoisier's reverse experiment showed something was gained, because the resultant product weighed more than the original mass of mercury, so something appears to have been added. This was the final blow to the phlogiston paradigm, which was gradually abandoned. Kuhn suggests Lavoisier's observation was a scientific revolution that contributed to another scientific revolution in the understanding of the structure of matter and the development of modern chemistry. It was the reaction of Priestley and Cavendish, both believers in phlogiston, to Lavoisier's experiment that is of great interest. They evaluated their experimental results in terms of the ruling paradigm, phlogiston, within the framework of a presupposed paradigm. Their experiments were no doubt paradigm-driven and carried out to conform an existing belief, assuming the belief was valid in the first instance. Lavoisier, on the other hand, used a scientific methodology that completely changed the understanding of the nature of matter, resulting in a new paradigm, the particulate theory of matter, the belief that matter is constructed from atoms and molecules. Phlogiston was swept away. Whether Cavendish continued to accept the phlogiston theory is doubtful, but Joseph Priestley showed no change and died still embracing the belief. This example shows how difficult it is to dislodge ruling paradigms that are so deep.
Ryan, how old are you?
8.
Connor, how old are you?
11.
What's it like to have a younger brother who's taller than you?
Just, it doesn't matter because like you'll be tall one day too.
When somebody meets you for the first time, what do you hope they think?
That I'm nice, friendly, and kind.
Why is that important to you?
Because like that's what you have to be to like have a friend.
I have a rare condition too, but we'll only be talking. You may notice that only half my face works.
Yes, I did notice.
Yeah.
What is that?
So I have a small little thing called a facial nerve schwannoma, which is a tumor, a benign tumor that's on my facial nerve in behind my ear.
Did that put you in a unique position to guide Connor through his rare syndrome?
No, because mine isn't life-threatening. It's not a disease where the people that are afflicted by it look any different. So people see my son and think that he's just a normal kid when he really isn't.
What's it like to be you?
It's like to be having Bar syndrome and like not being as strong as everyone else in your class and being short.
What are some of the complications of Bar syndrome that are hard to talk about in front of Connor?
Life expectancy. That's difficult.
If you had one wish, what would it be?
To never go to school again.
Why would that be your wish?
Because it's just boring and I would rather watch TV.
One of the biggest problems with Bar syndrome is that little boys that have it look so normal and no one would ever understand that inside there's such a deadly disease living.
What's it like to have a younger brother who looks up to you?
Sometimes they can be annoying, but like sometimes they can also be nice.
We get in fights because sometimes Connor just wants to annoy me because he's the older one.
So you annoy him on purpose? You annoy him on purpose sometimes? Mm-hmm. What do you do?
I just like tell him to get out of here.
What do you think when he says that?
I know that he's just trying to annoy me and I try not to get really angry.
Even when you guys are arguing, are you still brothers that love each other?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How do you know?
Because no matter how much we argue, the next day or even the next week, we're always laughing together again.
You said that Barth syndrome is life-threatening, so I'm assuming this is something you all actively discuss?
We do, yes.
What do you tell him?
Well, we tell him that it's important for him to continue to take his medications and to recognize when something might not feel right inside of him. For instance, he can't tolerate high heat. So in days like today, where it's 90 plus degrees outside, he wouldn't be allowed to really go outside too much. The heat could overcome him.
What is Barth syndrome?
It's a disease where like it causes your heart and you have to take medicine.
What does it do to your heart?
Like it makes sure like it's like small and like it could have problems at any time.
Barth syndrome is a ultra rare X-linked metabolic disease. It's genetically caused. X-links refer to the fact that it only affects boys. It's ultra rare, and basically what that means is that people with Barth syndrome, the cells in their bodies, the mitochondria in their cells is damaged and doesn't create energy or allow them to enjoy any sort of endurance physically. And that affects all the muscles in their bodies. The largest muscle in your body is your heart. So children with Barth syndrome almost 100% of the time have heart disease. So Connor suffers from heart disease, dilated cardiomyopathy.
Does Connor ever teach you about Barth syndrome?
Yeah, because sometimes I'm a little too rough with him, and he always reminds me that he can't do everything that I do.
What do you tell him, Connor?
Just like take it easy a little.
Do you have to take special care of your heart?
Mhm.
What do you do to take special care of your heart?
Like I go to the hospital every year.
We've been open with him about the symptoms. He still isn't quite mature enough to be able to really articulate those verbally very well. So I think he's got a pretty good idea, even though he can't articulate it, what the symptoms are. But we don't talk too much about life expectancy, which is definitely shorter.
When did you first start to realize your brother has Barth syndrome?
Well, when I was a baby, of course I didn't really get it. But when I grew older, I realized that he was different, and he couldn't do everything that I could do.
What's your favorite thing about your mom?
She made me.
That's it? I made you? That's all? That was the easy part.
How would you describe Connor to somebody who doesn't know him?
He's very shy at first, but he has a very old soul, funny personality. He's quirky in a good way.
If you could send a message to every adult in the world, what would you say?
Be nice to your kids.
What can adults do to be nice to their kids?
Buy them whatever they want.
What do you want?
Video games.
What is the most important thing for others to understand about Barth syndrome?
I think primarily that, it just really drains his energy. So a lot of times when you may think, I never want anyone accusing him of being lazy, because it's not a laziness thing. It's just that he can't physically do what you're asking of him.
Is it tough for people to understand that because it's not entirely physically visible?
Yeah, it is. A lot of people, unless they can harken back to their biology days in school, don't really know what mitochondria are, what they do, or how they could be affected by a disease. And so it's hard for them to kind of understand. And even his friends, it'll be like, why are you so slow? Or you can't keep up, or what's going on? So as he's gotten older, he's had to learn how to tell some of his good buddies, what's going on, so that they kind of understand, and not to, not make fun of him, because they don't make fun of him, but, chide him for not being able to keep up.
There's another thing that, people don't ever see, and it's Connor's food aversions. He has a lot of problems with eating. He's very rarely hungry. So he's almost 12 and he weighs about 45 pounds. So he's basically the size of maybe a boy half his age. And we can't get him to eat because he's just not hungry.
What is school like for you?
Very boring, and it's just not fun.
Why not?
Because you have to learn, and it's really hard.
Thinking takes a lot of energy. And so school's hard for him just to get through the day. A lot of boys with Barth syndrome don't even go to school full time. So he is able to handle it full time. Although he does get tired sometimes, yeah.
Can you describe what is happening in the body when a person with Barth syndrome does not have the energy to do something?
Kind of. As I said, it's a metabolic disease, and I'm not a scientist or a research person, but basically the cells in Connor's body are damaged, and inside each of the cells in all of our body there's a thing called the mitochondria, which is basically a circular piece of energy that all of them put together allows you to have movement and energy and endurance, and they build muscle. And the mitochondria, the chain inside of every cell inside of Connor's body is basically broken, and that doesn't spin around and create the energy the way that it's supposed to.
Sometimes I like to go outside, And I run all the way to, and me and Connor like to play on the trampoline a little, and I run all the way to the trampoline, and sometimes I realize that Connor can't run as fast as me, so I go back and help him.
What are you thinking when something like that happens and your brother's running ahead of you and you can't keep up?
Just take your time because you know you'll be there.
What's your favorite thing to do?
Play baseball.
There are things that we can't do that other families can do. Connor mentioned earlier that he likes to play baseball, but he likes to play baseball in the driveway with me hitting a wiffle ball. Connor can't play organized sports. So we don't go to lacrosse games on Saturday mornings or soccer games on Saturday mornings. We haven't been able to do that. So that's something that he doesn't able to do. And it's just, I guess that it's, like you said, the question was, what do I want other people to know, is that there's never a single day that goes by where we aren't affected by it in some way or another.
What did you think when you first learned about Barth syndrome?
I thought it was, well, my parents told me it was very unique and only about 300 people in the world had it. And I thought that was not a lot compared to 7 billion people. So I thought it was really unique, and my brother was just very unlucky to have it.
Do you want other people to know about Barth syndrome?
Yeah.
Why?
Because the more people know about it, more scientists will know about it and try and get a cure.
What's the best thing about having a brother?
That you can play with him.
What's the worst thing about having a brother?
He sometimes annoys you. And like sometimes he can just like do his annoying singing. And like it's just like really annoying, so I tell him to go away.
I do not sing, and it is certainly not annoying.
You do.
No, I don't. No, I didn't.
You were singing in the bathroom.
No, I wasn't.
So right now, you guys are arguing, but you still love each other?
Yes.
Yes.
What does it feel like to love a brother while you're arguing?
Well, at that moment, we probably feel like we don't like each other that much. But then after a few, maybe a few days, or just like one day, we'll forget about it, and then we'll be brothers again.
How does Barth syndrome impact the heart?
The heart's a muscle, and so just like it affects every other muscle in the body, the heart doesn't function, it doesn't squeeze as efficiently.
Life of many. Sometimes they can go to jail for a while. Sometimes when they go to jail the rest of their lives. Human beings make mistakes. Young ones, old ones, and everybody else in between who make mistakes.
Meet 15-year-old Nate Anderson, a middle schooler who has just realized that he is about to go to prison, all because he murdered his own sister and tried to cover it up.
I went out in the woods for a quick jog like I do sometimes. When I came back, the door was kicked open.
And you found her in her room?
Yes.
And she has a bullet hole?
Yes. There was not just one. I think there was a couple in her head.
And as this case progresses, detectives will discover dark and disturbing secrets that will prove Nate is not at all the innocent boy he pretends to be.
What do you think law enforcement should do to the individual that's innocent?
Put in jail for they had the choice to not pull the trigger or not, and they chose to.
On the evening of September 15th, 2010, 15-year-old Nate Anderson called 911 from his family's home in Chapel Hill, Smith County, Texas. During the call, Nate claimed he had just returned from a jog and discovered the garage door forced open. Inside the house, he said he saw his 19-year-old sister, Amanda Anderson, lying on her bedroom floor, bleeding from the head. Although Nate insisted he had never entered the room, he told dispatchers he could tell Amanda had been shot multiple times. When EMS arrived, they found Amanda bleeding heavily, and she was pronounced dead shortly after. Based on Nate's initial account, investigators first believed they were dealing with a robbery gone wrong, but almost immediately, several red flags began to emerge. For weeks, no arrests were made and no details were released to the public. Neighbors grew increasingly uneasy, worried that a killer was still at large, while Amanda's family feared the case was going cold.
I don't know how far I went, but I was pretty far from the house, and I went.
So, Let me ask you this. Did you know that your dad had called your sister at some point in time?
I knew that he wanted her to go pick up my mom at the hospital because we only have 2 cars, so
Okay.
she was going to go.
Okay. Were you there when Amanda was talking to?
I was pretty much leaving the door.
Oh, okay.
So she was talking to him.
Okay. And do you remember about what time that was?
Not sure.
Okay. Was it light or was it dark?
It was still light.
Nighttime? It was still light?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it sun overhead or was it setting?
It was behind the trees and kind of gray sky. It wasn't like bright out, but I could see well.
Okay. Okay. Do you have an idea of how long you went out for a jog? How long you were gone?
10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. Do you have an idea of how long you ran or the distance that you ran? No way to tell because those are all
there's trails.
Trails and stuff. You paintball? Or you?
I rode my dirt bike that's in the other garage around there, and we play paintball back there with my friends and stuff.
Okay. So you saw the door kicked in, you said?
Yes, sir.
Did you walk through that door?
Yes, sir.
And you went to your bedroom, you said?
I went and opened my room, looked around, and I went to manage.
Okay. And so did you go into your sister's room or?
I opened the door and kind of stood in the doorway and just.
Okay. Did you actually go in there?
I didn't walk in near her. I kind of stayed at the doorway just to look around and she didn't.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't go in and lean over her, shake her, move her, roll her over, anything like that?
No, sir.
This was one of the first major red flags investigators noticed. During his 911 call, Nate described details about Amanda's injuries that would have been impossible to see from the doorway alone. That inconsistency immediately raised concerns which were confirmed by forensic testing. Blood spatter analysis revealed microscopic droplets of Amanda's blood on Nate's shirt and pants. The pattern was identified as high-velocity impact spatter, which is a fine mist created at the exact moment a gunshot wound is inflicted. This type of blood does not travel far. It only lands on someone who is close to the victim when the shot is fired. In other words, Nate wasn't just nearby. He had to be inside the room, standing close to Amanda at the moment she was shot.
So you got out and do you remember where you went when you called your dad?
I went to the phone that was in the kitchen being charged. The charger in there.
This was a house phone. It wasn't
Yes, sir.
wasn't your cell. Do you own a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
I don't have it now. My wallet, watch, and my cell phone is in my room.
Okay. What kind of phone is it?
It's iPhone.
Okay. What can you tell me what happened with the dog, the little white one? What?
Well, when I went in, I kind of pushed the door shut and I let her loose, and I went straight to my room and in here.
What do you mean you let her loose?
Well, I just let her off the leash, and she always runs to her room because it was really her dog. So I heard that she was under her bed, so she may have went in while I opened the doorway.
Okay. Do you know if your sister had any boyfriends? Or,
Not that I know of.
if she's ever had any problems with anyone recently?
No.
She complained to anybody about somebody gave her the creeps or anything like that? So, when did you do you remember what time you got home from school?
Well, we get off school at 1 o'clock, and maybe 2:30 when I got home, around there.
And how did you get home?
With my Aunt Julie. She's in the waiting room.
Okay. So when you got home, you were the only one there?
Amanda was there. She was watching for her science class, I forget what class it was, but they wanted her to watch The Last of the Mohicans, so she was watching that when I got home.
And that was on the big TV out there in the living room? That's when you got home at 2:30, she was there watching that show?
It should be still on the PS3.
Can you tell me what you did after you got home?
I really made myself lunch, which I just made some nachos, and got started on my homework.
Okay.
Because we have such short days, I bring home kind of a lot of homework.
Okay. So you made lunch and did what? I'm sorry.
Just began on my homework.
Okay. Where do you normally do your homework?
On my desk in my room.
In your room. Where do you go to school? Where is that?
It's, I don't know what the road is called it's on, but there's a school right next to the church. That's where we go to school.
Okay. Everything going okay there? You like it pretty much?
There's only like 40 kids there, and we know everyone there. Everyone goes to our church. So.
Okay. Who do you think would want to hurt your sister?
I can't think of anyone who would hurt me. I don't know anyone would not like her. She was really nice.
We're trying to get any idea who would do this. What do you think we ought to do to him when we catch him?
Just put him in jail. I don't really know.
Did you so you got home at 2:30? You went jogging around 7 or so?
It was in 6. I don't really know. Maybe I don't really know what time it was. My dad knows the times better than I do.
Yeah, it wasn't a short. It was a short jog. That's what we talked about. Did you do any yard work that day?
Yes, sir. I was mowing. The keys were still in my pocket, and I was weed eating around.
Mowing and weeding both, or?
Yes, sir. My dad had no main lawn, but I was just doing some extra mowing.
You had the blister right there on your left thumb.
Yeah, that's from yesterday. I was up at the school because we're fixing a sod around, and I was shaping the ground.
Oh, okay.
And I got that from raking. Okay.
And when you got home from school, are you required to wear a uniform at school, or?
Yes, sir. It's a lot like this kind of shirt, but it's pure red and a little bit thicker for material, and just jeans. I think
blue jeans or
just blue jeans.
Okay. And so, did you take those off at some point in time?
Okay. I think they're on the bed or on the floor or something.
Okay. What you remember? What you changed into?
The clothes you saw me in. The gray shirt with some blue, and just my brown paintball pants, which is my work pants.
So far, Nate has sat in this interrogation room pretending to be an innocent boy. But keep in mind that his sister was just a 19-year-old junior college student loved by many and worked hard at a local hospital to pursue her dreams. And unfortunately, all of that was stolen far too soon from her, by her own brother nonetheless.
Do you know what happened to your sister? I mean, do you know how she was killed?
She was shot.
Okay. Do you remember what you told your dad when you called him? Remember what you told him?
I remember I was screaming and crying and telling him that she was. Well, I could kind of tell that she would be shot because there was blood on her face, and I've gone shooting with my dad. We hunt and stuff, so I could kind of smell a little bit of what it smells like after you shoot a gun or something like that.
Gunpowder. So you couldn't really tell she was shot once you stepped in the room?
I was in such a panic. I could kind of gather that. I jumped to a conclusion really because she had the blood on her face, and I could smell that a little bit. And I shut the door and went running to the phone.
Okay. So you called your dad, and then what happened after that? Once you called your dad?
It was literally maybe a minute or two what it felt like after that, and the Smith County Sheriff's Department called me and was talking to me and waiting for the officer to come by. And after that, I went outside and just kind of fell, and then he took me to his car. Then he started showing up.
You remember what phone you were on when you came out?
I was on the house phone. I think I left it on our sidewalk.
Okay. And so you came out and talked to the deputy. Remember what the deputy did with you?
He set me in the car and asked me if there was anyone else in the house. And I remember he got the tape, orange, yellow tape.
Oh, okay.
And I remember he went in the house, and Brian, a guy from our church, came and started talking to me. Then he went to my grandparents. More cops started showing up.
You remember what you did with the dog, the little white one?
I just let it loose in the house. But
Oh, okay.
I kind of got worried later because she'll just run off without coming home. Also about the brown dog, but I doubt anything's wrong with her.
What's the white dog's name?
Stella. Stella.
Stella? How long have you had Stella?
Almost 3 years.
She follow you around? I mean, would you consider her your dog?
She was Amanda's. The brown dog is mine.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm going to ask you a question. I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm about to ask you. I know you love your sister, but did you get along with your sister?
We fought every now and then, but I love my sister. But just
I know you did.
Normal fight like brother sister would have, over the top really.
You get Caucasian, you get upset with her?
Like sometimes, but we just fought like brother sister probably would normally. We never got anything bad or anything each other.
Okay. You like to hunt?
Yes, sir.
What do you like to hunt for?
Whitetail.
Whitetail? When was the last time you went hunting?
Last year, maybe around Christmas. We went with my dad out to.
Okay. You ever seen any deer around your house?
Just seen some deer tracks over the years and trails and stuff. I haven't really seen any, but my sister has.
Oh, okay. You told me earlier that you go out there in the woods and ride your motorcycle. Is it a dirt bike?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an ATV?
My grandpa does.
Oh,
In
okay.
his shop down the road.
Have you ridden your ATV back there anytime?
Yes, sir.
What about your motorcycle?
Yes.
Within the last day or two? Or?
No, not for a while.
Oh, okay. What about the ATV?
It's been longer than that dirt bike.
When was the last time you went jogging?
Shop. I'm probably ready to leave where it's at.
Sometimes brothers and sisters tell things to each other that you don't take credit.
The problem was, when officers examined the door, they found no signs of forced entry. While there were scratch marks on the lock suggesting it had been tampered with, the door itself was unlocked as if Amanda had willingly let someone inside, which definitely wouldn't have been the case if it really was an intruder trying to enter the home.
I noticed in your room, reading a book about Navy SEALs and several things like that. Is that an interest of yours?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Somebody in your family in the military, or just something you picked up on your own?
Me and my friend always got interested in that kind of stuff, like being Navy SEAL or special ops.
Is that one of your goals later in life?
It's something I'd love to do. But
Do you do, I know it's a small school, but do you do any sports?
not in our school, no.
How about anything like summer baseball or flag football?
I asked you this before, Nate. I want to ask you again. What do you think law enforcement should do to the individual that hurt your sister?
I don't know, just put him in jail for, I don't really know. I wouldn't want to kill him or anything, just jail, I guess.
Do you understand how the criminal justice works, the criminal justice system works?
Yes, sir.
So if another human being takes a life of another human being, sometimes they go to jail for a while. Sometimes they go for the jail the rest of their life. Sometimes it depends on the case, I guess, on what actually happened. Sometimes human beings make mistakes. Young ones, old ones and everybody else in between. We make mistakes. Something else you want to say to me, or anything else that might be able, like I said, might help me. Again, Nate, I mean this sincerely. I appreciate you coming up here and talking to me. I've lost close ones. I've lost a member of my family. I have an idea what you're going through, but it wasn't my sister. So I appreciate you coming up here. And if there's anything else later on, if you want to talk to me, I'm always available. Or you can get your dad and you can come up here and talk to me again if you want. If there's something you want to tell me, that's fine. You can do that. I want to let you know that's an open invitation. You can come back and talk to me anytime. 2 days from now, 20 years from now, it doesn't matter. You understand that? Okay. It's 6:08 p.m. I'm going to go ahead and turn the recorder off at this time. We're going to go.
I know. And if you can see, you can recognize God's light.
Let me see if I got my interpretation right, because I may be in the wrong place. You want to end government tyranny, put the power back in the hands of the people, and allow us to exist as government being an assistant to peacekeeping and the benefit of humanity, as opposed to being a destructive force against it. Am I misinterpreting you?
Well, Steelman. Yeah, well presented. Yes, you are.
I didn't come here for conflict. And that's how I interpret the uninterpretable.
Self-criticism. But what? You've been taught to believe that the voice in your head is you, your thoughts, your judgments, your fears, and your self-criticism. But what if that assumption is the first deception? What if the most powerful force shaping your life isn't society, trauma, systems, or even fate, but an inner voice that learned how to sound just like you? If every thought you hear were truly yours, why do they often self-sabotage? Why do they undermine your clarity, disrupt your peace, and keep you trapped in cycles you swore you'd outgrown? Most people never question this. They obey the voice, they argue with it, try to silence it, but never ask who is actually speaking. Hidden among the ancient writings buried for centuries in the sands of Egypt is a little-known, unsettling text known as the Book of Thomas the Contender. Not a gospel, not a comforting story, but instead an unsettling series of truths about your egoic mind. In this text, Jesus speaks not about heaven or salvation in the way you were taught, but about inner domination, self-deception, and a tyrant that rules from within. A ruler that doesn't command with force, but with familiarity and infiltration of the real you. The tyrant doesn't shout, it whispers in your own voice. Most people are not ready to question the one thing they rely on most, their own inner narrative, because doing so would expose the cracks of who they thought they were. In this video, we're going to explore what Thomas the Contender reveals about that inner tyrant, why it mimics you, how it maintains control through identification, and why simply seeing it begins to dissolve its power. But first, you need to understand where this text came from and why its message was never meant to be taught openly. Because once you recognize the tyrant, it can never rule you in the same way again.
In 1998, Southern Sudan experienced one of the most disturbing famines of the 20th century. Tens of thousands of people died, not because food was unavailable, but because access to food was systematically denied. In today's video, we will look at the Sudanese famine of 1998, its causes, and how it was eventually resolved. It's perhaps helpful to start with an explanation as to just how this famine was allowed to take hold. Sudan had been in a state of almost continuous civil war ever since gaining independence from Britain and Egypt in 1956. This war was rooted in deep structural inequalities between the northern and southern regions of the country. Political power, economic resources, and state institutions were overwhelmingly concentrated in Khartoum and controlled by northern Arab Muslim elites. Southern Sudan, by contrast, was politically marginalized, economically neglected, and culturally distinct. The Dinka people of southern Sudan are majority Christian, and a sizable minority follow traditional faiths. The Second Sudanese Civil War began in 1983. It was fought between the Sudanese government and its allied militias against the Sudan People's Liberation Army, the SPLA, along with its splinter groups. The SPLA was not a single unified force. At first, it aimed to restore autonomy for the South, but over time, its goal shifted toward full independence. In 1989, a man named Omar al-Bashir came to power after a military coup. His government adopted an increasingly authoritarian and militarized approach to the governance of southern Sudan. The war in the south was framed as an existential struggle, and civilian suffering was increasingly treated as it had not yet fully taken hold. This varied diet, not reliant on one type of food, ought to have ensured that by milk and meat from cattle. This varied diet, not reliant on one type of food, ought to have ensured that famine never affected them. And what's more, these communities had long developed coping mechanisms to survive periods of scarcity. These included sharing networks, livestock sales, and migration during difficult seasons. Even during the earlier years of the Second Sudanese Civil War, Bahr el-Ghazal had managed to avoid mass starvation. But as the war dragged on, this resilience and food security was slowly eroded. Years of insecurity weakened social structures, depleted livestock herds, and reduced access to food markets. By the late 1990s, communities were operating with little margin for error. A single major shock was enough to push them into collapse. And that shock came in the form of intensified military campaigns beginning in 1997 and continuing until 1998, which happened to coincide with a devastating drought. In 1997 and early 1998, Bahr el-Ghazal became a focal point of government military operations. These campaigns were aimed at weakening the Sudan People's Liberation Army by depriving it of its civilian support. This meant the deliberate targeting of civilians, treating them as a military target. Bands of government-backed militias and government troops were tasked or given free rein to destroy South Sudanese villages. Any village suspected of supporting the SPLA was attacked and totally destroyed. Houses were burned, grain stores were looted or set on fire, and cattle were seized or just killed. Entire communities were forced to flee with little warning, as government forces destroyed those suspected of supporting the SPLA. These actions were not random. They followed a consistent pattern designed to make civilian life unsustainable. By destroying food reserves and destroying crops and cattle, the government forces ensured that displaced populations could not easily return or continue their support for the SPLA. The timing of these attacks was particularly devastating. Many occurred during the critical agricultural periods. The attacks meant that people could not plant their crops and forced them to abandon food that was ready for harvest. All this meant that food production collapsed and access to food was limited. But the SPLA too had a role to play in causing the famine. They would regularly force men and young boys to join their forces, robbing communities of people to produce the food. The support that the civilians gave the SPLA was sometimes not voluntary. The SPLA would steal food from civilians to support their war effort. By early 1998, hundreds of thousands of civilians had been forced through violence from their homes and farms. This displacement stripped people of more than shelter. It destroyed their economic and social systems that helped to sustain life. Families lost access to land, livestock and tools, and community support networks. In many cases, they fled into remote areas that could not support large populations. Swamps, forests, and isolated bushlands became makeshift refuges. From this point, malnutrition spread gradually. At first, it affected the most vulnerable, mainly children, pregnant women, and the elderly. Starvation is not an immediate process. It unfolds in stages, gradually dismantling the human body. As calorie intake declines, the body consumes fat reserves and then begins breaking down muscle tissue. The person's immune system deteriorates, making even minor infections incredibly deadly. Diseases such as measles, malaria, and diarrhea spread rapidly amongst malnourished populations. In normal circumstances, these illnesses, though deadly, can be survivable. In famine conditions, they become a death sentence. In Bahr el-Ghazal, health workers documented widespread cases of severe acute malnutrition. Children arrived at feeding centers with extreme wasting, swollen abdomens, and skin lesions that failed to heal properly. Many were even too weak to cry. Children who survived severe malnutrition often suffered permanent physical and cognitive impairments. One nurse with Doctors Without Borders, by the name of Simone, witnessed firsthand the starvation faced by these children. Quote, "The situation is terrible. Mothers have no food. We see them starving and have to give them Unimix. One mother is lying here. She can't even get up. Last night, 10 orphans were dropped off at the chief's house. All of them were starving children. When a piece of porridge drops to the ground, children fight to grab and eat it." Adults too experienced chronic weakness, cognitive impairment, and loss of mobility. As areas lost their most productive members, it weakened their ability to recover economically and socially. Many more died without ever reaching medical facilities. Their deaths were often unrecorded, occurring in isolated settlements or along displacement routes. The famine also destroyed families. Parents faced impossible choices about which children to feed. Elderly relatives were often left behind when families fled. These decisions left lasting psychological scars on those who survived. Even at the centers, there are grim examples of people having aid stolen, such as the now infamous photograph of an emaciated child crawling across the floor. A well-nourished man strides alongside, clutching the bag of corn that he had just stolen from the boy. Photojournalist Tom Stoddard captured this harrowing image. As grim as it was, it helped bring global attention to the famine to the wider world. The famine reached its deadliest phase between June and September of 1998. During this period, mortality rates in some areas exceeded emergency thresholds by several times. Those under the age of 5 accounted for the majority of deaths. Estimates of total mortality range from 70,000 to more than 100,000 people, though it should be noted that these are conservative estimates. Many deaths occurred in areas beyond the reach of observers. Therefore, it's hard to tell. The delayed response also made things far worse. Despite the early warning signs of an impending famine, the funding to prevent it did not materialize. It only increased when media attention brought to life the extreme suffering. But by this point, it was too late for many people. There were attempts to get humanitarian aid to those who needed it in southern Sudan. Operation Lifeline Sudan was launched in April of 1989 with permission of the Sudanese government. Aid workers warned that famine conditions were getting worse by the day and that massive international intervention was urgently needed. The Sudanese government retained the power to approve or deny aid deliveries. During the build-up to the 1998 famine, this power was used strategically. They used the aid as a means of political leverage, only opening a few airfields for only a few hours at a time. Massive convoys of food trucks were brought in, but in many instances, the SPLA diverted aid for themselves. In some regions, the SPLA allowed free access and movement of the aid, but in others, they imposed heavy taxes, demanded a share of the aid, and demanded that aid trucks be used to carry its soldiers. Food became a bargaining tool, and as usual, civilians paid the price. Emergency airlifts were expanded, food centers established. Negotiations intensified, which did improve access to previously blocked areas. These measures reduced mortality, but they came after the famine had already claimed tens of thousands of lives. By late 1998, the famine began to subside. Increased humanitarian assistance, improved access to areas affected, seasonal harvests, and temporary ceasefires all contributed to declining mortality rates. However, the underlying cause of the famine remained the Civil War, which would continue for another 7 years. This meant that people continued to be displaced, and food insecurity remained chronic. The famine ended as an individual event, but its effects and the causes remained for years. No Sudanese government officials and no SPLA leaders were prosecuted for actions that contributed to the famine. The absence of accountability reinforced a pattern in which mass civilian suffering carries few consequences for those responsible. The 1998 Sudanese famine is regarded as one of the worst famines in history, and it was not an accident. It was the deliberate goal of the Sudanese government, made worse by the displacement, deliberate destruction of livelihoods, restriction of humanitarian aid, and the delayed response. As of 2025, Sudan is currently in a civil war, and parts of the country are experiencing famine conditions.
Africa is by far the poorest continent on planet Earth, and the poorest continent throughout history, despite having also by far the most potential. But Africa isn't just blessed with natural resources, it is also strategically the best positioned landmass on planet Earth. The continent sits at the crossroads of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, right on the world's busiest trade routes. Beneath its soil lie by far the most of the metals that drive modern civilization. Gold, lithium, platinum, cobalt, manganese, rare earths, uranium, copper, iron, I could go on. It has 40% of the planet's arable land for agriculture, the largest solar energy potential on planet Earth, enormous rivers and hydropower potential, vast natural gas and oil reserves, the second most in the entire Earth, just say for the Middle East, colossal forests, and the youngest population in the world. By every measurable economic standard, minerals, agriculture, energy, oceans, geography, and demographics, Africa should be an economic powerhouse. But the reality is that the exact opposite is happening in Africa. Africa's GDP per capita is 3 times less than the second poorest continent on Earth, Asia, and more than 30 times less than the wealthiest continent, North America. What makes things even worse is that when you compare only sub-Saharan Africa to other continents, the picture looks way more dire. Sub-Saharan Africa has far more economic potential than North Africa, which is essentially just one big desert. And yet, Sub-Saharan Africa's GDP per capita is not only 3 times less than North Africa's, it is an astonishing 48 times less than North America and 44 times less than Australasia. If we take a broader and more holistic view of the matter, the overall development index for Africa looks just as bad when compared to other parts of the world. The Human Development Index takes into account everything from income to education and life expectancy. Here too, Africa ranks dead last, and it's not even remotely a close race. But why is it that Africa has always been so poor? And why has this always remained the case throughout history? In this video, we provide a full analysis of the economic reason why this continent continues to lag so far behind the others today. Yes, when Europeans started colonizing Africa in the 17th century, virtually all sub-Saharan African cultures were still living in the Stone Age. But ever since, they have equal access to the same technology the rest of the world enjoys, yet they still lag equally far behind that they did when they were still in the Stone Age. Africa has more economic potential than any other continent on the planet. In terms of just natural resources, Africa has the highest potential not only in terms of critical minerals, agricultural land and water, renewable energy, and it is second only behind the Middle East, as I mentioned, in oil and gas reserves. Yet, the real reason Africa ought to be wealthier than everywhere else goes beyond the minerals and the soil and the location. In an age where innovation, energy transition, battery technology, rare earth supply chains, advanced agriculture and renewable power define the global economy, Africa sits on the very inputs of whatever the world needs most to drive modern civilization. This continent is not simply very resource rich. It holds many of the raw materials for the next industrial revolution, and for many of these materials, Africa is one of the only places where you can find them, or in the case of something like uranium, Africa has by far the most of the stock in the world, and this is a very rare resource found in not many countries. From cobalt to platinum group metals for green tech, from solar radiation levels unmatched on Earth to vast uncultivated fertile land mass, Africa has the kind of strategic economic field that Silicon Valley, Europe and China would absolutely kill to have. Meaning, Africa should not just compete with the richest regions in the world by rights, it should lead the world. The total value of all untapped minerals under the African soil is more than twice the rest of the world combined. Yet, it has never been the case that Africa came even close to the wealth of any of the other inhabitable continents, and most likely never will. African countries, especially after decolonization, have simply proven themselves incapable of utilizing this God-given potential to the way that the people of other continents have. And one of the core reasons for this is that Africa has never developed the much-needed division of labor upon which through economic growth and civilization as a whole actually is built. While in the rest of the world there were agricultural revolutions which had led to commercial farming from the very dawn of humanity, this never happened in Africa. In Yuval Harari's groundbreaking book entitled Sapiens, A Brief History of Humanity, he highlights that agricultural revolutions took place since the very dawn of humanity all over the world, starting in ancient Mesopotamia as the cradle of humanity. One of the hallmarks of these agricultural revolutions was the creation of commercial farming, surplus food production, and the emergence of a stable, specialized society. Because once the most basic requirement for human activity, food, was taken care of by the farmers, this freed up the rest of the population to engage in other activities. In other words, instead of everyone laboring daily as hunters and gatherers just to survive the next day, the first commercial farmers ensured that there was a sufficient steady food supply, allowing the rest of the population to engage in other productive careers needed to further civilization. So, the first craftsmen, traders, administrators, soldiers, and even scholars emerged from early civilization. Africa never had commercial farmers. Africa never had the need to have commercial farmers, but we'll get to that later in the video. Commercial farmers are the first and foremost requirement to build civilization. Therefore, Africa could never build civilization. In regions such as Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, and later Europe, this early specialization process produced cities, irrigation systems, writing, mathematics, metallurgy, and trade networks. By contrast, sub-Saharan Africa remained dominated by either subsistence herding or small-scale shifting agriculture for most of history, and also, of course, hunter-gatherer communities. These agricultural revolutions never took place in African tribal societies and never shaped the sub-Saharan African culture until the arrival of European settlers around 400 years ago. The reason for this is quite simple. Africa is a very easy place to survive.
There is no gap of an attacking or retreating animal. A well-aimed spear makes a hit. This hunter has cleverly concealed a deep pit along a forest pathway. The community is almost out of meat, so he makes a quiet trip to see if an animal may have fallen through the twigs and leaves which hide the pit. There is no game, and so he returns to the village where preparations are being made for a community hunt. All members join in this and all share in the game secured. This pygmy is having his face painted by his wife. Wood ashes are used in this facial decoration, which is always a part of preparation for hunting. The designs are intended to give the wearers a ferocious appearance. As a final preparation, this hunter gives his bow a test and sees to his arrows. Note the different types of arrowheads, each for a special purpose. If the coming hunt is not successful, the pygmy village will move to a new location where game is more plentiful. The hunters are led by their sultani, or chief, and are accompanied by older boys who are learning this all-important activity.
I am the infinite will, instant, free, and absolute. I am the infinite will, instant, free, and absolute.
My will commands now.
This world is not real.
My will commands now.
I revoke all prior limits.
My will commands now.
Very strange video. I don't know who this person is, but they use AI, sort of like Charles the Demon Slayer. A lot of creepy creatures on YouTube. A lot of creepy creatures. Creepy creatures, cowards, liars, frauds, shills, agents, phonies, creeps. 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 Creepy creatures. There's a lot of creepy creatures on YouTube. There's a lot of creepy creatures in this world. How many people do I have tuned in right now? Who's watching? Who's watching? What's been going on with Flogay lately? Taylor. Let's see.
Oh, but it's my creed, unleashing power, feeding the need. No holding back, no turning away. Beast mode.
Look at that belly. Look at that pot belly. He's not in shape at all. He only got 176 views. So these losers claim that my channel's dying. I think your channels are dying. I think a bunch of them are dying on YouTube. 6 days, 176 views. There you go. Do-do-do-do-do-do. 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 Is this a hell realm? Do you see where you are? Hello, Gary. You're with your daughter. Enjoy your time with your daughter. Hello to the Prophet Live. I didn't know you were here. You've been listening in tonight. I'm not sure where I want to go from here with this live stream. I've been live a long time now tonight. Almost 8 hours I've been live. Almost 8 hours. Let's play some music. Spiritual Species.
Isn't the same as day. The sun isn't the same thing as the moon. I am not you, I am not you, I am not the same being, not the same species as you. Spiritual species! I am not you, I am not we, I am not in your sick, weak collective human being. This is the dream time. This is the dream time. Singing lullabies to vampires, whispering cosmic caresses into the deaf ears of God. Thorns in the eyes of wandering rebels as angels have heavenly battles with banging disguise as thunderstorms. Everything is a lie. Shaken spirit under glass in the thunderdome. This is the dream time.
They respected and knew that he was all knowing and that there was this system in place and this universe that was just
Been live now for a little over 8 hours. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And I'm going to play a bit of this. Nurse dies, shown the truth about creation, really the truth, miracles, and the purpose of life. This is from The Other Side, NDE channel, the check mark, 513,000 subscribers. This is what people want to watch because it makes them feel good. Hundreds of thousands subscribe to these types of channels and watch and watch and watch. They never stop to think, why doesn't it match up? This good God with this good heaven and the good angels, and it's all good and beautiful, and it's pain-free over there, and it's nothing like that here. The creation of this good God is full of pain, suffering, lies, evil rulers, deceptions. Almost no free will, almost in this realm. 10,000 plus diseases. There might be 15, 20, 25, 50,000. The creator of this matrix can add more newly discovered, new diseases anytime it wants. If you ever manage to cure one thing, it'll create another 5 or 10. That's how it works. And these people that have near-death experiences and the ones that watch these videos, these channels, hundreds of thousands watch these, never quite go, wait a second, what's going on here? Because they're not critical thinkers. Most on earth aren't. They're either followers or demonic or both, for the most part. Zombified followers, demonic creatures that love this evil realm, or a mixture of the two. That's the vast majority that populates this realm. These aren't just morons, because it's so simple to see. Why does this place of pain, suffering, evil, disease exist, designed to be this way, if it's made by the so-called good God that they see when they go to heaven and they have a near-death experience? It doesn't match. It doesn't coincide. It doesn't add up. It contradicts in the most drastic and observably harsh way, in the most obvious way that you could ever dream of. It doesn't add up at all. It doesn't add up in the ways that these people think, well, this good God created this place of suffering. It doesn't add up. It's not a good God. These people are duped, beyond duped. And then they come back as agents of this sewer matrix. The fake God, they're agents of it. And they preach, and they preach, and they preach nonsense. And then beings like me analyze them and show how foolish they are and how it's nonsense. And very few tune in because they're all watching this shit by the hundreds of thousands. So it's a realm of lost causes is what it is. Now, I'm not saying I'm lost. I'm not saying everyone that watches my channel is lost. But when you have channels with 513,000 subscribers like this channel with a check mark that's probably monetized and has ads, I'd have to check because I have YouTube Premium, so I don't see the ads. But most likely, it's a profit-making channel. Most likely. It seems to be here. They're selling shit. So they're making money duping people even further. And most people have no problem with it. Most in this realm celebrate these snake oil salesmen. They love it. They love it. And they're addicted to it. And as I've said countless times, I can't help everyone. There are many in this realm that do not want the truth. They want to fight any messengers of truth. You come with a truthful message, they want to fight you. They're hostile towards it. And they want to pay money to feel good listening to feel good bullshit like this woman's about to spew out of her mouth.
So enormous and filled with so much.
Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in today. We wanted to take a second and stop to thank you guys, the community. Lately, we've noticed something amazing in the comments. Many of you are helping each other through grief, and it's heartwarming to see this community come together, which is why
It's false hope. It gives you false comfort. And then there's an ad. They want to thank you with an advertisement.
we've partnered with today's sponsor, BetterHelp, the world's leading online therapy platform. BetterHelp connects you with licensed therapists.
They want to sell you therapy if you're going through grief. But it gives people false comfort that, oh, when you die, you're just going to be with your relatives in heaven. Why are there millions on earth that have had near-death experiences and are sent back? A lot of what they're pushing doesn't add up, but people love to be duped. I'm convinced most in this realm hate the truth, and they love to be duped with feel-good nonsense. They don't want what's true. Now, those that do love the truth enough to seek it have a good chance of getting out, in my view. Those that don't love the truth are not going anywhere at all. And most people on YouTube are addicted to watching shit channels. That's reality. Or there'd be many more people watching mine. There'd be millions here, and there aren't millions here. There should be. If this was a realm of truth seekers and thinkers and ones that care about real versus unreal, right versus wrong, good versus evil, truth versus lies, then there'd be millions here, and there aren't. There's very few in this realm that truly care about the truth at all. At all.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Seymour, and I'm a registered nurse who had a near-death experience as a 12-year-old. And
She's a registered nurse. She looks very healthy. She looks to be in great shape. Could she be a sibling of Baxter Lard? I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. Could she be related to Baxter Lard? I don't know. It might be one of her sisters. Bex claims she's in good health and good shape. It doesn't matter if you eat 5,000 or 6,000 calories a day. You can be an RN that can barely fit down a hallway in this realm. Everything's inverted. Everything. Truth speakers like me get vilified in this realm. And nurses look like this woman. It's the way it is. She's a healthcare worker. A hellcare worker.
I would love to share this very intimate, personal, and private experience in hopes that you gain something wonderful from it. It's not easy to talk about, but with all the love in my heart, I'd like to start. So I had a horrific and freaky skiing accident, and it was with my family, and we were at a ski chalet.
Well, why would something horrific be possible to happen to a child if this was a good realm created by a good God? Let me stop you right there, lady. If this was a good realm created by a good creator, a caring, loving father figure that you believe, you believers, then how come so many horrific things happen? This is for these geniuses that can't seem to see how many horrific things happen. Every second of every day, there are horrors happening here. Not just a ski accident, far worse. Starvation of millions. Absolute horrors happen in this realm. And you expect me to believe that it's the design of a good, loving, caring, kind creator? I'm sorry, I can't buy your fucking mental delusions. You could offer me $1 trillion, I'd push it out of the way and say, fuck you. I'm not taking your bribes to buy your delusions. I'm not buying into the shit that you idiots believe and you push. It was horrific right off the bat. My ears perk up. It was horrific. How's that even possible? But it is. This is a realm of horrors. But then they'll go on to say God is good and loving, and it felt so good in heaven. Does it feel good here? in your God's creation?
To start. So I had a horrific and freaky skiing accident. And it was with my family, and we were at a ski chalet, and I wore a long brown and white scarf that I double knotted, and I wore some secondhand red skis and ski boots, and we hiked up to a ski hill, and long story short, my scarf got entangled in the tow rope, and it hung me and broke my neck and crushed both temples, which as an RN and having many, many years of experience, I can tell you that that's not really survivable at all. So I had an absolute miracle healing. It was so miraculous, and I'd love to tell you about it. This is the hard part. After I awoke from knowing that my neck had broke, I remember it was a very cold day. It was a blizzard, and the tow rope which pulled me up the hill was not monitored, and there were no safety features. So I went the full length being hung by my scarf, and I hit the machine booth. I awoke, and I remember looking around briefly, and I'm getting such waves of emotion. I remember looking around briefly, and it was almost as though something caught my attention over to the side I was facing, and there were woods of birch trees and pine trees, and I thought, why aren't I cold? And as I looked over, there was this beautiful, unworldly, undescribable light that came through the forest and the birch trees, and it just had these beautiful rays of gold and white, and I could see a shadow, a figure coming towards me, and it was so comforting. And I remember,
I hate to correct this articulate registered nurse, but it's indescribable, not undescribable. Undescribable, I don't think is a word. It's indescribable. But it's okay. You're more educated than I am, obviously.
remember thinking, wow, I'm not cold, I'm very warm. And here comes this figure. And maybe it's my dad and my family coming, because behind him were two other figures. The ethereal figure had this light, and the light was really from the figure. The light was his light. The light illuminated and let me know it was all about life. It was about energy. It was like joy and happiness and comfort and safety.
Joy and happiness and comfort and safety after she was hanging and dragged up the ski hill by her neck on a scarf that got caught on the tow rope of the hill. Does that add up? I mean, think about it. These people will just you could be brutally murdered and pop out of your body and go, well, obviously life is all about love. Of course. It's so simple. It's all about love. And you're looking at your body that's been butchered. And these people they get a feeling, and that's all it takes to convince most in this realm. Most people can be convinced with a feeling. You make them feel good. It's the easiest way to program humans. Make them feel good. It's simple because it's a realm of simpletons, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't. I wish there were millions of smart people that say, this doesn't add up. You just got dragged by your neck up a hill and you died and you're seeing things, and then you think, well, it's all about love and joy. You can't make this shit up. You just can't do it. You can't do it.
And I felt rescued, and I knew everything would be all right somehow. And as he approached, I welcomed it immediately, which is very uncommon considering, it's a stranger. So he came towards and kneeled down and showed me hands, and I just felt this warmth and in the middle of a snowy day. So that warmth, I wish I had more words for it, but the power I learned in that moment, that great love and that warmth and that power, that was the greatest power I've ever felt in my life. More than and it's a positive power. This power was full of love, and I learned that that was creation. All of this came through this light. All this information came.
Where is that love here, lady? All this love, this powerful love. Where is it in this realm? Isn't this realm created by that powerful love? So where is all that love? Shouldn't we be feeling that all the time in this place and seeing it and tripping over love and goodness? Where is it in this dark place? You hardly ever find any love in this place if you really face it. Where is all that love here?
Came through and connected to my heart and my mind. I just felt a complete connection and understanding that this being was here to love, create, and heal, and to embrace me and know. And I knew that he knew everything about me. I felt it, and he let me know in that moment that who he was. And he told me that, you know, he said he was Jesus. And I didn't know from religions. But I understood exactly who he was. He let me know that, you know, he let me know the whole essence of him. It was overwhelming. I didn't focus so much on how he looked. I focused on the feeling and the love and the healing and the kindness. And my body was completely, it had to be completely mangled laying there. And he put his arms under me and I felt embraced and I felt carried. So I didn't feel like I left my body. I felt just rescued and that I was going home. And I think the communication best described today, we hear the words telepathic, but this power is beyond our ability to develop. This is like a connection that is.
Jesus loves me, yes, I know. And the Bible tells me so. Jesus loves me, yes, I know. This is Ghetto Jesus. I think he's on booze and pills and meth. Ghetto Jesus. He looks like he's cooking up something, maybe in some ghetto apartment kitchen. I think he's wearing a bathrobe. He's in a robe, but I think it's a bathrobe. My goodness, Jesus. Jesus is looking a little bit rough. What do you all think of Ghetto Jesus? I'm going to do a poll before I forget. I want to hear what you all have to say. Jesus loves me. Yes, I know. What do you think of him? What do you think of Ghetto Jesus? Isn't he wonderful? Isn't he wonderful? He's full of love. Ghetto Jesus. Do you like or love Ghetto Jesus? It's a new poll I just created. Jesus loves me. Yes, I know. And he even tells me so. That's an old Bible school song they used to have us singing when I went to Bible school when I was younger. And they would give us, I don't know if it was Kool-Aid, but it was some kind of drink that was like a fruit punch or an orange drink. And it wasn't like orange juice. It was something fake. It might have been Tang or just something like that. And they would give us cookies. And it was at this church, and it wasn't a Catholic church. It was another church. And it was close by to where I grew up, where my house was. And my mom had us there. I think it was at least once a week in the summertime, at least 1 year. I'm not sure if I went there multiple years. My memory is foggy on a lot of that stuff. But I was a young boy going there. And I do remember there was one kid that was allergic to peanuts, so he couldn't have any peanut butter cookies. He was totally allergic. And this was way back before it was popular or well-known people to have peanut allergies. That was the first person I ever knew that was allergic to that. And as a kid, I didn't quite understand how could you be allergic to cookies? How the fuck could you be allergic to cookies? Anyway, they had us singing songs like that and doing the church and the steeple with their fingers and all this stupid stuff. All this stupid stuff. Hold on a second. All right. I didn't know that you like skiing, Anafe, but I like skiing. I grew up skiing. I had a membership at the local ski hill in a Canadian city that was a drive. I lived in the country. I was born and raised as a country boy, but I went to a ski hill and I went downhill skiing. I had ski memberships, I think from 8th grade and then into high school. So a few years I had ski memberships. Anyway, what was I going to say? Jesus loves me. Yes, I know. Look at ghetto Jesus in a bathrobe. And isn't this remarkable? You know, if he came back and was like this, unwashed hair, people would still be worshiping him. I know they would be. They're under such a spell. They can't get enough of Jesus. Any type of Jesus is good enough.
Cellular, and so you feel completely known. You know where you're going. You know that you're going to be safe and everything will be all right. I remember being lifted and being young. I remember seeing with Jesus 2 other beings, and one was taller and one was shorter, and they were dressed like warriors, like gladiators almost looking. I didn't recognize the wardrobe, but the one was tripping a little bit and the other one, and they made me laugh just at their behavior. It was a little bit kind of slapstick and silly, and it got me to giggle. And in that time is when Jesus, scooped me up in his arms, and I didn't know that we were flying, so to speak. I just felt that their wings were on one side and on the other, and he was holding me, and I heard this terrible scream, and I looked down and I saw at the bottom of the ski hill, it just broke me out of my peace. I was in such peace. I heard this scream, and it was my mother, and she was, at the bottom of the hill. So I realized we were elevated to some degree or I just had a different view where I could see for miles and miles and miles. It was just endless, and I could see what was happening all the way at the bottom of the hill. While we were moving, I felt just, the same in my body. I felt fine. I felt like I was with someone who loved me unconditionally and knew every detail about me. And I felt like he would let me know any answer or anything I needed to pursue.
Trash Mountain, Jesus loves me. Yes, I know. And his vermin tell me so. Jesus loves me. Yes, I know. And his rats on Trash Mountain tell me so. Mountains of garbage and rats. Obviously, this is a holy place we live. This is a holy world. Holy, holy, holy. Holy cows, man. Holy rats. Holy Trash Mountain Jesus. Holy Trash Mountain Jesus. Jesus. Praise Jesus. Praise Jesus.
Personally know. We arrived, and there was a beautiful, there was like rolling hills, there was trees, and I remember this meadow, and it was only purple, yellow, and white flowers that really struck my eye. They were the most beautiful, just wildflowers of purple, yellow, and white. And that later in my life had significance. And in childbirth, when I had a difficult time, they say, find a place that's your happy place. And I remember I will always go to the purple, yellow, and white meadow. In that meadow, I was shown, because I had asked, can I go back to to help my mother? Would that be possible? And he wasn't expecting me. I felt like he was curious why.
Jesus loves me. Yes, I know. Hop in the blue bin. He'll show you so. Jesus loves you. Jesus loves you. Yes, I know. Go in the recycling bin. He'll show you so. He just wants to recycle you. He's a good guy. Just hop in the recycling bin with Jesus. He loves you. That's why he put you in a realm of suffering and aches and pains and diseases and evil and child predators. This is a wonderful place if you just pretend and you just turn a blind eye to all evil. What a great place this is, isn't it? It's a place of starvation. It's a place of leukemia. It's a place of broken backs and broken necks and paralyzed people and amputees. It's a wonderful place. It's a wonderful place. Just pretend. That's all you have to do is just pretend.
Why I would want to do that, especially since, I had known that I had faced my death and the terrible pain that I went through. So he was curious why I would want to return. And I just had a feeling that I should, and I just wanted to answer that call. But I respected and knew that he was all knowing and that there was this system in place and this universe that was just so enormous and filled with so much. So they discussed it, and there happened to be a group that came towards me, and they almost like glided. I didn't see, I never really saw them like their faces, but they were beings, and they were all in the similar color, like cloaks of some sort. And I began to see that this was very much like I don't want to say government, but an organized place of work and of everything had a purpose, and everyone had a purpose. And they were letting me know that so much information was flowing in, that everything's connected, everything's that a lot that's alive, and that is, there was so much life there. And they let me know that that's what it's about, is life and living and creation. And everything that's positive was connected to this being that, told me his name and carried me. And I was just overwhelmed with this love that filled my heart from every.
Watch out for Halloween recycling bin alleyway, Jesus. He'll sneak up on you and try to get you into that blue recycling bin. Put the lid on it. See all the little mini pumpkins? I made this right around Halloween. You got to watch out. It's scary stuff. He'll just try to get you in that recycling bin. He'll sneak up on you. He'll try to put you in the bin. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above. He fucks your minds with false love. Praise Jesus. Praise Jesus. Jesus, Jesus.
Every crevice in my heart felt full. I spent that time, every crevice, overwhelmed with this love that filled my heart. From every crevice in my heart felt full. I spent that time
It wasn't just every crevice in her heart. It was every crevice on her face, even her butt cheeks. Every crevice felt love from Jesus. Every crevice.
waiting to know if I would be able to return. And that group of people or beings, they looked like, I figured they were people, but they were beings. They were very intelligent beings. And Jesus was so patient and just wait. We were just, together. And then I knew if the opportunity came, if it was the right thing as part of a bigger picture, that that would happen or not. I wasn't sure. And then a moment came where another group came along, and then I met more and more beings. And in the end, I was able to witness so much of what I was supposed to see. And I realized that this was extraordinarily perfect. Everything made sense and everything had love and purpose. So there was a moment that finally came where there was like a mountain range. It looked like some sort of a formation, and there was this gold light that was awakened, and over that light came a gold, I thought it was a hand, but it was like the size of Mount Everest. I don't know. It was just enormous. And this light came, and it connected with Jesus, and then he and the light connected. And then the next thing I knew, they were asking if I was sure, because, there is pain here and on earth. And, was I sure? And I said yes. And so I was returned and to my body. And I don't know, people asked me if I knew I had a choice, and I just felt honored and respected, and I felt everything had a meaning, and it was just over my head how this all worked. And I had this incredible trust that stayed with me my whole life. This trust, that's what lets me know every day that there is this trust you can have. It's so amazing. So I returned to my body. I was completely healed. I guess I was returned, and he said, I don't know if I was healed or not at that moment. Actually, I only know after the fact. I was later, but I was returned to my body, apparently already healed. I had lots of blood, lots of swelling in both temples. And I remember him, I don't know how to express the words, except that I felt like there was something that I recognized in my chest, and I felt like it was like a dove, I called it. And it was like a part of Christ that would now help me. He said, I'll never leave you, and I'll always be here. And that presence was something you do not ever want to leave. It is beyond love. It's so amazing. It's so overwhelming and so filling. It fills your whole body. So I was back in my body, and I remember all of a sudden he was there, and he was kneeling beside me again. And I always wondered when exactly how the healing happened. As a nurse, I always wondered. And then the next thing I heard was my mother's scream, and my father came rushing with some volunteer workers, and they transported me to the nearest hospital. When I remember my mom saying, "Who were you talking to? Who was with you? Someone was up here with you." And I was completely alone up there. They calculated most likely 45 minutes. It's the most miraculous thing that's ever happened. And well, that's not even true, because now after this experience, I see miracles everywhere and every day, all day. And I just am so in tune with all the miracles and open to them. So then the presence left, and I knew it was God. I knew that we have a God, and I knew that we have more love and support and I'm really here to share that. I know I was sent back to share it, and it took me a long time to do so, because after that experience, my mom had asked me to not talk about it because she was afraid that people would diminish it or try to turn it around, she said, or make it something that it's not. And she asked me to hold on to it and keep it sacred for myself. She really didn't want the world to destroy it for me. So I trusted my mother, and when we got to the hospital, the physicians in the emergency room that attended to me, and there happened to be, I remember the physicians were just horrified at my injuries, and yet how was I talking and breathing? And when my spinal cord clearly had been broken, and then now how is it so much more healed? So, and it kept healing. Everything just kept healing. There was many nuns that came to witness. This happened to have been a Catholic hospital, and they all came and were mesmerized and wanted to put a plaque up in the hospital. And there was lots of commotion. And my parents once again asked for not that to not be the case, that they wanted me to just live a very normal life and, fit in and blend in. So, they also had the opportunity to sue the ski hill, and they chose not to, because again, they didn't want me to have to go through reliving the trauma. And that's what they understood was the biggest impact. But truthfully, the biggest impact has been knowing that there is life after death, knowing that there is life, always life, and life is precious, and how precious life is here. And from the experience, I was infused with that light. I was infused with these golden, it was just informational. And I feel like they were like little golden flecks of information that just went in. And I learned that every blade of grass, every sunrise, sunset, anything living that's beautiful, anything living, everything living has a purpose. Everything's connected. There's, the joy and the abundance of love that's available. All you have to do is ask. It's really the realest thing I know. My experience helped lead me to become a nurse because I was 12. So in high school, they asked me, what do you want to do? And what do you want to be? And I went and I got a book of all different professions. And I said my prayers, and I asked, and I closed my eyes and I went through with my fingers. And I said, whatever my finger lands on, that's what I will do. And my finger landed on nursing. And so that's what I became. And I stuck with it, even though it was very difficult profession. Because I was a very sensitive person after that experience. I found my purpose in healing. I was healed, and I learned that I could assist with healing. And I found this presence, this God's love and light in everyone that was, I found it in so many miracles that physicians and how they work through. And I just so enjoy seeing when people let them use you for creating. I learned what is negative and what is created otherwise, since we are allowed to create some things here. If it's negative or destructive, I know that's not from this master artist, creator, love, and if you ever want to find or see a glimmer of what I saw, nature holds the life forces, people, baby, wherever there's life and love and a heart that's, open, you can find that life force in kindness and in service. I see so many people in service, and there's purpose. I found there's a purpose in everyone and everything. Big and small are irrelevant. It's all purpose. So with all the love in my heart, I think that I hope that I could convey that resource that's available and called upon. And I also learned a lot about love, and that we're here to learn about love. And he let me know that he doesn't force you to do anything. He loves to see what you do, loves to see what you'll create, and loves to be supportive. If you need direction and you want direction, you can ask. And your plan will unfold and your life will unfold. And it's such a wonderful thing for me to reach out to and connect with. And I love to share the joy, and it's been in my, that's been in my life and through major life decisions and just silly things I love to share in that relationship. And I've always maintained that relationship because I want to. And that's true love, is when you want it and you're looking for it and you can have it. He loves everyone, and he's created everyone. So look for love and all those beautiful things, and miracles happen. I'm a living, breathing miracle. I was paralyzed and it completely disappeared. My whole face was scarred and everything disappeared. As a matter of fact, that same year I became a gymnast, and soon after, I was very athletic. I have a lovely husband and wonderful children, and I attribute it all to, the blessings, and count the blessings every day. And I hope I did the story justice. I wrote it in a book years ago in private because I wasn't sure that I could speak about it. But if
Pimp Jesus loves you. Yes, I know. And his hose titties tell you so. Jesus loves you. This is Pimp Jesus, everyone. Pimp Jesus. There's more Jesuses here than anywhere. We have the greatest diversity of Jesuses. Jesuses. More Jesuses than you can shake a crucifix at. Jesus loves you. Look at Pimp Jesus. He looks kind of Cuban. This is a Cuban Pimp Jesus somewhere down in South Florida. Miami Jesus. Miami Jesus. In a white suit instead of a robe. He's got all that gold. Pimp Jesus. Prayer pimp. Salty. Pimping it easy. Pimping it easy. Pimping it easy. I like that. Kind of an homage to Dolphin Jesus with the easy. Easy. Pimping it easy. Yes, I like that. That's Pimp Jesus in Miami. Everybody loves Jesus on this realm. They love Jesus. They love him. Look at him. And look at the big old titties on her. Look at that cleavage. My goodness. She's out there prancing around. Pimpin' ain't easy. Where is my dolphin Jesus? Where is he? Oh, here he is. Hey, Dolphin Jesus, what's up? Oh, hey. Hey, Mike, what's up? Hey, King Steven, I love that. Pimp Jesus. I love that Pimp Jesus. I love your show, King Steven. Thank you. Hey, thanks for being on, Mike. That's Mike Tyson, everyone. Iron Mike Tyson. Youngest heavyweight boxing champion of all time. Another guest. They're coming out of the woodwork. Hey, what's up, Black Jesus? Yo, my motherfuckers. What you be saying today? I be Black Jesus. I be out here in my watermelon patch. Yo, my niggas. I be out here with my Jim Crow, walking on watermelons and walking on water. All right. I haven't seen him in a while. That was Black Jesus. Black Jesus.
Deborah Ann Leach, also known as Debbie, was born in June of 1995 in Hastings, a seaside borough in East Sussex, England. She was the daughter of Thomas Leach and his then wife Elaine Clark. Debbie had Down syndrome, which made her heavily dependent on her parents for her well-being. Those who knew her described her as a gentle soul who loved to laugh and connect with others despite the communication barriers that her disability sometimes posed. She loved watching Disney films, playing with family pets, and spending time outdoors whenever she could. Hugs and smiles were abundant when Debbie was around, traits that became her signature. Looking at her photographs, you could see that she had fair skin, fine blonde hair, and often wore a pair of maroon glasses slipping down her nose, always with a bright smile on her face. As Debbie grew into her teens and early adulthood, she blossomed socially. She was described as a quiet, shy, yet playful girl who was still outgoing with people she got to know.
But life at home, unfortunately, was often problematic. This was mainly because her parents' relationship had fallen apart when Debbie was just a toddler. Tom, Debbie's father, separated from Elaine in 1997 amid a difficult divorce, reportedly after Elaine had an affair. Elaine was awarded custody of Debbie and her sisters, while Tom was granted visitation rights. Tom said that he appealed the decision, but social services decided that with their help and support, Elaine would be able to take care of Debbie and her siblings. Tom, however, felt that Elaine was an unfit mother. He believed that the system had made a mistake by automatically assuming that his children belonged with their mother. Elaine eventually went on to have a fourth child from a later relationship. Each of the 4 children had either a learning or physical disability that required extra care. Social services in East Sussex, where the family lived during Debbie's early years, knew the family well, and there had been ongoing concerns about Elaine's parenting skills in the home environment, as well as about some of the men in Elaine's life after Tom. Multiple agencies had been involved with the family when Debbie was a child, creating a patchwork of support plans and welfare checks. Still, Elaine retained custody, and Tom found it harder and harder to see his children. He said Elaine even remarried at one point after their divorce, and thereafter did everything she could to stop him from seeing them. Debbie adored her father. He recalled how her face lit up every time she saw him. Sadly, those visits became more and more infrequent because Elaine started to keep the kids away from him.
In 2014, when Debbie was 19, Elaine packed up and moved the family from Hastings, where Tom and the other relatives live, to Leeds. She wanted to be with her new boyfriend, Robert Bruce, who lived in Rothwell near Leeds. There, the new couple and the kids would live together as a family. This move effectively distanced Debbie from her father and from the Sussex social workers who had been monitoring the family for years. However, it seemed that the change was benefiting Debbie at first. While in Leeds, Debbie enrolled in a local college special education program and also attended a daycare center for adults with disabilities. Those programs gave her structure, friends, and professional oversight. By all accounts, Debbie was flourishing in Leeds. She also had her first boyfriend and enjoyed a degree of independence outside of the home. While in Leeds, Elaine held it together enough to get by. She was receiving state benefits of approximately 215 British pounds per week, specifically to care for Debbie. Family members seemed to suggest that Elaine was lazy and selfish as a mother, often more focused on her own wants than the needs of her children.
Then in August of 2016, after about 2 years in Leeds, Elaine moved the family yet again, this time roughly 100 miles away to Blackpool, a town on the northwest coast. They moved into a small terraced house at 15 Garden Terrace in Blackpool's South Shore district. Obviously, when they relocated to Blackpool, Debbie's supportive routines went away. Blackpool social services were not deeply familiar with the family's history and had to rely on Elaine's word and any records that were transferred over. From 2016 onward, Elaine was Debbie's full-time caregiver, paid by the government to look after her vulnerable adult daughter. She did not enroll Debbie in any daycare programs or take up college classes in Blackpool. Debbie suddenly became isolated at home, entirely dependent on her mother's care. Neighbors on Garden Terrace saw Debbie outside less and less over time. Some didn't even realize an adult daughter lived in the house. Behind closed doors, the care that Debbie desperately needed was slowly being taken from her. Debbie's extended family still cared about her deeply. Cousins, aunts, and of course her father back in Sussex tried reaching out. In early 2018, these relatives started hearing troubling reports.
Debbie's health was declining. She lost weight and didn't want to leave her room, and Elaine offered a string of excuses. Things like, Debbie had a skin condition, Debbie was prone to rashes, or Debbie didn't like going out, and so on. In April of 2018, the first concrete evidence of serious neglect surfaced. Debbie was brought to Clifton Hospital in St. Anne's near Blackpool for a severe skin outbreak, where doctors diagnosed her with Norwegian scabies, a highly contagious and painful skin infection. Norwegian scabies, also called crusted scabies, is often associated with unclean conditions or a compromised immune system, and it caused thick crusts and itching over her skin. Medical staff provided treatment and medication. They also gave Elaine instructions on follow-up care at home and scheduled subsequent appointments, none of which she came back to the hospital for. Each time, Elaine had an excuse: car trouble, scheduling conflicts, and anything she could think of. Later in 2018, friends and family who visited the Blackpool house saw more worrying signs. Debbie's skin condition persisted. She would scratch herself raw and her skin looked red, cracked, and sore. At least once, one of Debbie's sisters confronted their mother, urging her to get proper help for Debbie's deteriorating health. But Elaine reacted defensively. According to the sister, Elaine snapped that she should mind her own business, dismissing the concerns about Debbie.
During this period, Debbie's father remained largely out of the loop. Living in Hastings, he maintained occasional contact with Debbie over the phone. Once Debbie expressed a longing that broke his heart to recall. She said, "Dad, is there any chance I can come back to Hastings and live with you?" Debbie was an adult by then, 23 years old, and in theory, could choose where she wanted to live. But her Down syndrome meant she was not fully independent, and such decisions would have to involve social services first. Tom, not understanding the full urgency, advised her to hang in there until she was 25, thinking that perhaps by then it might be easier to arrange a move or that she might change her mind after the rough patch was over. Later lamented that if he had known what was going on, he would have jumped in his car and gone to save her.
The late summer of 2019 marked the final horrific downturn in Debbie's life. By July of that year, 24-year-old Debbie was severely malnourished, gravely ill, and living in filth. Outsiders who visited the Garden Terrace house were often kept from seeing her. On July 26, 2019, one of Elaine's relatives decided to check on Debbie in person. This was her niece, a woman named Sammy Muggeridge, who had grown increasingly alarmed by reports filtering through the family about Debbie's health. Sammy showed up unannounced at the Blackpool home. There, she saw Debbie lying on a filthy, stained mattress on the floor in a dark room. The stench was overwhelming. Sammy said she could only describe it as the stench of death filled the air. Scattered around the room were piles of dirty diapers and half-eaten takeaway food containers, some molding, which was evidence that Debbie had been left eating in her room and incontinent without proper cleaning. In the dim light, Sammy claimed that Debbie looked like a ghost of her former self. She was painfully thin, and her skin looked awful, red, scabbed, and patches of what looked like an infected rash of sores covering her body. Debbie's once long hair had been cut off unevenly to manage her scabies-infected scalp, or simply out of neglect. She was dressed in stained night clothes that had stuck to her because of the unwashed dirt. Lying there, Debbie was barely able to move and was crying out in pain, calling "Mummy, Mummy." Sammy turned to her Aunt Elaine and begged her to take action. She warned Elaine that if she did not get her help, Debbie wasn't going to survive for much longer. Elaine was annoyed at the accusation that she wasn't taking good enough care of her daughter. Still, with Debbie right there, lying in her own filth, she scrambled to do the bare minimum to get Sammy off of her back.
That same day, on July 26, 2019, Elaine contacted a general practitioner from Whitegate Health Center, who's the local doctor's office, and arranged for an emergency home visit. Plus, Sammy called Blackpool Social Services to raise a safeguarding alarm as soon as she left the house. When the general practitioner arrived later on, Elaine tried to camouflage the situation. Knowing the doctor was on the way, she hastily tidied up some of the mess and attempted to clean Debbie. According to the GP's testimony, Elaine put Debbie in the shower and tried to wash off the evidence of neglect. Debbie screamed throughout the shower. The pain on her skin must have been excruciating. With open scabies, rashes, and sores, having water and soap hit her skin would have been very painful. But Elaine managed to present her in a slightly more presentable state by the time the doctor examined her. Debbie, who was likely exhausted and frightened, was propped up on the living room sofa, freshly bathed and wearing clean clothes. This superficial cleanup was enough to fool the doctor. The doctor noted that Debbie looked thin and unwell, but when Elaine confidently explained that her daughter had a skin infection for which she was providing creams and that Debbie was eating and being cared for, the doctor took her at her word. He did not observe the bedroom, nor did he see the full extent of the scabies underneath Debbie's clothing. Concluding that there were no immediate concerns, the GP prescribed some antibiotic cream and arranged to return for a follow-up visit on August 12th. Before leaving, the doctor also talked to Blackpool Social Services about the visit, and they were set to respond soon. Social workers attempted a surprise visit to the Garden Terrace house on July 29th, but they were prevented from entering the property by a relative. Social workers left and returned the very next day, determined to see Debbie, but they were still unable to see her. By the time of the rescheduled visit on August 1st, Elaine had again prepared for this. She brought Debbie downstairs, cleaned and dressed to meet the officials. Debbie had now become skinny, and as one social worker noted, she looked very slight. But Elaine was good at pretending to be an attentive mother. She cheerfully told the visiting social workers that Debbie was doing really well and that she was eating fine and spending more time downstairs. Social workers looked into Debbie's bedroom, which was now cleaned and aired out, and they saw nothing that was lacking. The workers noted that the young woman appeared to be unwell and underweight. Since the doctor had recently visited and there was a plan for a follow-up, they did not raise an alarm at that time. Elaine had successfully masked the ongoing neglect. After this, the social services team scheduled yet another review visit for September 2nd. But throughout August 2019, Debbie's condition continued to worsen. Away from the attention of social services after August 1st, Elaine apparently resumed her pattern of neglect. Neighbors on the quiet residential street recalled hearing disturbing sounds coming from the house in the middle of the night. One neighbor reported hearing a young female voice crying out "Mummy, Mummy" in the early hours during that last week of August. It is believed that in those final days, Debbie was confined to her bed, too weak to walk, her body infected, covered in sores, and slowly starving. Elaine later claimed she didn't realize how bad it had gotten. At the same time, she admitted that she spent her days online shopping and taking care of her own needs, buying herself handbags and shoes while her daughter was covered in filth upstairs, starving. The money that came in each week for Debbie's care was being used by Elaine herself.
By the evening of August 29th, 2019, Debbie had passed away. At 10:40 p.m. that evening, a panicked call was finally placed to emergency services. Elaine told the operator that her daughter wasn't breathing, an apparent cardiac arrest. Paramedics from Northwest Ambulance Service rushed to the address on Garden Terrace. They found Debbie lying on the bedroom floor in an unnatural, curled-up position. It was clear to the responders that she had been dead for some time. In fact, medical evidence suggested that Debbie probably passed away a day and a half earlier, meaning Elaine may have lived in the house with her daughter's body for well over a day before asking for help. The paramedics were shocked by Debbie's appearance and the overall environment of the home. They could not tell at first glance whether the person on the floor was male or female, because Debbie's once feminine features were hidden because of the neglect she suffered. Her face was completely covered in scabs and thickened skin from the untreated scabies, to the point where she was no longer recognizable as a young female. Her hair was thin and falling out in patches. The smell of decomposition and filth hit the first responders instantly. Paramedic John Wilkinson, upon seeing Debbie up close, was shaken. He would later recall that he found a live maggot on or near her body when he tried to move her. The room itself was back to the filthy, unlivable state that Sammy had witnessed. Worse, actually. Investigators later described plates of rotting food spread all around and piles of feces-covered clothing and bedding all around the mattress. Debbie's physical condition was unbelievable. She weighed only 52 pounds, which is about a third of what a healthy woman her age should weigh. In fact, the family remembered that just a few years earlier in Leeds, Debbie had weighed about 141 pounds while living a healthy life. One police officer said that Debbie looked like a skeleton when they found her. Her ribs and joints were visibly pointing outwards under her skin, and she had open sores and infected crusts over 30% of her body from scalp to feet. Her clothes were filthy. She was dressed in a stained jumper and trousers, and when paramedics began to cut the fabric away to try to resuscitate, bits of her skin came off with a cloth because it had literally stuck to her body. They found that she had been wearing an adult diaper that was heavily soiled, which suggested that she had been left in her own waste for a long period of time. The scabies mites were still present, as rescuers saw tiny mites crawling all over her back and on her bedding. The skin on her face, especially around her eyes and scalp, was described as thickened, scabbed, and raw. The soles of her feet were also covered in rashes and scabs. It was clearly an extreme, untreated scabies infestation.
Needless to say, nothing could be done to revive Debbie. Paramedics and arriving police officers realized this was not a rescue, but a potential crime scene. The postmortem examination that followed would officially record Debbie's cause of death as severe emaciation and neglect, with a severe scabies skin infection contributing to her death. Law enforcement treated the case with the seriousness of a homicide. A major police investigation named Operation Nevada was launched by Lancashire Police's Force Major Investigation Team. Investigators swarmed the Garden Terrace house, documenting the horrible conditions and collecting evidence. Elaine was arrested at the scene on suspicion of causing her daughter's death. In total, police interviewed 6 individuals as suspects during the early phase of their inquiry. This included Elaine and her partner Robert. 4 people were arrested at first, though identities aside from Elaine and Robert were not made public. They may have included family members or others who had been at the house around that time, people who had witnessed the neglect but done nothing about it. Over the next year, detectives compiled a convincing timeline and forensic record of negligence. In March of 2021, about 18 months after Debbie's death, authorities made a big announcement. 2 people were being charged with manslaughter in connection with Debbie's passing. Those individuals were Elaine and Robert. Each of them was charged with gross negligence manslaughter. Robert also faced a separate charge under UK law, causing or allowing the death of a vulnerable adult, since he was a member of the household during the period of Debbie's worsening condition.
In July of 2021, at a preliminary hearing, Elaine pled not guilty to the charge of unlawful killing. She was scheduled to stand trial at Preston Crown Court in early 2022. Robert also pled not guilty to his charges, and so a trial date was set for February of 2022. However, in December of 2021, Elaine changed her plea to guilty. She had finally admitted that her neglect had directly caused Debbie's death. Meanwhile, Robert never went to trial either. At the same hearing in late 2021, the Crown Prosecution Service decided to drop all charges against him. The exact reason was not explained, but it is speculated that the prosecution lacked sufficient evidence to convict him. Then, on February 24th of 2022, Elaine appeared on the dock of the Preston Crown Court for her sentencing hearing. The details of Debbie's suffering were recounted in full detail before the judge, Justice Amanda Yip. Debbie's father, Tom, attended the sentencing. He had traveled from Hastings, and at one point, he broke down in tears as the judge reviewed what happened to his daughter. Elaine, on the other hand, showed little emotion in court. When given the chance to speak, she offered no real apology. She was ultimately sentenced to 9 years and 7 months in prison for the gross negligence manslaughter of her daughter. Under UK law, Elaine would be required to serve at least 2/3 of her sentence before becoming eligible for parole. With time served, she could be eligible for release around 2028. Many in the public and Debbie's family felt that the sentence was far too lenient. Tom openly criticized the outcome, asking if that's all his little girl's life was worth.
You know, why did she die? Like, why?
What was she like?
She was lovely. You know, she wouldn't that soul. You know, she used to love sitting in the mirror brushing her hair.
We'll never talk to her again, even if she's done her time. To us, she should have got life.
Life for a life, you know.
He met with his local member of parliament to push for a review of the sentence. The case was referred to the Attorney General under the unduly lenient sentence scheme, but but the sentence was not increased. The court decided it fell within the acceptable range for manslaughter. Elaine was sent to a women's prison, likely His Majesty's Prison style, or another facility for female offenders in the Northwest. The case also prompted an independent safeguarding adults review, taken on by the Blackpool Safeguarding Adults Board, to look into what went wrong and to prevent such a tragedy from happening again. In the review, which used the pseudonym Jessica for Debbie, the findings were blunt. There had been missed opportunities across the board. Carers, social workers, and medical staff had been too willing to accept Elaine's explanation and her ability to play along. It concluded that Debbie's death had been avoidable if the warning signs had been acted upon sooner and more decisively.
Debbie's family in Hastings mourned in their own way. Tom, who was clearly heartbroken, kept fighting for justice in Debbie's name. He gave multiple interviews to the press, determined that the world recognized Debbie as more than just a victim by talking about her personality and her bright spirit, and I hope that we've done that justice in this video. Debbie's body was held for some time by the coroner and forensic authorities. It was eventually released to the family after the post-mortem and initial inquiries were completed. Debbie was cremated, and her father fought to be given some of her remains. In the end, he received half of Debbie's ashes. He decided to lay his portion of her ashes to rest in a place filled with personal meaning. He buried them beside his father, Debbie's grandfather. Years later, during a pre-inquest session on May 8, 2024 at Blackpool Town Hall, it was announced that Tom had passed away before the inquest could move forward. His absence was especially saddening considering how deeply he had sought answers about his daughter's death. The hearing also confirmed that Elaine had refused to take part in the proceedings. Though the court previously reached out and the prison was made aware of the inquest, Elaine had chosen not to be involved. The inquest, meant to look into the circumstances surrounding Debbie's final months, moved ahead without two of the most central figures, and unfortunately led to no real conclusions. But people did not forget about her. To mark 1 year since her passing in August of 2020, supporters online organized a Wave of Light vigil. People were asked to light a candle at a set time in Debbie's memory and post a photo of it. Dozens of photos of lit candles appeared on Facebook with messages like, "For Debbie, may you rest in peace." I think the first thing that needs to be said when talking about Debbie Leach's case is that many people wrongfully refer to this as a child neglect case, and I thought it was a child neglect case too. And I think that we're doing Debbie and other adult disabled victims a disservice if we don't talk about it for what it is, because some of the ways in which Debbie was taken advantage of related to the fact that she wasn't a child.
Right. So in normal cases, CPS might be involved in a situation like this with the child that has a disability. And I know, like in our comments, we'll probably get, where was CPS? Well, CPS is not going to be involved with it because it is adult.
She was 24 at the time of her death.
Yeah, she was 24. And in a lot of cases, unless some sort of complaint has been lodged, adult protective services are not going to be involved either.
Now
that makes sense.
Yes, and now this was a UK case, so there's some laws here that we might not be aware of, and if
Hazel Journey Homan, nicknamed Hazelbug, was born on March 13, 2016 in Shelton, Washington. Her mother, Medora Peterson, was just 17 years old at the time of her birth. Her father, Brandon Homan, was 26. Brandon called Hazel his miracle baby. She was born purple and blue via emergency C-section, but doctors were able to get her breathing. Hazel was a sweet little girl with long brown hair and big brown eyes that looked even bigger behind her round eyeglasses. Her family said she lit up the room. She loves to dance and sing the song Baby Shark. She also loved chicken nuggets and the movie Moana. Hazel was adored by her family. Even though she was young, Hazel was described as kind and caring. She would try to comfort anyone who seemed sad and crawl up onto their lap and hum. She would ask, "You okay?" anytime she heard someone cough or sneeze. Hazel's parents lived with Medora's family when she was first born, but eventually moved to an apartment on Queen Street in Bellingham, Washington, located almost 2 hours north of Seattle. However, both parents struggled with addiction, and Brandon had a past history of trouble with the law. It wouldn't be long until both parents found themselves in hot water.
On November 2nd, 2017, a concerned family member called the police. Allegedly, the couple was arguing and Brandon had given Medora a black eye. A family member was particularly concerned because Hazel, who was only 19 months old at the time, was in the apartment. When police arrived, Brandon wouldn't let them in and wouldn't let Medora leave. Because of this, a hostage negotiator had to be called to the scene. After a 5-hour standoff, police arrested Brandon, who was charged with 4th-degree assault. Police placed Hazel in protective custody and called the Washington State DCYF, who decided Hazel wouldn't be safe with her parents, understandably. Brandon's mother, Tammy, and her husband, Dale Mortensen, agreed to care for their granddaughter at their home in Olympia. According to family members, the grandparents were told they had to sign the paperwork or they wouldn't be allowed to take Hazel home. Their agreement meant that DCYF had complete control over when and how the little girl was returned to her parents. Although Hazel was in the custody of her grandparents, she was still ward of the state. Hazel's teeth were rotten and she had cold sores on her mouth. She often woke up with night terrors. Tammy and Dale would stay up all night offering comfort to the scared little girl. They took her to the doctor and the dentist. Hazel was loved and supported by her entire extended family. For 1 year and 7 months, she thrived in her grandparents' care.
To regain custody of Hazel, Brandon and Medora needed to make a lot of changes. First, they needed to stay away from one another, and a no-contact order was put in place. Despite this, Medora kept seeing Brandon even though the order had been established for her safety. In addition, they both needed treatment for substance abuse problems. Department policy also required that they complete parenting classes and mental health counseling. Medora struggled to comply. She didn't go to her appointments. She started a program that included parenting classes, but quit after 1 week. She missed her scheduled visitation to see Hazel. Even though DCYF arranged and paid for her to travel to Olympia and back, Medora could not be bothered. Around the fall of 2018, she moved back to Iowa to live with her mother. She made no further contact with DCYF.
Brandon didn't do much better. He tried to fight Hazel's removal, but he really didn't have a leg to stand on. Because of his actions, he had put her in the middle of a 5-hour standoff, and he refused to participate in any of the required programs. He also could not manage to stay out of trouble. In March of 2018, he was charged with disorderly conduct, displaying a weapon, and 4th-degree assault. In April, he started communicating with DCYF and the court-appointed special advocate. Brandon agreed to start doing what he needed to do in order to get his daughter back. In May, he asked if his girlfriend, Cammie Dixon, could visit Hazel with him. DCYF ran a background check, and in the past, Cammie had legal troubles of her own. In 2012, she was convicted of theft and trespassing. In 2017, she was convicted of witness tampering. Much like Brandon, she also had struggled with drug addiction. Because of her history, DCYF made her participate in several programs. They also wanted her to get a job. Once the department was satisfied, she was allowed with supervised visitation, along with Brandon, even to make sure she was okay. Brandon worked long hours, 6 days a week. He was often at work. Cammie handled the home visits. But no problems were reported. The home seemed safe, and Hazel was going to daycare regularly.
On October 31st, Cammie posted a Halloween picture on social media. She was dressed up as Cruella de Vil. Brandon was Jasper, one of Cruella's henchmen, and the kids were dressed as small, spotted Dalmatians. On November 13th, Brandon had a health and safety visit. He reported using new shampoo because Hazel's hair was thinning. Thinning hair sometimes can be an indication of CA, but the caseworker did not examine Hazel's hair or scalp. However, the caseworker did tell Brandon he was not in good standing for the court case coming up in December. He still hadn't gotten his required mental health evaluation. He still wasn't going to the required parenting classes. Brandon claimed that he was going to a parenting class the next day, and he had scheduled his mental health evaluation for November 21st. He said Hazel was supposed to be going back into full-time daycare on November 27th. The next day, he missed another parenting class. On November 27th, Hazel did not go back to full-time daycare. Instead, Cammie left Brandon's home in Ferndale around 8:15 a.m. and took Hazel to her apartment in Bellingham.
Later that morning, Cammie called 911 and told them Hazel had choked on food and was not breathing. Cammie did not have a phone, so in order to make this call, she carried Hazel to a neighbor's apartment and used their phone. When paramedics arrived, Hazel was naked, wet, and unresponsive. She was rushed to St. Joseph's Hospital with a temperature of only 86 degrees, where she was immediately treated for hypothermia. Doctors also noted multiple bruises and a cigarette burn on her body. After further examination, the medical staff realized Hazel had a brain bleed. She was airlifted to Harborview Medical Center. Hazel was diagnosed with an anoxic brain injury and a bilateral subdural hemorrhage. That meant she had bleeding in both sides of her brain and a complete lack of oxygen. She showed no signs of choking. After 2 brain death assessments, Hazel was pronounced dead on November 30th, 2019. She was kept on life support until December 4th to keep her organs alive for donation. Her heart, kidney, and liver were able to help 3 families, one for each year of her short life.
Cammie was arrested on December 5th, 2019. Her bond was set for $1 million. On December 13th, she was charged with homicide by abuse and second-degree homicide. The trial began in April of 2022 and lasted for 95 days. During the trial, prosecutors said Cammie was Hazel's primary caretaker for the last 6 months of her life. They said Cammie kept Hazel isolated from family, friends, and daycare in order to hide her bruises and injuries. Cammie's friend Autumn testified to an incident that occurred when she was babysitting. Hazel had an accident and had soiled her pants, and she texted Cammie to ask how she should handle it. Cammie was extremely angry and accused the 3-year-old of soiling her pants on purpose. She texted, "She's trying to beef with me, and she knows it will piss me off." On June 7th, Brandon testified. He wept on the stand while watching videos of Hazel and Cammie. He said Hazel never showed pain, distress, or irritation, except for the incidents with her hand and eye. He said he was unaware of her extensive injuries. Prosecutors asked him about the bruises that occurred on November 20th. He admitted Cammie texted him about the bruises, but did not report the bruising to CPS. Overall, it didn't seem like Brandon really felt like his girlfriend was capable of harming his daughter.
This is a tragic situation, and I hurt more than anyone. Okay, I'm the father. That was my baby girl. And I want answers too, but don't place blame.
At trial, Cammie testified that she loved Hazel and talked about happier times, like taking Hazel and her son to the trampoline zone. She also described 2 times that Hazel fell down concrete stairs at the apartment building. She blamed Hazel's multiple injuries on the second fall, which Cammie said happened in November. On the day of the 911 call, she said she helped Hazel shower at her Bellingham apartment. She then wrapped her in a blanket and gave her a breakfast sandwich to eat on the couch. When she came back in the room, she claimed that Hazel was slumped up against the couch.
I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was very, very wrong when I looked at Hazel. It was like the lights in her eyes were off. I remember grabbing her body and throwing it over my arm and pounding on her back, thinking maybe some food would come up or something. That didn't help. So then I'm like, well, what do I do? Do I do CPR? So I am not a medical professional. I am not trained, and I wish that I would have been, but I figured if she wasn't choking, then she needed some CPR. So I began to do CPR.
But what Cammie claimed happened that morning didn't align with the story that Hazel's broken body was telling. The King County Medical Examiner, Dr. Nikki Yared, found 50 injuries in various stages of healing all over Hazel's body. She determined the injuries had occurred over a period of 5 months, and that none of this was an accident. Dr. Yared found bruises on Hazel's chin, body, neck, chest, and groin. She had head wounds, a broken leg, a broken knee, a broken hip, a broken arm, a broken finger, and fractures in her spine. Her cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, trauma consistent with shaken baby syndrome. In closing arguments, Eric Sigmar, the Whatcom County Deputy Prosecutor, said, quote, "The defense would have you believe that the head trauma is just a coincidence. The multiple bruises, just a coincidence. 50 blows, just a coincidence. Multiple fractures, just a coincidence. Hand burn, just a coincidence. Serious chemical alkaline burn, just a coincidence. Bruising noticed by Hazel's cousin, just a coincidence. Bruising noticed by the defendant's best friend, just a coincidence," end quote.
Some witnesses told police that Cammie had relapsed and begun using heroin again in the months before Hazel's death. Another said she admitted to being frustrated the morning of the 911 call because she was experiencing withdrawals. That information was never mentioned at her trial. On June 28, 2022, the jury found Cammie guilty of one charge, but deadlocked on the other. The judge asked them to continue deliberating, but they still deadlocked. On June 30th, they announced their verdict. Cammie was guilty of homicide by abuse. They found that she used her position of trust to commit homicide by abuse against a vulnerable victim. The second-degree murder charge was dismissed without prejudice, which means she could be tried again. The prosecutor sought a longer sentence because of the unique circumstances of the case. On August 2nd, Cammie was sentenced to 34 years in prison with 3 years of probation.
At the time of Hazel's death, no one knew how to contact her mother, Medora. That was until she was arrested for trespassing in Polk County, Iowa. Since then, she has been charged with probation violations and several assault charges. She's currently in prison until 2026. DCYF conducted a child fatality review after Hazel's death. They noted several areas that could have been handled better. Caseworkers never directly assessed Cammie. They did not know about her bonding, discipline style, or interactions with Hazel. If they had, they may have been able to provide her with support to address her needs as a caregiver. Now, speaking of caseworkers, 3 different caseworkers handled Hazel's case over the course of 6 months. Hazel's last caseworker was managing 24 cases, the most in the department at the time. They also believe that Hazel's language skills may have decreased in the months before her death. This was a problem because the caseworkers assumed Hazel could speak for herself, so they didn't consistently double-check information to make sure Hazel was getting the care she needed. They concluded that letting the caseworker investigate the burn was a mistake. It should have been assigned to CPS. The caseworker focused on getting Hazel to the doctor for treatment, but didn't get a medical consultation with an expert in CA. An expert would know better if it was an accidental injury or not. Communication between the caseworker, CPS, and the court-appointed special advocate was delayed. The court-appointed special advocate didn't have critical information they needed to make informed decisions. The committee in charge of the review recommended more training to help provide better care to children in the future.
Hazel's funeral was held on December 17, 2019 at Christ the King Community Church in Bellingham. In the wake of her death, Hazel's aunt Ashley Bartell partnered with the organization Light the Way to help raise awareness for CA prevention. Ashley organized a peaceful protest at the Capitol in Olympia on April 23, 2023. Her goal was giving children their voices back. Light the Way's website has a section dedicated to Hazel that includes a statement from Ashley and her family. Hazel Journey, as her family refers to her as, is terribly missed. They feel as though the Washington State Department of Children, Youth, and Families failed her and continues to fail the vulnerable children of Washington. They urge the Washington legislature to support policy change because Hazel's voice mattered. The voices of all children matter, and we have to do better.
You think you're original? You ain't original. You're programmed to be you. You think you're original? You ain't original. You're programmed to be you. You're a slave and you don't even know it. And the shitty thing of any of your thoughts. Just step out of the box for a minute. Look, I would have loved it if life was truly fair. I would have loved it if we were given answers. I would have loved it if we were given a chance to thrive. I would have loved it, or someone is going to say some Illuminati stuff. These are my fingers, bro. I would have loved it if I was allowed to just be. Nothing is feeding off my energy. Nothing is feeding off any other living being's energy. I would have loved it. I would have loved it if I knew what the clouds were. I would have loved it. I would have loved it if I was able to explain to you what is really going on. I would have loved it. I would have loved it if love was what we wanted it to be. If I can be loved without anything to offer, I would have loved it. I would have loved it if I was simply loved for just existing. If I would be loved even if I lost everything, I would have loved it. I would have loved it if I'm not loved because I'm handsome. If I'm not loved because maybe I have something that people want. If I'm not loved because, if I'm loved for just existing. If I'm loved for my soul, I would have loved it. I would have loved it if we were willing to help one another. I remember Billie Eilish said something interesting. She's like, why should they be billionaires, really, man? Like, seriously, why did we agree as a collective that they should be billionaires? I'm not saying people shouldn't have money. I'm not saying people shouldn't work hard and have what they want, but there's a certain level of wealth that we need to question. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. Especially if there are a lot of people who are struggling, you know? I don't know, the game is just messed up, you know? I would have loved it, man, if we're willing to help one another. I don't know, the game is just messed up, you know? I don't know, the game is just messed up, you know? I would have loved it, man, if we're willing to help one another. If I can see that, okay, this person is suffering, and I can help without really losing much, let me help them, you know? I would have loved it for a program that way, bro. For a program to want to help. And I tell y'all that this is hell. I'm not saying that because I'm trying to be negative. I'm not saying that because I'm trying to criticize your God. I'm saying that because of what I've seen, what I understand, what I've experienced, what we are experiencing. I'm saying that because I'm interested in the truth. This really feels like hell. I believe that each and every person who's intellectually honest feels this way about this place. I do understand why we would lie to ourselves. I was once, I didn't really lie to myself, but I can understand because I was once like that. Like, there was a time when I didn't really question anything, so I was kind of lying to myself, right? I can understand. I can understand why you want to believe this is good. And you know what? If you do believe that it's good and that is helping you, that is good. I'm not against that. I'm not mad at people who think this is good. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. But I want to speak to the people who can see that something is off. You know, these are the people that I want to talk to. I don't want to feel alone. I don't want people who think like me to feel alone. I don't want people who think like me to not be able to express themselves, to not be free to express themselves. I want to inspire them to express themselves. What are you seeing when you look at the world? I do believe that people who are like me are honest people. You know what I'm saying? Like, to them, it's no longer about what they can gain. It's no longer about survival. It's about truth. You know, we do get it. We do get it that to have your survival needs met in this place, most of the time, like maybe for most of us, we kind of like have to live a lie. You know, like if you're gonna be totally honest, you're probably gonna lose a lot of things that you have. You know, so you kind of like have to play this game where you like wear a mask and nobody knows the real you and what you're dealing with and how you think and all of that. You know, but I'm telling you, this ain't it, bro. Weird things are happening. Too many weird things are happening every single day. Yesterday, when I was talking about Anthony Joshua, he got involved in a car accident in Nigeria, which claimed the life of 2 people. It seemed fine. It's a good thing. But 2 people died. Hey, like, so after the Jake Paul fight, which I wouldn't say was the biggest fight of his life, but it's the fight that was really important in his career because, you know, we as boxing fans, we knew the guy, you know. We know Tyson Fury, you know, like, we know these guys. We know Tank Davis. Jake Paul was supposed to fight Davis, actually. We know these guys, right? But they were not really mainstream like that. Yeah, they were rich, making a lot of money, more than people who are mainstream. But like, if I were to, even now, if I were to like meet a random stranger, you're like, who is Anthony Joshua? They wouldn't tell. You know what I'm saying? So he was really, he was not known. You know, the boxer that people know around the world is Mike Tyson. People know Mike Tyson. People know Muhammad Ali, but not like the most famous boxer in the world is Mike Tyson, bro. If you're famous in Africa, you are famous. Like in America, you know everyone. I get it, you know. But if you're famous in Africa, you are famous, you know. I remember I was debating with this guy from, I think it's from LA. Like, I was debating with him who like the most famous rapper. And they're like, Drake. It's like, look, everyone knows Tupac, bro. In South Africa, maybe the young kids might not know, but we had, like, in our rooms, we had posters of Pac, bro. Like, everyone knows Pac. Like, this literally is the most famous. If you're famous in Africa, you're famous everywhere. I mean, unless you're only African, but really, if you're not from Africa and you're famous in Africa, you're famous everywhere. But yeah, Anthony Joshua gained a new, he gained new audience, actually. Yeah, what happened in his career was new. Like, he's never experienced something like that. The women be talking about him on TikTok, like, wow, I wish I had a man like that. Like, you know what? I don't believe in cheating, but, if I met Anthony Joshua, just once, be saying stuff like that. And you're like, And that happened like a week after his fight with Jake Paul. Like, that happened a week after his fight with Jake Paul. Like, a week after his fight with Jake. A week after his... You have to understand this, right? You have to understand this. I'm a big fan of boxing. I'm a big fan of MMA. I follow these guys. This stuff don't usually happen. They are good drivers. This stuff don't, But 1 week after his fight with Jake Paul, that happened. Why? And we're not supposed to be conspiracy theorists. We're not supposed to ask questions. We're not supposed to say, that is weird. Yes, it could just be an accident. Weird things happen. And also, one thing that you must know about life is that it has this... It has a tendency to take its energy back after it is giving you what you want. I don't understand why. I mean, I kind of do.
He doesn't even understand what fame is and how fame works. Does anyone remember this creature when I finally pressured him to come over here and answer some questions? Never a straight answer from this creature. He doesn't understand how fame is controlled. He doesn't understand this realm. He doesn't understand anything.
But yo, if things go a little too well, I kind of think you have to anticipate something bad, And I think that's what I was talking about. In fact, I talked about that yesterday. That life will give you something that you've always wanted, but you have to kind of anticipate something bad. And even when things go so wrong, you have to, if it's not the things that you're used to, they go super wrong, you have to anticipate something good. Yeah, it's weird what happened, bro. Especially because there are people who passed away. One of my favorite songs is Nocturnal Rainbows by Hobson. I like it, man. I was listening to it before I started recording this video. There's this part where it says, talking about Obama. He doesn't trust Obama and say, it's part of the Illuminati. And that's the reason weird things happen. We don't know why. I don't know if Obama is part of anything. But the way he said it, and said, that's the reason weird things happen. We don't know why, referring to the Illuminati. And he said, why did Michael Jackson had to start his tour and then had to die after, right? And it made me think of celebrities that have passed away and how they passed away and when they passed away. And you're like, huh? Like, this world is not what it seems, man. We are being played big time and we don't even know how to react anymore. We just watching this thing that we call life and we're like, what is going on? We all surprised. Life is too weird to think this is not hell, bro. If it wasn't hell, everything will make sense. Like, we'll be able to justify everything. I would know what the clouds are, bro. I'll look at the clouds and be able to explain what they are. Being unable to explain what the clouds are, that's just wrong. Why can't I explain what the things that I see are? if this is a good experience for me. If this is all for me, why am I unable to explain what these things are? What is reality? What is life? Where do I come from? I can't explain these things. Why? I keep on telling you that not knowing isn't a positive thing. It leaves a room for manipulation. Like you could be getting manipulated on so many levels because you don't know.
What's up, y'all? It's Truth Tiger, and today I'm going to talk about how things have become so soulless. Society has become so soulless, you know. Everything has just become so corporatized, so politically correct, so about politics. Sorry, I got a hiccup here. And I just wonder, like, where's the heart and the soul to things? There used to be community, people used to be friendly, people used to be open, people used to talk about things, people used to engage in conversations, but now it's too dangerous to engage in a conversation because you might offend someone's sensibilities. People get offended very easily. And just when you go to like most of these kind of restaurants and stuff, like they've all become so soulless, so corporate. The designs back in the day used to be like colorful and flourishing, and they had character, and there was like a soul to them. Now everything is just this gray, dull, corporate kind of stuff. And I think the idea is, for one, they want to save money, so just like make it gray, make it dull, because that's the cheapest, most efficient way to do it. And also, I think you don't want to offend anybody. So if you do something bold, if you do something that makes a statement, if you do something that's like interesting, that could maybe offend some people. So you want to just make it as down the middle as possible, as gray as possible, as dull as possible. And what we're left with is just everything looks the same, everybody looks the same, everyone dresses the same, and I'm just like, I'm getting sick of it, you know? Like, I want like character back. Like, there used to be so much.
Would you want to watch this guy or listen to this guy speak for eternity? He has a Cash App. He does this for money.
Character, so much heart, so much soul to things, and this is affecting people too, where people are becoming these soulless, robotic automatrons. You know, you talk to most people and they're just like, they don't have anything interesting to say, they don't have any interesting stories to tell, they don't really have anything to say. They're just going to be like, oh, I watched the so-and-so show. Did you watch the so-and-so show? Yeah, I watched the so-and-so show. And I don't know, like, people don't really have passion anymore. Like, I feel like the passion's been taken out of people, and I don't know what's going on exactly. Like, I can't really quite put my finger on it, but things have just completely lost their soul. And I don't know if people have lost hope, have lost character, have lost personality. I don't know exactly what's going on, but when I look around outside, I'm just like, where's the heart? Where's the soul? Like, can someone do something that's like unique? Can someone do something interesting? Can someone make a restaurant or a bar or something that like is fun, you know? And I don't know, like, I think like when I look around, like, it's like things aren't really fun anymore, because like fun could maybe offend somebody. Fun could maybe upset someone. Fun could maybe be politically incorrect. Fun might not be good for the bottom line. Fun is not financially efficient, so we're not going to make it fun. And you see it with our products, with like the iPhone. And I mean, I have an iPhone. I'm not like mad at it too much, but I remember they had the old iMacs, and it was like, looked like a big apple, and it was all like bright and colorful. And then the new one is like, just, it's gray, it's sleek, and that's the modern design. We make everything gray and just dull, and they're trying to make everything into like a box. Like, you look at the restaurants, they've turned McDonald's into a gray box. It used to be you had the kids play place, and you had the big sign, and you know, it used to be like you had like rounded edges and triangular shapes and circles, and it's like, no, We're going to get rid of all the other shapes. It's just going to be a square or a rectangle. No other shapes. No other type of geometry is allowed. Just squares and rectangles. That's it. And I think a lot of what's going on here is creativity itself is starting to die out, you know? Like a lot of old music, it had heart, it had soul, it was interesting. It sort of challenged perceptions. It tried to do new things. Now I feel like music is just about like some corporate overlords are in the background and they're like, how can we make something inoffensive that will capture the target demographic, you know? And you can tell things are just manufactured. And I really think like art is sort of dying out. Art has just become like, how can we like make it gray? We don't want to have any colors that are too bright because that might throw someone off. That's not safe. We have to do a safe choice. Gray, beige, white, or black, you know, no color. And I'm really seeing that, like, everything is like a colorless, it's a colorless box. And they're just trying to make everything into this, like, colorless box with no color whatsoever. It's like it can be white, it can be black, or it can be gray. Those are your only options. And I'm like, what is going on? What are we doing? Like, when did creativity just die out, you know? I don't know when it happened exactly, but I miss...
I don't even know what's going on with this guy. I mean, in all honesty, I'm actually very interested in King Stephen. Like, I would love for him to do a blog. Like, what is a normal day in King Stephen? You wake up and do what? How does this guy live? What is he doing? He's kind of an interesting guy. Very tenacious. Maybe Jack's #1 fan. I don't know. But that's
Barnabas, but how much time do you spend on someone that doesn't want to help back?
Well, I don't agree with it. I cut people loose, but Jack has a heart and he has faith.
And that's the thing
that I don't have.
Here's a better one, Barnabas, for Jack. At what cost? If he's one-on-one with Stephen, he's just you know, it's one thing. But if there's a bunch of other people up here he's trying to help, that won't happen once Stephen comes up. Stephen gets all the attention. You got to plot that in there as well.
Well, he's I can't argue with that.
Yeah, Joe Cole. It's sort of like he comes up for his own gratification, for his own sort of recognize me. You know what I mean?
Motorcycles before trailers, too.
That's just what I'm saying. Yeah.
All right. Well, anyways, peace and blessings. Happy New Year.
Peace,
Jack,
I said bye 3 times. Leave this time.
I'm leaving this time. Jack, give us an update on your New Year's Eve.
Otherwise, your position is threatened. But I do.
And the king.
Right.
Good to see you.
What's up, Joe? There it is. I guess.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna.
Yeah, but like I just said, though, it's $2.50 a minute, so that's not valid, Andy. That's 4 minutes.
Well, let's see how it goes. I've actually not brought Stephen to the panel yet.
It's 4 minutes, Jack. It's 4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes is good. That's a good
generous.
sample.
I'd say generous 5 at least. 5.
All right.
That's it.
Well,
all right, but hold on. I am corporate Barnabas, so I can only be around corporate friendly people. And the king.
Right, Jack, you're going to lose Barnabas. Forget about it. Forget about it.
I'm not
Jack.
corporate friendly.
I gotta
Jack
go.
at no point made any agreement to bring Stephen up for money.
My last boss literally told me he was firing me because I didn't fit the culture.
Well, there's a difference between not fitting and working against the corporate.
Well, that's what that was his politically correct way of saying I was working against the corporate culture.
Well, then it's just all the more reason for me to go because I am corporate Barnabas.
Barnabas. This contract this is not a valid contract. This 10 minutes for Stephen is not. Ignore it, please. What do we do, Barnabas? Lead us.
Stop, please. He was speaking and you interrupted him.
Thanks, Jack.
I know, but I thought he was about to take off. I didn't want to see him leave.
He was trying to prevent him from leaving, man.
Well, listen, I appreciate the love. I am Corporate Barnabas. I am slowly coming back. So stay tuned for more corporate advertiser-friendly material. Nothing controversial shall be discussed.
Do you have your own
light?
site?
Yeah, this seems redundant, Corporate Barnabas.
I've seen the light and I've seen the error of my ways.
Do you have your own channel, Barnabas, by the way? I'm just asking.
I do. It's
He
Corporate
does.
Barnabas.
It's good channel, too.
It's going through a major change. So
Yeah, I don't know
pretty
about the
much-
rebranding. I'm not vouching for the rebranded channel. The other channel was dope. This dude is funny as fuck.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And what's it called? Sorry,
It's called Corporate Barnabas.
Barnabas, before you leave, if
Yeah.
you had it your way, how much would it cost per minute to let Steven on this panel?
Well, here's the deal. The guy who contributed also followed up. You don't make the prices, you cucks. Jack agreed to $1 a minute. Rewind the tape. That could be true. And now, unfortunately, though, Stephen bailed. He's no longer in the back. So, Andy, I guess
We're
I
looking
owe
out for Jack's best financial interests here.
Interesting question. Chuck, thank you for the contribution. I didn't kind of lost track. Against capitalism, yet partaking of capitalism. Well, Chuck, in the world, yet not of the world. I am required to pay for everything I want, just like anyone else. So yeah, for those willing to share a few funds, it helps. Thank you.
Yeah,
Chuck.
and if I may address Chuck, let me address Chuck, if you don't mind.
Please.
Before the king comes up.
Please.
And Chuck.
He's not. He's already here.
But let me
Joe. By the way, Jack, can you put Joe up where I'm at?
Would you let him finish, please? Go ahead, Barnabas.
Thank you, Jack. There's this whole thing. It's similar to what happened to Bernie Sanders. It's like, oh, Bernie Sanders has $1 million and 2 houses. It's like, okay, well, he worked for 150 years. He sold a book.
Where?
He's been a senator. He's done whatever it is he's done. He took the law. He's the tortoise that won the race, and he's at the end of the race. Just because he wants to enact change doesn't mean he can't have a house or two. I mean, come on, he's Bernie Sanders. And just because Jack wants to change the system, he is stuck in this system, and he has to survive. So, Chuck, I think your penance is you're going to have to buy another membership to take back your bad faith type argument there, Chuck. Anyways, peace and blessings to you all.
Barnabas, just quickly, with all due respect, have you got a green shirt on and a bold head in your PFP on your channel?
What?
He wants to know if he's subbing to the correct channel.
I'll drop
Yes,
the
talking
link
about
in the
your
back.
avatar.
I'll drop the link.
Yeah, drop the link in the back.
Yeah,
and
he
then
does.
That's grand. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, Jack, I want you to watch as Barnabas, corporate America walks away from anything that you're proposing because we had a discussion about whether or not to bring Stephen on the panel. And this is something that's been brought forward many times by many people, not just myself. It's being demonstrated right now.
Barn is walking away. What's being demonstrated?
That when we
bad for
get
business.
distracted into Dennis, please, thank you.
I
What are you
totally
saying?
missed the point. What are you saying there?
Stephen's bad for business.
That was his point.
Okay. That could
I believe so, Truther, correct?
Yes,
Is that
thank
what
you
you're
for
saying?
simplifying. Yeah, but I mean, I knew Dennison was seeing where I was headed with that. Thank you.
Yeah, he is, but if let me just say one more thing, Jack, since it keeps coming up or whatever. I think Jack is trying to this is the thing with Jack. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course, Jack. I think Jack is trying to reach out to people that need help. And he wants that breakthrough. Obviously, the king sitting high in his cap.
They love to talk about me. They've been talking about me for about an hour instead of bringing me on the fucking panel, bringing me on the show. They love to talk about me, but they can't face me. They're weaklings.
Castle. If anyone needed help, it would be him. And maybe maybe
Knew Dennison was seeing where I was headed with that. Thank you.
yeah, he is, but if let me just say one more thing, Jack, since it keeps coming up or whatever. I think Jack is trying to this is the thing with Jack. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course, Jack. I think Jack is trying to reach out to people that need help. And he wants that breakthrough. Obviously, the king sitting high in his castle. If anyone needed help, it would be him. And maybe Jack can break through to him. I don't know. Really, the king is an enigma, honestly.
I need help with what? What do I need help with, according to you? The king is an enigma. To you, sure. But you'll never get to know me personally the way you creepy creatures would like to. Never. I'm wise enough to keep my life and the ones I love protected from creatures like you. There's a lot of you in this realm, and I'm aware of it.
He rarely cams up. Says he's a king. Says he's rich. I don't even know what's going on with this guy. I mean, in all honesty, I'm actually very interested in King Stephen. Like, I would love for him to do a blog. Like, what is a normal day in King Stephen? You wake up and do what? How does this guy live? What is he doing? He's kind of an interesting guy. Very tenacious. Maybe Jack's #1 fan. I don't know. But that's
Barnabas, but how much time do you spend on someone that doesn't want to help back?
Well, I don't agree with it. I cut people loose, but Jack has a heart and he has faith.
And that's the thing
that I don't have.
Here's a better one, Barnabas, for Jack. At what cost? If he's one-on-one with Stephen, it's one thing. But if there's a bunch of other people up here he's trying to help, that won't happen once Stephen comes up. Stephen gets all the attention. You got to plot that in there as well.
Well, he's I can't argue with that.
Yeah, Joe Cole. It's
It's
sort of like he comes up for his own gratification, for his own sort of recognize me. You know what I mean?
Motorcycles before trailers, too.
That's just what I'm saying. Yeah.
All right. Well, anyways, peace and blessings. Happy New Year.
Peace
Jack,
be I said bye 3 times. Leave this time.
I'm leaving this time. Jack,
Give
us an update on your
you
New
have
Year's
to leave,
Eve
otherwise
plans,
your
Jack.
position is threatened. But I do want to let you be known that you are open for come next time you see me live, Truth or Comp, whatever. Come through and get your directorship nomination, and we'll figure it out. Okay, if you want. But get out of here, Barnabas, because it's going to be. I'm taking it away if you don't leave this time.
Bless Barnabas. It's like my girlfriend calling it. You put the phone down. No, you put the phone down. No, you put the phone down.
You ain't go.
I'm going to go myself anyway. So I'm £300. So you've got enough room to bring definitely Steve
2 people up.
Steve, yeah. So I'll see you later, guys. Honestly, it's been great. Cheers. By the way.
Be well, man.
Peace. Well, and perfect. So now let's be patient for Stephen. He has been waiting in the back for quite a while. There has been contributions and support made for him to return.
Can you put
Steven?
a Joe Cool up top, like somewhere, like to make it financially dynamic, like the balance of cameras? There you go.
Welcome, Stephen.
Hello. It's interesting that you need to take money to have me on the panel when you claim that you're against money, Jackie boy. Isn't it interesting?
Why is that interesting, dude?
Not really.
Quite interesting that you have to take money. There were 6 pussies here and 1 real man, and all 6 of you fear me.
Oh,
You'll
is that
talk
what it
about
is?
me.
All right, this is
it
boring.
You're
I know it is boring.
It's
It's
cowardly
already
behavior.
boring.
No, you're boring.
Stephen,
You're a boring narcissist.
blah blah blah. Shut
Yeah,
up.
you're a
or leave.
liar.
Shut up or leave. Simple
You
as
shut
that.
up. You shut up.
You sat in the back for a while. You want to
I
destroy.
did.
All right, fuck off. I guess you wasted all that time in the back. You can stay in the back the rest of the stream too.
Did I waste all that time? Andy paid $10 for 10 minutes for me to be on the show because Jack is such a pussy. He kicked me off in 20 or 30 seconds, not even a minute. Talcott is afraid of me, and he shows it. He shows you what he is. He's a loser, and he's a coward. He's a coward. He's a cockroach. Hello, hello. It's interesting that you need to take money to have me on the panel when you claim that you're against money, Jackie boy. Isn't it interesting?
Why is that interesting, dude?
Not really.
Quite interesting that you have to take money. There were 6 pussies here and 1 real man, and all 6 of you fear me.
Oh,
You'll
is that
talk
what it
about me.
This
Yeah,
is
it is.
boring.
It's fear.
I know, it is boring.
It's
It's
cowardly
already
behavior.
boring.
No, you're boring.
Steven,
You're a boring narcissist.
blah, blah, blah. Shut
Yeah,
up.
you're a
or leave.
liar.
Shut up or leave. Simple
You
as
shut
that.
up. You shut up.
You sat in the back for a while. You want to
I
destroy.
did.
All right, fuck off. I guess you wasted all that time in the back. You can stay in the back the rest of the stream too. Actually, you know what? Leave. Don't care. Don't care. Sorry, Andy. Golly geez, you did pay. But I'm not going to put up with 10 minutes of that bullshit. No.
Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra.
Did Joe freeze or did I freeze? You actually, you know what? Leave. I don't care. Don't care. Sorry, Andy. Golly geez, you did too. Actually, you know what? Leave. I don't care. Don't care. Sorry, Andy. Golly geez, you did pay. But I'm not going to put up with 10 minutes of that bullshit. No. Did Joe freeze or did I freeze?
You're not frozen.
Okay, I think Joe's.
Oh, Joe is frozen, yeah. And we lost Truth or Cop?
Truth or Cop disappeared. Now he might be back. You're back? Thought maybe you got mad. Are you back, Truth or Cop?
Hey, Jackie boy, Jackie boy.
Jack twat cut, Jack twat cut.
Jack in the box.
Jackie Jack Jack yeah.
Such a little twat.
Psycho cop, psycho cut cut.
Dance, little clown. Dance, dance, dance. You're such a little pissant.
Such a pissant.
Delusional Jack, short ass narcissist, hound crack. You won't end wars. You won't meet Trump. No world peace. You fraud. Your lies are weak.
Weak little bitch.
Yeah.
Hey Jackie boy.
Jackass twat cut, little Jack twat cut.
Little bitch twat cut.
You're such a fucking creepy hood rat. Stay here in hell and rot.
Bitch. Skid mark.
Is your nickname. They call you Skid Mark.
You fucking skid.
Big forehead.
You have quite a lid.
Mouthy little bitch. Hey Jack, your life is whack. Your life is a lie. Fraud. Fake life coach. You failure. Coach life roach.
Lost your wife, lost your house, lost your cat, lost your son.
Hey bitch, you're fucking done.
I own you.
Clown cut, skid mark.
Psycho cut loser.
Bitch loser. Boom, boom, boom. You lose. Shut the fuck up.
Little bitch twat cut.
You cockroach, cockroach, cockroach.
Burn.
Forever burn in hell, you psycho.
Grifting villain for shakos.
Psycho.
Bit.
Shut up and burn. Shut up and burn. Shut up and burn. Hey.
Oh, well, the internet kicked me in that moment. What, Joe Cool leave? What happened?
Joe froze. It looked like he got super happy and maybe he just ascended or something. I don't know.
We finally had an ascension on panel, live caption on film.
Dude, it could happen, man. It could happen. Oh, Mandy. I could oil my back up and rub it on the camera. You know, folks might get an interest in that. The sexy, oily back rub of Jack rubbing himself.
Jack, all these people, all of this does, this is the financial backing you don't want because it's taking you away from
you know what
your mission is.
Thank you. You're absolutely right. Because like this, what about getting back to understanding, compassion, and peace flakes? That's the truth, man. That is what I want to, I would love for us to trust in, to believe in. Peace is why we're here. I do believe with all sorts of confidence that we are here to do what has never been done before. So why not end all the wars? Hey, that is beautiful. Fun fact, helping others releases endorphins. Releases endorphins. The feel good chemicals. That's what I was talking about earlier. Our meat suits, right?
Jackie boy. Jackie boy.
Clown toy, clown shit.
Matrix bitch. Jack in the box. Little Jack Twitter. Jack and Dwarf. Jack and Dwarf. Jack and Dwarf. Jack and Dwarf. Such a little bitch. Clown cot, thin skin, insecure, loser, not even a potty pot to piss in. Jack in the box can't lead a yo show, shit show, clown show, Jack clown cot, piss pot. They call him Skin Mac, he's a skid clown, fight a lazy bomb, just a scrub clown scum. Jack in the box. Yeah. Burn. Clown cot, pussy cot. Burn. Shut the fuck up and burn. Dance in the fire. Filthy asshole, dirty liar. Little Jack in the box. Little bitch.
Fun fact, helping others releases endorphins. The feel good chemicals. That's what I was talking about earlier. Our meat suits, right? These meat suits just produce all these chemicals and convert energies into chemicals, and these chemicals feel good in our brain. And when you feel good in your spine and your brain, it's like your body has this new level of life within it. And this is what the people who went to the caves and, meditated and focused on their inner awareness, this is what they figured out for us too. We're all here to be present, to be with pure presence. For pure presence is who we are. Pure presence brings the awareness of the self and the self within everything. So to become the pure presence, we need to look from the place where perception originates. And where perception originates within each of us is our mind of awareness, our body of awareness. And if we just focus on growing our body of awareness, expanding the limits of our intelligence, growing in our capacity to know love, share love, be love, man, this world is going to transform so quickly. I mean, seriously, I know what it sounds like. I know there's all sorts of reasons to doubt and disbelief. But what if? Damn, I should have brought this up when Barney was here. What if old Trump and Talcott can talk about peace, world peace? Because he's got the position, he's got the connections. I just don't think he's got the idea or the motivation to follow through with peace and reforms. Not yet. I don't think he has the clarity of vision. He doesn't have the clarity of vision because he's got a mind that's confused. He's focused on the wrong priorities. He believes the dollar is king here on earth. I heard him say it on the news, so it must be true. Came from his mouth. Donald Trump thinks the dollar is king here on earth. Jack Talcott says it's Jesus, it's Christ, it's the love of God. Who's right? Who's wrong? Who's winning? Who's lost? I am not lost, and neither are any of us. For God is with us all, for sure. God is the light that's within us, the light of life that brings forth our awareness. All we are is, we're just moving parts in this incredible dream that God imagined, this dream of life that God imagined and brought forth for you and I to imagine and discover.
Well, Sterling would consider this a tragedy. And in this tragic turn of events, as the organizing director of the Guild of Directors of the Panelverse, I think you're also the head actor, is kind of what Brown's Boys. You have two roles there, Jack. You're also the head actor, possibly. Do you want to accept that role? Because this whole Brown's Boy angle, he's the casting director, and he keeps pointing to Jack Talcott being an actor. I think you're also the lead actor of the Panelverse.
I am. I am an actor. I'm playing a role. The role that I am playing and trying to find a way to fill is big shoes. I'm trying to find a way into the army of Jesus, right? The one that's fighting in the clouds upon his return, the day of judgment.
The armies of angels he's got there, dude. He's got like so many watching over us. It's crazy.
I know. I was thinking about that earlier today. There are so many ancestors and spirits and angels and so many beings of consciousness. Jesus is one of them, right? There's so many angels and entities that are here for us, to protect us, to serve us, to lead us, to guide us. But I know. I was thinking about that earlier today. There are so many ancestors and spirits and angels and so many beings of consciousness. Jesus is one of them, right? There's so many angels and entities that are here for us, to protect us, to serve us, to lead us, to guide us. But we got to ask the right questions. We got to turn the right directions for monastic living.
I would buy a Live Without Fear mug for sure.
I love it. Thank you. And you know,
I do like the idea of you keeping at least like one show a week, like Classic Jack. That way, I can still come up on the panel
Totally.
and get my Jack time.
At least one where the real believers don't have to deal with let's admit, at the end of the day, if you're walking through a street, you're going to avoid certain areas where certain people you don't wish to to sort of associate with are. So therefore, if you at least had a place where people can go, where they don't have to deal with these people who you don't want to deal with these people who you don't want to who they don't want to associate with. Do you know what I mean? It's a great thing. It's a safe place.
Well, I just want to remind everyone that memberships are currently available. And if you want world peace, like I want world peace, I think now is a good time to show your devotion. We've got 80 people in here right now. Who doesn't want a Talcott membership level 1, like your boy, Corporate Barnabas? I mean, look at this. I've got a gold star next to my name. Yeah, I've got a wrench. That's because I'm special. But you can have a gold star like me. So dig deep for world peace and get a Jack Talcott membership. And maybe Jack will do members only streams. Yes,
I think
Jack,
you should. Sorry, Barnabas. I think you should commit to a date and say, I don't know. Say I don't know.
New Year's Day. New Year's
Day. Member stream.
Or
that's
there
for
it
me.
is. That's
for me.
He's not benevolent. Maybe a New Year's Day, a New Year's Eve into the New Year's members only stream, Jack.
Well, I think you're doing a
You want
stream.
an idea?
You
I
know,
just wanted to throw it out
sorry, Barnabas. I think you're doing a stream with a friend of mine, Jeremy Foreman, aren't you? Tomorrow, I believe, or not? Is that not planned?
That might be about it. Hey, congrats to those who received it. Yeah, at this point, you don't get a lot, but you get access to a video titled Punk Paul Laporta.
Lock a bit away. Lock a bit away, Jack. Lock a bit away. Let people want more. And if they want to be arseholes, let them pay for it. That's the way I say it.
Numbers are up, Jack.
I know.
You're on the up.
Yes, there's amazing things happening here. Not everyone is seeing everything, but I don't claim to see everything, but there's amazing things coming together. We have such incredible opportunities, such incredible potential. No, I'm planning on meeting up with Jeremy tomorrow. That's actually one of the other things I meant to mention. I think just another shout out. There is a collab happening, collaboration tomorrow, I think. Hey, Arpol, blessings to you. To Cosmic Fox, congratulations and welcome. Thank you to Arpol.
Well, that's like a great opportunity as well. Obviously, you're doing a collaboration tomorrow. You could stream a bit of the collaboration, and you can maybe have like an after panel that is membership based. What do you reckon to that, Barnabas?
That's
a good idea.
Maybe open panel membership only.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Obviously, you play the video, and then if anyone wants to sort of get involved and ask questions and what happened here, you know what I mean? Maybe that should.
Oh, by the way, Anna Faye, good comment. It didn't cross Jack's mind. And I tested him. I tested Talcott. I left the backstage area just for a minute or two to see if Jack would tell Andy that he'd refund the money. I didn't think he would, but I wanted to see his reaction and if he'd claimed that I bailed out and ran and stuff like that after I'd been waiting backstage for a long time as they talked about me. And I was live streaming it. And I left on purpose, but I went back. But you're right. He didn't say, I'm going to refund your money. I'm going to get, since he's not getting what he paid for. was a nice little test to show Jack's audience and my audience how Jack reacted. Nice little test, very easy. And he failed as usual.
Be a membership stream.
You could just like, you could drop the link in a community post. Only, I think the StreamYard link, you could drop a members only community post for the StreamYard link.
Oh, Jack, Jack, do you want me to write this down for you, Jack?
Write it down, Barnabas.
No.
Like I said, obviously, you could split or sort out a certain thing and then split the whatever with Jeremy.
Why are you here?
To tell you that.
And we were doing better. We were doing better, and we can do better. I've got the Raven King in the back as well. I'm wondering what to do there because apparently I'm guilty by association with both of these men. Stephen, how are you today?
Hi, Jack. I don't know what you mean by guilty by association. Guilty in whose eyes? Of what?
Well, you're what's the right word for that? Demon Slayer, the channel that exists to mock you. I guess I'm guilty because of you. And so they've chosen to mock me, apparently. And part of it I saw recently, your little squeaky noises were highlighted to show that Jack's a fool for bringing Steven around. And I guess they're right. So am I right? Are they right?
No, I would say they're wrong. I'm the best co-host ever, and I contribute to your show quite a bit. Jack, are you okay today? I'm concerned about you because you don't look that well today compared to usual, and you stumbled over a word. Infuriates it. You look like you're going to have a stroke trying to say that word.
That's
Are
fascinating.
you all right? Well, are you okay?
Yeah, are you? Because you're clearly not interpreting and clearly not discerning. Oh God, someone might hurt me. I remember being afraid, so I don't mean to make fun of anyone who's afraid. All of us, you and me, we're not supposed to get along, right? Because the more divided we are, the more we have to rely on others to tell us what to do to keep us safe. Oh God, someone might hurt me. I remember being afraid, so I don't mean to make fun of anyone who's afraid. Took myself off with my silly voices again. Sorry, guys. It is fun to be me, though. So. Oh God, someone might. Oh God, someone might. Oh God, someone might. Oh God, someone might hurt me. I remember being afraid, so I don't mean to make fun of anyone who's afraid. Took myself off with my silly voices again. Sorry, guys. It is fun to be me, though, sometimes, because there's a lot of silly voices inside of here. They come out all the time, too, and that's what I mean. When I hang out by myself all day, I have so much fun. I am laughing all day. This is again. Sorry, guys. Oh, God, someone might hurt me. I remember being afraid, so I don't mean to make fun of anyone who's afraid. Took myself off with my silly voices again. Sorry, guys. It is fun to be me, though, sometimes, because there's a lot of silly voices inside of here. They come out all the time, too, and that's what I mean. When I hang out by myself all day, I have so much fun. I am laughing all day. That's why I figure I may as well go online and share some of this, because hopefully other people can laugh with me. There's a lot who like to laugh at me, but they're just foolish. They're silly. They don't get the punchline, right? Punchline is the truth. And the truth is, we live in a corrupted world. And if we want to overcome the corruption in this world, guess who's got to do it? You and me, right? Can't count on anybody else. So I hope you're with me, whoever you might be. And you know what? Along those lines, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link, man. It looks like we got a few people showing up. It's all there, man. What will today's endless looping be about? I don't know, man. I really don't. I am so excited to get started here again today. And sincerely, I'm starting early. The folks of you, those of you who are here and with me already, you know, with the notifications and able to be here with the here and now. Holy cows, man. Holy God and praise cows. It's all there, man. What will today's endless looping be about? I don't know, man. I really don't know. Andy, blessings to you, brothers and sisters. Golly, geez, indeed, man. But truly, happy Monday. Daniel Berry Sports Highlight. Much love to all of you. There's, you know, this life we're living, man, it truly is a trip, is it not? Life, it can just be, it can drive us nuts, and we can drive each other crazy, right? We're just the way it's all created. So today I've been processing a lot of stuff again between yesterday and today. Holy cows, man, it was like an eternity ago. It was just like another lifetime. Yesterday, man, I've already forgotten so much. But hey, let's get started into today. Oh, showing that stuff, man. Proudly wearing it 4 months. And you know what? Credit to you, sincerely. Those of you who are contributors and supporters, I realize in the membership, the members only area with the Talcott Club, it ain't that exclusive. I mean, it ain't, you know, it's not like all this Ritz and stuff. I wish I had like a behind the curtain where there was all this value to be found, but I'd end up just giving it away. So for those who wear the badge, sincerely, that's a sign of you. And I appreciate you. I really do. Where was I going today? Oh, the thumbnail. We'll just get started with a little bit. Here we are. We're nearing the end. What is this? The 28th now. 29th. 29th of December in 2025. Guys, I don't know if you guys remember, but at the beginning of the year, I was talking about, hey, 2025, this is our year. We can do it all. Yeah, let's do this. That's what I was saying at the beginning of the year. But we only got like 2 days left, and the wars and stuff are still continuing. Oh, man. Wearing it proudly, our poll. Golly, geez, 23 months. Chuck might be there in that range too, to be honest, but thank you guys so much. Here, we'll get through this, right? This idea on the thumbnail. Here you are, here we are at the end of 2025. Maybe God carried you through some of the hardest seasons of your life. Maybe this year wasn't so simple, right? Whatever it is, when we make it through these hard seasons in our life, it's no small thing, right? And those past challenges, those become your testimony when you've learned and grown, or, you know, it becomes the past challenges become a source for excuses when we choose to hold ourselves back. And you know what? I don't think the time for holding ourselves back is continuing. I think the time to cut the cords, right? To let loose the patterns of the past that are holding us back from greater joy, greater health, greater accomplishment, greater experience. It's time to cut the cords of the past. Which brings us into the title and topic of the stream today. Re-examining reasoning. I heard something along those lines earlier, but the concept and the context initially is within us, we've all got these rules and these principles and these values, these ideas of what we find important within ourselves. Habits, relationships, routines. We find ourselves within these things. And at one time, the reasoning, the logic made sense. There was a reason we started doing the things we're doing. There's a reason I started chewing when I was a kid. There's a reason I started drinking when I was a kid. There's a reason I started fighting when I was a kid. There was a reason. And then there was a reason I stopped when I got older. There's a reason, right? But to find the reason, we got to know the reason. And maybe it's time to re-examine some of the reasoning of what we believe, individually and collectively. Because I said this to a friend earlier today. I look at my social media feed, my YouTube feed, my Instagram feed, most of my Facebook, beyond all the advertisements and crap, of course, but beyond the advertisements, I get the algorithms actually bring me a lot of inspiring people. And I see there's so many teachers and leaders, people who are building and bringing healing. Healing is our purpose, not disease, not taxes, not debts, right? Healing is our purpose. There's many steps towards healing, mental healing, physical healing, spiritual healing. There's many steps involved, many variables. In every challenge, every moment, there's many things involved, right? Behind all the infinite variables that can be involved is what I consider to be God, right? The intelligence behind it all. The one that brings forth the patterns and the results and everything that we can discover. There's God with us. I'm kind of bringing in a few different ideas here together, and I hope we can connect the dots, right? In my mind of what I get to see, and I realize what Jack gets to see is different than what you might get to see, which is different than what someone else gets to see in our day-to-day life. But the things I've found, it shows me there is no valid excuse. There is no valid excuse anymore here on earth for there to be wars or poverty. We could probably wipe out many of the diseases as well, right? But war and poverty, those are clearly man-made inventions, right? For the purposes of what? Exploitation, control, possession, domination, force. It's a bunch of crazy nonsense, dude. Crazy sauce. Crazy, that's what I say. So let's individually and collectively recognize it's time for us all to re-examine our reasoning. Take a look at what you got scheduled today and question yourself, or for tomorrow. Take a look at what you've got scheduled for tomorrow, whenever it is you hear this, and ask yourself, is it really what I need to do? In the bigger picture of this one life that I get to live, is tomorrow's plan what's best for me and the greatest story that I get to be? Eternity ago, it was just like eternity ago. It was just like eternity ago. Eternity ago. It was just me making a mistake by having you around. And here again, Stephen, you're going to have a problem understanding not just me, but other people.
What's wrong with my behavior? What do you mean? The dolphin Jesus little E that set you off? That's incredible.
No, it didn't set me off.
Uh-huh.
Please try to understand me.
I am trying.
Mm-hmm. But see, this is the problem: is you seem to clearly have a problem understanding not just me but other people.
Well,
And
Jack,
it's
a lot of people ask questions to try to understand. It's a way of trying to understand someone. Now, why
Mhm.
would you say I clearly have trouble understanding other people? It's weird, Jack, that
Oh,
your view of me
wow.
is strange.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, actually, your cognitive blindness. I mean, you're.
Mhm.
It's just it's dumbfounding. So tell you what, Stephen, it's not my job to
Mhm.
tell you or help you.
I'm
I've
here to help
tried.
you.
Well, that's your problem. Okay, you're wrong. You're not helping me. You're cognitive blindness. I mean, you're.
Mhm.
It's just it's dumbfounding. So tell you what, Stephen, it's not my job to
Mhm.
tell you or help you.
I'm
I've
here to help
tried.
you.
Well, that's your problem. Okay, you're wrong. You're not helping me. You're actually making me, I guess, look bad, right? Because I just explained that to you. Your juvenile behavior was highlighted to once again show me making a mistake by having you around. And here again, Stephen, you're not cooperating with me. You're not trying to help me. You're playing your stupid games. And so, Tommy, I see you in the back as well. How many people want to help me? But Peace Dynamo, you are like a fascinating creature as well, man. I think you're one. Are you one of the Steven groupies? Is that where you came from? And that's kind of the question. Feature as well, man. Feature as well, man. Feature as well, man. I think you're feature as well, man. I think you're one. Are you one of the Steven groupies? Is that where feature as well, man? I think you're one. Are you one of the Steven groupies? Is that where you came from? And that's kind of the question I'm wondering. You know, the link has been dropped. Night, 8 p.m. I dropped the link a little bit ago. But in addition, I'll also share that later, and I'm going to see where this goes. Stephen.
Hello, Jack. I decided to come on using my name, as you can see. Instead of King Stephen, I put my name and my image. But I'm in the dark, so I don't have myself on camera. But anyway, I'm making a change here. You wanted no more games and sincerity and no more characters. So I've changed my name and my avatar today.
I appreciate that. I'll take that as a genuine sign, a step in the right direction, and thank you.
You're welcome. It's a gesture.
Well, the truth is, we.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was. Go ahead. What were you saying, Jack? I'm sorry. I heard something.
Yeah, I heard something as well. And every day is a day for people to start over.
Yes.
If they choose to.
Yes.
But it seems that people are afraid to be wrong.
I'm not afraid to be wrong. Are you afraid to be wrong? Why would you? I don't know where that stems from, that idea.
It was kind of inspired by thinking about you and yesterday, your patterns of denial, not just you. Maybe it wasn't yesterday, but it was recently between you and other people I faced.
You think I'm afraid to be wrong? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
Wrong about what or in what ways?
That could only be answered by you. I could offer some guesses for sure.
I'm all ears. I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on that.
Well, what I see is when I have confronted you with things of the past, you're quick to want to just sweep them under the rug. And then when I've tried to present, or not just myself, but when you've been confronted and said, no, what you're saying is not right. You're not listening. You're just quick to argue, deflect, turn it around, compare. It's a pattern of insecure minds.
I think I'm quite secure, and I owned up to what I've done. I admitted to the videos. I've also apologized various times on here, live on your show. I've owned my behavior. I'm not sure what you're getting at. I'm just confused by what you're saying because it doesn't quite match my memory of events.
I realize. And actually, I can actually empathize with that. I can understand that, because what I suspect has happened, there is something unique that is happening with me. Okay. I see patterns in people. I don't know. I pick up on things, and I'm usually, when it comes to people, well, Stephen, sometimes I've outsmarted myself as well. Okay, I've thought I was doing better than I was. And then it wasn't until I actually looked at things differently and I was like, oh, shit. Now I see what they were saying. And I think that is going to happen with you. Tommy is in the back. That's definitely going to happen with Tommy eventually. Many others. But it's part of this path that I'm with. People don't like to be wrong, but with me, I'm kind of an exception to policy. I'm a little bit different than others, and people who have gotten away with things.
How do you feel different from others you just mentioned?
A policy. I'm a little bit. People don't like to be wrong, but with me, I'm kind of an exception to policy. I'm a little bit different than others, and people who have gotten away with things.
How do you feel different from others you just mentioned? I'm interested in that.
What do you mean?
You said that you're different from others. How so? In what ways do you view yourself as different from the average human?
Everywhere I have gone, in one way or another, wherever I've been, I either stand out or I disappear. Well, considering this is my stream, I know I'm here to stand out, so I'm not here to disappear. So the people who join me that want to mock me and take advantage of me, I played those stupid games before. You're not going to win against me. And I wish to God you'd stop playing games against me. Not
Is
just
that
you.
what you think? No, is that what you think I'm doing? You think I'm just here to mock Jack Talcott and play stupid games? Is that what you're saying, or?
My answer is related to prior to today. Okay, because today I'm trusting you're here with authenticity, and I'm trusting this is a genuine conversation that's newly happening. But in the past, yeah, Stephen, maybe it's not just Jack you're not taken seriously, but you're not, yes, you're not taking Jack seriously in the
Do you
past.
think I don't take life seriously, or is it bigger than you, is what you're getting at?
Actually, I'm glad that's probably a proper interpretation. Yeah, because that's what I see mostly in the world. Most people, especially in this Western world where everyone's comfortable or they've got a routine, they they lost sight of their bigger purpose. That's what these YouTube panels are really about. It's a bunch of lonely people who are gathering because they don't have a better purpose for their time.
I heard you and Tarek yesterday say I was lonely. You said I'm lonely, Tommy's lonely, Snafu. I can't remember if you mentioned Margot, but it was a group of us that you said were just lonely people. I don't really feel like I'm lonely, but my girlfriend's mother actually said I'm too serious. For a couple of years, she said, "You're too serious. Stephen got so serious." And I'm just getting my sense of humor back at this point. I think maybe I was too serious I think it was accurate what she said a few years ago, that I had gotten too serious but I was stressed out. I think the stress of life was causing me to be too serious. And I think a sense of humor is good. Laughter's good medicine.
For what purpose?
For feeling good and healing the body.
And what? Waste time?
No, it's not. Laughter isn't just a waste of time.
Right. But this is what I'm talking about. When we can have fun while getting shit done. But what I see people doing is imagining battles, imagining enemies, right? I mean, admittedly, Stephen, it's fascinating. I got a comment in yesterday's video from, what's that guy's name? The Demon Slayer or whatever? The one whose whole channel is about you, it seems.
Yeah, he's a little bit obsessed with me for the past 2 or 3 years. It's hundreds of videos about me, only about me.
He's very obsessed.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But he's behaving just like he's accusing you of doing. That's what I pointed out to him in my comment back to him. There was a reason I brought it up, and now I lost sight of what it was. Sorry. Forgot where I was going. Tommy has been in the back for a little bit.
I think you're mentioning seeing a comment from Demon Slayer. I think you're about to call him an obsessive, deranged little pissant. But did you know that Demon Slayer is a drag queen? They do drag queen shows.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
To me, it's kind of irrelevant. Like I said, I've already recognized the comparison of his behavior and what he's accusing you of doing. And the funny thing is he doesn't seem to have faith that you can change. You claim to change, but I wonder how committed you are to changing.
Can he change?
Does it matter for you to change?
Not for me to change, but what changes? What changes do you perceive that I need to make, in your view?
Well, if you went back and you really looked at yourself and you did an honest inventory, where might I have been wrong? You know, maybe take down some of the videos, maybe go back and offer apologies, maybe actually do what an honest man might do. And holy shit.
I am an honest man. But why should I take down videos?
Stephen, this is the game. This is the game that ends with me. You keep saying you're honest, but the evidence shows you're not. And I'm an honest man.
Where's the evidence, Jack, that I'm a liar? Where's the evidence?
It's the stuff you're ignoring, and we're back to your patterns of denial. So I'm going to take a break from you. Thank you, Stephen. And I'm going to take a breath and welcome back Illumitami. How are you today, my friend?
Bring him the fuck back up.
Why should I do that?
Because I'm calm and he's calm, and I'm going to tell him, Devon, get the table.
You're going to tell him what?
Devon, get the table.
What does that mean?
You'll see.
Please. All right. You're not setting me up, are you?
Take the turn back time to the good old
Get the table. Get the table. Jack doesn't know what that is. Power bomb him through the table.
Yep. Calmly. King Illuma Calm Tag Team. Jack, I don't think Steven should apologize for any video that's correct. And I was interested in a comment I saw calling out Dragon Slayer for hiding, like they took something down because a question was asked of it. I don't know if they're entirely on the up and up with the deets.
I don't ask anybody to take videos down ever on
I
YouTube.
can't, and don't quote me. It was just somebody like, "Hey, Dragon Slayer, how come when you were questioned of this, you hid videos or something?" Because I mean, I'm not going to call them obsessed because I've told Paul and Jack and all, this is what YouTube was before the Panelverse. There's creators that just make content where they analyze other creators.
Well,
and Jack
Tommy-
has no idea what kind of animal he's in.
Tommy, listen, Tommy. I'd
Hold
love
on.
for there
I
to
don't
be
lose your chat,
10,000.
Jack. Jack, can you
I
be
would-
present and stop sharing chats while me and Steven are talking to you?
Yeah. I would love for there to be 10,000 channels all about me.
Bring him up.
No, I was bored with you. That's why I went to the chat. You guys are boring the shit out of me, Tom.
That's a deflection. You're boring
No.
as it is. You don't want to talk about you because you want to sit here and feel better than everybody. Look, you know what I'm going to show tonight while I wait and see if Landry shows up? Do you remember the time that you thought you were going to have some little clever content where you said, "Oh, Tom, I think a test has shown up." And this is a time I was being a Lumicami. I even told you at the beginning of this stream, I'm going to roll flow state style and see if I can be up the whole stream. And I did. But in that stream, you said, "Oh, Tom, I think a test showed up for you." And you remember who you dropped in? You dropped in Razvan220, the guy that took my first channel down. My brother in Christ, allegedly, that took my first channel down. And when I did the big boy thing, you were mad about it. You got mad that I did the right thing. And then I've also found the panel where you let Paul come at me about Camacho and you still kick me and you don't act real sore about it. Then you bring Snafu up and you let Paul overtalk him with his projecting bullshit. And then after he's done with that, you thank him for it. And that's not old content, Jack. It's not. And all the time, you're always sitting with your faggot finger against your lip. What do you have to smile about all the time?
Life feels good, brother.
Why? Why does your life feel good? And all the time, you're always sitting with your faggot finger against your lip. What do you have to smile about all the time?
Life feels good, brother.
Why? Why does your life feel good? Because I have so many times that you and Paul, not just with me, you and Paul get called out so many times of, "Please tell us what we need your help with." Like you and Paul have sat up here and said, if people aren't up here looking for help, what are they coming here for? Why did you just make that motion at the camera? Are you ready to tell me what I need help with?
I've told you repeatedly. We've told you.
You say bitterness, and then do you remember what I reply to that? What's so funny, Jack? I'm taking you serious, and you're not even bringing Steven up. Jack, you're a fucking joke.
I'm really not. Let's
Yes,
address.
Jack, that's all you say, Jack. You're not doing anything. I'm trying to help you, dude.
I
There's
know.
people on every channel saying this Jack Talcott guy is insane, and they're not wrong.
I know because that's what you're telling them.
Oh my God, to end war.
Tom, calm
Jack,
down.
when you say you pick up patterns, I'm going to keep asking questions till you answer instead of just saying my name.
You don't give me a chance to speak.
Right.
Calm
Your chance is
down.
saying
Hey,
Tom.
Okay. I can have a conversation with you like this, Tom. I can keep throwing you in the back when you ask me a question.
Like who was the guy? Who was the guy from Welcome Back, Kotter? Who did John Travolta play?
Oh.
And so I hit the trailer hitch on my back, and then I bounced off that onto the pavement on my back again, and then onto my side. And I'm thinking, as I bounce onto my side, I'm thinking, I'm yelling in my head at the driver, "Stop, you're killing me." As soon as I yelled that out in my head, the tire from the trailer, he was pulling a trailer which had our ice chests and our inner tubes in it, you know, one of those trailers, and it ran over my neck and my head.
I'd like to welcome to the show Sharon Kubar. How you doing, Sharon?
Doing great. Thank you, Alex. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you so much for coming on the show and sharing your remarkable stories with us today. So my very first question is, what was your life like before you had your first NDE?
My life, well, it was pretty normal. I was a bookkeeper for an oil company. That was my last career before my NDE for about 15 years. I did live in Texas, in San Antonio, Texas, independent oil company. So I was, I was kind of a partier. I love to party, love to go out on the weekends and have fun, you know. And in Texas, that's kind of the law, that you're supposed to go drink beer and dance country music, right? So, so yeah, if you don't do that, then you don't fit in. So I did that, and as far as my adult life, that's kind of what I did. Is I worked in an office. I was in that type of realm of being a bookkeeper and administrative type of person. My childhood, I don't remember very much. I'll explain a little bit about that later, but my parents divorced when I was 6, and my sister and I, who grew up together, went to live with my grandmother when we were very young at that time, and or a little bit after that, because we did live with my dad and stepmother, but that didn't work out. So we went to live with my grandmother, and that's where a lot of the experiences happened that I'll share a little bit as a child. And I don't remember a lot, like I'm saying, although as my memory started coming to me after my NDE, I realized, okay, well, this is why I don't remember this.
Now, were you spiritual or religious as before your NDE?
I was raised Catholic, but I was not a good Catholic. To show me, because I used to make fun of them when they weren't cool, you know, the black glasses. Right. Remember when they weren't cool? And so I see him, and I'm really, really happy to see him, and her family, because we're really close. I'm like, well, she'll be fine. Exactly. That was my thought. Here I go and die on him when we had such an awesome day. That's really going to ruin my friend's birthday. She's not going to want to celebrate her birthday anymore on that day, kind of thing. You know, that was my thought. And I'm thinking about that, and then I'm thinking, because I didn't have any attachment to my body, none whatsoever. And I knew I had died. I just knew, and I'm like, okay, well, I've done this before many times, and this is apparently again another time. So so then I'm thinking, okay, about my boyfriend at the time, and I'm thinking, well, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He won't, you know, he'll be sad for a while, but he'll get over it. And then I'm thinking about my sister and her family, because we're really close. I'm like, well, she'll be fine. Her, you know, she'll be sad for a while, but she'll get over it. And I know everyone's going to be fine. And then I thought about my mom, because I kind of took care of my mom. We were really close, and she just lived down the road from me at that time. And as soon as I think about my mom, I feel a presence behind me. And so I turn around, and it's my stepfather, had died in 98. Who pretty much, his passing changed everything for me. Okay? And so I see him, and I'm really, really happy to see him, because we were close. Whew. And so I see him, and he tells me telepathically right away. And he looks really good, by the way. He died of lung disease, and he was sick and on oxygen and all that. And but he's still wearing these horn-rimmed glasses, because that's his signature, to show me, because I used to make fun of him when they weren't cool, you know, the black glasses. Right. Remember when they weren't cool? And I'd say, Dad, can you get rid of those ugly glasses and get some wire rims? You look like a dork. And I would tell him that. And so that's his joke, because he was really funny. And so when he appears to me in the spirit world, or in my dreams or out of bodies, he's wearing those glasses, which is really funny. So he intuits to me, it's not your time. And I'm like, I'm like, what do you mean? You know, kind of thing. I didn't understand. I said, but I want to I want.
She's a genius. It looked like him, so it must be him, right? Because something appeared that looked kind of like him. So it must be him as he shows up telling you it's not your time. And they laugh and laugh, and they never stop to think, maybe I got deceived. And part of that is the human ego. And I'm not someone that blames everything on the ego. I think it's spiritual as well. I think there are spiritual differences, spiritual species. And they'll never do it. Never. They could be like this woman on the screen, have NDE after NDE, and also be reincarnated thousands of lifetimes here, and never stop to think, wait a second, am I going through this over and over and over and over and over again? Are they just showing me things that look like family members? Are they deceiving me? Am I a dupe? Am I getting tricked? They would never think of that because they think they're so smart. They have it all figured out in their minds. The dumbest people in this realm believe they have everything figured out. It's all simple to them. I died. I went to heaven. I saw my stepdad. I saw my uncle. I saw this. It's a realm of fucking morons. That's what it is.
Want to stay here with you. And so he intuits to me it's not your time. And I'm like, but I'm like, what do you mean? You know, kind of thing. I didn't understand. I said, but I want to stay here with you. And as we're having that conversation, a little bit of a conversation to his right, to my right, his left, I see a tunnel open up. Okay. And I see who I recognize as my ancestors. And I can't.
She saw a tunnel open up. They could show her anything and it would work on her. And this is what some people, even some regulars, I would guess, that come to my channel, just can't accept. They can't get it through your heads that these beings would accept anything that this matrix would show them. Anything at all. They could show them Jesus with big old titties, double E titties. They could show them Lucifer. They could show them their fake holograms of their ancestors. They could show them anything. It could be laughable. It doesn't even have to make sense. And they're going to believe it. Because most in this realm are just the biggest dupes you'll ever find. And some of you are still stuck saying, well, 2020 showed me that. That gave you a tiny glimpse. You still don't have an idea of what these beings will fall for and how they will come back here and do exactly as they're told and sell like sewer matrix agents, sell you the shit that they gobbled up. And that's what they do all over YouTube. There's thousands of them. I could show these every night. But what's the point? Eventually, you're just going to go numb to it and just be like, fuck. This is just boring and repetitive because they're almost all the same when they come back and repeat the same shit. Now, a lot of you want to endow humans with an intelligence that they don't possess. Like this woman here. Discernment level, if she was a video game character, would be somewhere between 0.5 and maybe 1 out of 100 is her discernment level. But most people would say she's a thinking person, Steven. She held a job. She blah, blah, blah. And you go by this superficial shit. If I was a matrix creature, I could trick her 1,000,000 lifetimes easily. Easily. I already know that. Now, if you want to be like this woman, just keep playing the stupid games and making the stupid excuses in this realm and pretending that we're all the same, that we're not different spiritually, we're not different mentally, we're not different in terms of discernment in this way and spiritual wisdom. I'm different from her in thousands of ways. And I know that. Do I think that most in this realm could acknowledge what I just said? No, I don't. I don't believe most humans in this realm could ever acknowledge the differences. They can't do it, which is one of the reasons why they're anchored to this realm. They're not going anywhere. If you can't see the differences, you're fucked. Okay? You might as well be going up against an army of 1,000,000 saying that's not 1,000,000. but it is. You're not acknowledging truth, and you're going to be stuck here. The ones that are going to be leaving here are ones that can acknowledge the fucking truth while they're here. And she got duped. That much is obvious, but it isn't to her, and it isn't to millions that have NDEs. It's millions, by the way, documented near-death experiences. People alive in this realm right now, there's been millions that have had NDEs, and they have as much wisdom as this woman. So that should tell you something about humanity and where you are, and how easy it is for this sewer matrix to dupe them again and again and again.
And you know, it's hard to tell if they were in the tunnel, if they were, you know, where they were, but I knew who they were, and they were also people, ancestors that I didn't know here, but I knew.
You believe whatever they showed you. That's what you did, lady. Whatever they showed you.
Were my ancestors there when I saw them. And so this tunnel is opening, and I look at them and I'm like, they don't look really happy for me to be here. There wasn't any kind of celebration, which obviously I was used to. When you die, and I've heard from spirit too, that there's a celebration, right? And so so they weren't celebrating that I was there. They just kind of looked, their faces were kind of just neutral.
Oh, it was a big mistake of the Matrix. That's another clue. Why are there so many mistakes if it's not your time yet? Why is it millions of people that die and they're told it's not your time yet? You got to go back. That's a big clue about this fucked up system we're in. It's a huge clue.
As I'm gazing at that, and it wasn't that long afterwards when, and it's hard to put this in linear times, right? You know that. You've talked to enough people. And so and probably have your own experiences, but but I see this huge golden white, like the sun, like a portal, a sun, and it's off in the distance from my perspective. And so I see that, and
So was it a portal or was it the sun? What was it? A big white light? Is that the sun? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think once you're out of body, it isn't the sun. You're on a different level. Anyway, this woman's on the path to getting recycled. Congratulations.
my attention is drawn away from that tunnel to this sun portal, and whew, okay, it's starting already. And so I see a figure, and I'm just gazing at it because it's just, wow, that's so, you know, wow. So I'm gazing at it, and I see a figure moving out of it toward me. It does, and as this figure comes closer, I recognize this figure as Jesus, Yeshua, who I perceived as. It was a light being, basically a light being, and I perceived this person.
It was a light being, and immediately you thought it was a person. You thought it was Jesus.
As Jesus, who I call Yeshua. It does, and as this figure comes closer, I recognize this figure as Jesus, Yeshua, who I perceived as. It was a light being, basically a light being, and I perceived this person as Jesus, who I call Yeshua. And as soon as I recognized him, because I recognized him, as soon as I did, I flew to him. I was already having out-of-body experiences at that time, conscious out-of-body experiences, and I flew to him. I was immersed in this this love and light that's I can't even describe. And I was it felt like at first, well, first thing he tells me is it's not your time, just like my dad did. It's not your time. And I say, but I want to stay with you. It's telepathic. I want to stay with you. I want to stay with you. Whew. And he laughs, it chuckles, like, I know. But he's like, but he's intuiting to me, your work's not done, what you came here for, that type of thing. He's intuiting to me, your work's not done, what you came here for, that type of thing. I can't even describe. And I was it felt like at first, well, first thing he tells me is it's not your time, just like my dad did. It's not your time. And I say, but I want to stay with you. It's telepathic. I want to stay with you. I want to stay with you. Whew. And he laughs, it chuckles, like, I know. But he's like, but he's
He was like, "You want to stay here with me, bitch? You're not staying here, you dummy. It's not your time yet. You've got work to do down there. You've got to toil on earth for nothing, you stupid idiot."
intuiting to me, your work's not done, what you came here for, that type of thing. And I know now that if he would have let me stay, I'd probably be mad because I'd be missing what's going on, you know? And so, because that's why we're here. And so, not that he would anyway, but yeah. And so I'm having that conversation, and that's why we're here. And that's why we're here. And that's why we're here. And if he would have let me stay, I'd probably be mad because I'd be missing what's going on, you know? And so, because that's why we're here. And so, not that he would anyway, but yeah. And so I'm having that conversation, and as I'm in his energy, I feel this merging of light between him and me, where I become him and he becomes me, type of thing. I'm in that light merging, and it's difficult to express, but I'm feel it's tangible. The light, the love is tangible. And I'm thinking, if I can't smile wide enough, I'm going to break my face, because I'm this huge, big smile. It makes me smile. I just feel so at peace, loved, in the light again, home with him. And so we're there for a little while, and he asked me, would you like to go on a journey with me? Home, 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 with him. And so we're there.
By the way, she was saying home, not ho. She really didn't enunciate the M very much, but she wasn't saying ho, ho, ho. She was saying home, home, home. She believes that's home. Belief is a powerful thing. Belief can keep you anchored in a dungeon. Belief is a powerful thing. It can keep you locked or anchored in a dungeon. And she is smug and arrogant. She believes that she's had this amazing, rare, special experience. And she seems to think that she has it all figured out. And she's a complete dupe. She's every bit, if not a million times more duped than someone that goes to New York City, to Manhattan, and they walk along somewhere where they have these scammers with the tables and the little shell trick. And she's duped and she loses her money. Except she's losing something more valuable than money. She's getting drained here. And she feels all smiley and happy about it, which is the best way to dupe these people. Make them feel good about being dupes. It's an insidiously evil system, but it is ingenious. She feels great about being duped.
There for a little while. It makes me smile. I just feel so at peace, loved, in the light again, home with him. And so we're there for a little while, and he asked me, would you like to go on a journey with me? And I said, well,
Hold on a second. There's someone backstage. I think I did post the link earlier. Hello, my children. It's me, Recycling Bin Jesus, Yeshua. She's being a little bit kind and gentle with her words. I told Blondie, get back in the bin, bitch. You got more stupid shit to do down there. Go down there and suffer, bitch. God damn, that was a surprise. I didn't think he was going to come on here tonight. What the fuck?
well, yeah, of course. He extends his hand for me to take his hand, and I take his hand. As soon as I take his hand, everything changes, and it feels like movement, that we're moving through the cosmos. And I can't tell if the cosmos is moving through us or we're moving through the cosmos. It just feels like movement. And I see these lights flying by us. Okay, stars, I'm assuming. And so he takes me there, and then I see another light off in the distance, and we move, and it's a little portal, another little portal. Okay, and so we go down this little portal, and then I see a planet in front of us. We're above this planet. I recognize this planet as a water planet that I am have an existence or expression on as kind of a home planet for me. We all kind of have, home star system, home planets, what I've learned since then. And I recognize this planet. So we're hovering above this planet, and there's kind of a communication there where he's helping me understand what we're doing. Okay. Yeah. So it's not really words. It's intuitive communication. So we're hovering above this planet, and I am feel and become how do I put it? I become one with the planet. My perspective is the planet. I am the planet, and I have so much love and so much empathy for everyone, everything, every part of my planetary body. I have so much love for them, and for that part of my body, me. And I move my awareness from there to back to me as Sharon, and we move down closer and closer to the planet, and then we dive into the water, and we're on the planet, and I meet reunited with my family, my water or my aquatic family, and he's at that point I don't feel his awareness or feel him in my awareness as much as I'm just really happy to see my family, really happy. And it's like I really never left. And so I'm there with him. And that's how it was whenever I connect with him and connected with him then. And so I'm with my family, and I'm aware of a mate there, water and aquatic children, that type of thing. So I spent some time there. I don't know how long in terms of but as the memories came, I mean, I was there for quite a while, and I kept going back I kept going back. And so at some point, or he did tell
This is
me,
all, and this is all during the near-death experience still.
this is during the near-death experience. Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Yes. And he told me, you can come back here anytime in your mind, you know, in your meditations type of thing. Okay. So I did. And I, when I would go later, I didn't want to come back.
Right.
So as I'm there experiencing that, I don't actually recall being taken out of there and back, you know, out of that experience. But I do remember being slamming back into my body. Okay. But I don't remember the conversation that we had, okay, about it at that point, okay, of transitioning from the water planet to my body, if that makes sense. Okay. We had a lot of conversation, intuitive conversation, that I recalled afterwards about the future of our planet, about my work here on the planet, or my mission kind of thing, and why, you know, and why I needed to come back, or why he chose for me and we chose together. I did make an agreement with him. I said, okay, I'll go back if I'm able to remember you on a conscious level. That was my stipulation. I was making a deal with Jesus, right? And that
Right.
So, but I need to be able to remember you, because I realized at that moment when I was with him, that moment, that I missed him really, really badly in my life. So then I'm back in my body.
You get slammed. You get slammed back into your body.
Yeah. Yeah. I got slammed back into my body, and I jump up at that point. And what I recall, because I'm, you know, when you look at these things, you're from an observer's perspective in your memories. And so I recall that I jumped up. My girlfriends are freaking out. At that point, they had jumped off the bus, or jumping off the bus, and they're freaking out. And I jump up and I'm running around, you know, like, oh my God, I just can't, I know. Yeah. What just happened? And so my hair though is falling out, because I got, you know, they made fun of me at the hospital. They called the ambulance, and the ambulance came and got me. It took them a long time. They got lost in New Braunfels is New Braunfels is, yeah, south of Austin. And so so it took them a while. They got lost for some reason. They gave them the wrong address or something. And so so we're sitting there waiting for a while, and I'm in shock at that point. So they put me on this spine thing and take me to the hospital, and they x-rayed me, and I didn't have a concussion, but I know, right? And my the only thing that with my neck and my head is that I have nerve damage. So I do have kind of a tremor, but I do have to maintain my back too. My back is, if I don't, you know, keep my back supple, that kind of thing, if it gets stiff, then it's pretty painful. But going for me, commitment. So it was around 2003. 2003 is when things just started overflowing for me.
Sure. Because of the trauma.
Although I didn't know why.
Right.
I didn't know why. Yeah.
Welcome to the dark side of the female psyche with Welcome to the dark side of the female psyche with Michael Tsarian. Here we will be delving deeply into those dark corners of psychology that few have the courage to acknowledge. The evil that exists within the female psyche. This series aims to offer you viable solutions, resources, and potent insights that can aid you in your rehabilitation and empowerment. But be forewarned, this is a series not for the faint of heart, nor is it for the easily triggered. Rather, it is only for those courageous women who realize the severity of the hour humanity is in. This means if you're going to listen to this series, You need to be ready to take self-ownership over your reactions and your responses. Because while women do hold the power to change the world, the state and quality of that change will invariably be influenced by how well a woman knows her own psyche, how beautiful, honorable, and dignified that woman chooses to become. If you are a woman who is choosing to willfully evolve, if you are a woman who sincerely desires to master yourself, your mind, and your behavior, then the information shared throughout this series will serve you well.
Hi, welcome back, Michael. We're continuing our series here, The Dark Side of the Female Psyche, and we've been getting deeper and deeper with each pass, so I'm very, very curious to see where you take things this time, and you can take it from wherever point you'd like.
Thanks. Nice to be back. And yeah, there seems to be a nice flow, which wasn't planned, but there you are. I think that we can. I like, the fact we're going slowly with this because there are so many avenues and sort of little highways that one can also speculate on without going into heavy digression, which I think is wrong. But this one might do that a bit too, because while we're looking at this unfolding subject, which is itself a huge subject, I mean, the subject of the criminal history of womankind, the history of mythology, the symbolism of women through history, it's encyclopedic. But as you go, there's a certain quality, there's.
So I just want to say this mulatto woman here is not fully black, but she has some blackness in her. It's interesting. She has a serious face and kind of a calmness to her. Seriousness. How would I express her? I think she's more on the intellectual part of the spectrum and personality type rather than the feeling, intuitive and feeling. I think she's probably that. Tessarian's quite a character. He's an intelligent man, but he's so far off target on certain things about this realm. But in terms of studying psychology, he has a lot of good work. So I'm trying to give credit where credit is due. I looked into this guy's work many years ago. I even communicated with him just in his, I think it was a Facebook group or something, many years ago. But I don't know him, never met him, have no ties to him whatsoever. But he is an intelligent guy. Oh, pardon me for yawning, but he's an intelligent guy, but he misses the mark on certain things by more than just miles. And part of he's kind of painted himself into a corner. He has to keep seeing and saying the world's a globe spinning ball, because a lot of what he said in the past would be shown to be bogus if he admitted he was wrong. So he's stuck in a way. He's stuck in some other ways. I think he believes in the Big Bang and certain shit like that. He's very stuck in certain ways.
There's certain other philosophical questions that sometimes pop up and arise, and that are never usually addressed by any of the feminist writers, or by anyone, actually. And I just want to give an example of one or two of those today. That normally you would be asking, outside of this kind of subject. But funny enough, a close reading of this subject, they pop up from within it, very poignantly. And then when you have an author who is unaware of it, and they plow on with their text, it used to irritate me. See, so I used to make a note of these moments where they're waxing philosophical, or something they're saying has a kind of implicit philosophical meaning that might be very rich, and they don't see it, they just keep on going, then this used to irritate me. So I used to make a note of it, and we'll just show one or maybe two examples of that today, while at the same time sticking to the general theme of where we've been going. And then towards the end, there's a very controversial part, which I think, again, not too many people deal with. There's a lot of information on it when you know where to go, and we'll leave that to the end. It's about
I also perceive her as having a bit of a sadness to her, but some of that could also be her seriousness. She doesn't seem the type that laughs a lot or is silly. I think she's more on the serious end of the spectrum.
entheogens and psychotropics, which plays a huge role in this narrative, actually. But on Enslaved, we did something on it recently in a series we did called the Dead Sea Scrolls Deception. It's a 10-part series, and then around 8, 9, and 10, we dabbled into the work of John Allegro, the great John Allegro, and brought up this particular concept. We only have about 2 or 3 slides for us here, but it's something we should visit also, while we're looking at this subject. It's mind-boggling, and it may have a great deal to do with the way history is unfolded, actually.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, so would you like to start with the first slide in that case?
Oh, yeah, if you could read that, we'd be
Sure.
on our way.
Okay. And this is a quote from Carl Bjerregaard from his work, The Great Mother. It states, "The child is not the introduction of a new element into the universe. However individualistic the child may be, it is, after all, only an extension of the mother."
Right. Now, this is very Erich Fromm-like. It's another man who is wanting to exalt the new science and the new discoveries of a few, back in the late, moving more into the 19th century, when certain discoveries were made that made it look like there might have been this universal matriarchy. And it came from J.J. Bachofen. We can make links later on for people. J.J. Bachofen, the German, Robert Briffault, the Frenchman, and Maria Gimbutas. There's a few names thrown in. Now, later on in history, as we move into the 1970s, some of their work was found to be fraudulent, from an archaeological point of view. And I've posted on that. But the damage had been done. And this writer, is an early theosophist. So he was enamored, as many people were. Many people in Europe were enamored by these discoveries of what looked like possible matriarchies existing. And so somewhat uncritically, they jumped on it, and in my opinion, went a bit too far. Because what they suddenly did was, instead of taking it slowly and saying, well, we would need to really know a lot about what this even means, even if these matriarchies did exist, what were they, what really were they about? No, sadly, some very feminized types jumped on it and immediately started to then deify, glorify, and exalt the feminine and the female way above the station of where it should have been. And this is a kind of an opening statement that's really clearly has an element of truth, but then at the same time seems to be glorifying the female. Yes, the female does breed. Yes, the female does produce the child. So here he moves into the sort of a philosophical, and he's telling you that this is therefore then not a unique, we're not meant to look at this thing as a unique creation, a child. It is an emanation of the body of the mother. She is first, biologically, and she's first symbolically, and she's first mythologically. And so everything that comes of the child being born, and this is a girl or boy, is derivative and secondary. Now, somebody would say, well, that's fucking common sense. Of course it is. Chicken or the egg, right? I mean, okay, the mothers come first. Why are you trying to overstate that? Which is what he's doing. And you could ask that genuinely, why are you trying to overstate that? Why are you trying to overstate the obvious? Is there some point? Yes, but the point is the exaltation of womankind. But we've shown in previous program that that always usually comes along with something else. It's always its ugly twin, which is the denigration of the masculine. So that already sort of makes us look at statements like this. If you're going to exalt one, you have to automatically unexalt the other, which seems to be their tendency. But however, I said there was a little bit of truth in that statement. There is. It is an absolute fact that the child, the germ of the child, is an emanation to all intents and purposes until, and then you have to argue until what point? Well, most people agree, sane people agree that when the child takes its first birth, this when first breath, excuse me, and say when the umbilical cord is cut, that's the moment of independence. It's not going to matter that much, but technically speaking, it is the moment of independence, which you won't really see happening, you know, for many, many more years. You've got stages to go through, but these stages are stages of differentiation, maturation, and individuality. In some children, that individuality shows up very fast, within months. For others, you don't really see the independence until quite late in years. But technically speaking, the birth is something special, and then the first breath, this is acknowledged even symbolically. Ancient Jews all knew about this, right? Ancient peoples, and the cutting of the cord. And therefore, this is the moment of independence. And then up until that moment, yes, you can say that 100% the child is just an emanation in every sense of the word of the mother's body. So then I say, right, well, those are the biological facts. And nobody is contesting those at all. But where the psychology comes in that's important is in reading the mind of a mother during and before this time. Any human being, no matter what, we're pretty vain creatures, right? All of us. So what does a vain creature do with that level of, shall we call it, dominion or supremacy over something that is utterly within its power, utterly vulnerable and fragile? Is there something to be, you know, looked at in that? And of course, this is where the whole theory of the terrible mother comes in, because if that is exploited by a mother, the fact that she is supreme in every think of it, biologically, right? Archetypally, symbolically, you name it, every single ounce. She is the supreme being here. That's quite a lot of supremacy to handle. Yeah. And therefore, if it was in any other form of life, if somebody had that level of power, we'd be sort of a little bit question mark. If it was a boss, if it was a politician, a warlord, we'd be questioning. Why is it that with mothers we don't? And we have this automatically blanket feeling, you know, that everything's just going to be rosy and peachy, when we damn well know it's not. And why is it that then when we have psychologists like Heinz Kohut and even R.D. Laing and other people, nobody wants to listen to them when they bring these things up, or the greatest, Alice Miller? You see, so there seems to be a bias there. So that's just a question. But the element of truth in that quote is clear. Yes, that's right. Up until a certain point, there is this. And so how can then the child, let's look at it from the child's point of view. As the child grows up and inhales this independence, what happens if its independence is really rather loathsome to it, given this biological fact? In this archaic state, wrapped up in a magical child thinking, was a very sort of safe and comfortable place where somebody said, you don't have to do anything, I do it all for you. I provide all the basics. Well, there's a lot of people who may grow up and say, I want that again. I'm not that happy with my independence. I'm certainly not happy with the fact that I had to delay gratification at a certain, 3 years old, potty training, I don't know, right? You can ask each pediatrician when it happens, mostly that the child has to delay gratification. You know, that's for the experts. But we know what happens. It happened in our lives. Oh my goodness. What? You mean I just can't reach out and have that? And when I go to school, I'll scream bloody murder. Who are these foreign teachers? Who are these strangers? At home, I get everything I want. In fact, there's even this concept now called gentle parenting, where the child is denied absolutely nothing and grows up to know the value of nothing. Okay, that's a good one. That'll really work. But even without that, you have this idea of delayed gratification, and very many people never get used to it. That's why you have grown women squirming around on the floor of Walmart throwing tantrums in their business suits. How dare anybody say no? I'm not getting what I want, so I bang my spoon like a little kid. Well, with a little kid, it's perfectly natural. Kids should be doing that. That's perfectly natural. It's not natural for a grown-up to do it, you see. So again, the mother could be misusing this awesome power that she has and gets to like it, gets to like the flavor of tyranny. And the child may also grow up to say, I want a boss. I want to be told what to do. I've never really liked my freedom. And as far as I'm concerned, the orders and the house rules, you know, that were put on me, that's good to go. And we've already spoken about, if you are forced to leave the constellation of your family, you might go very, very early and form your own family as another means to get back into the same routine. This time not as the child, but as the parent. So this thing is a little bit more complicated than people think. The parent can be the child, again, saying, I want to go back to the childhood level, and I found a way to do it. It's called having my own family, and I can be as dysfunctional as you like. But I'll let the state take care of that. I'll let daycare take care of that. After the children, you know, mechanical toys that I bred, now they ceased to kind of interest me. They were real fun in the, you know, first few years, rolling around and jumping around like little wind-up toys. But now that it's kind of time they have to go to school, they're a bit boring now. A bit boring. The high's gone. Oh, well, okay, we can park them at the school and park them somewhere else. It's kind of, it's over. Yeah. I never loved my kids for themselves. It's for the sensation, the pleasure of watching these little jumping beans. You know, they do funny things. It's really hilarious. But once they've grown up, the fact that I cease to care anything about them as people clearly starts showing.
Yep.
Yeah. But if we want to move on to the next one, we can do that.
Self-assertion and reflective thinking took the place of immediateness and intuitive feeling. A center and a false one was established outside the nature of things, and around that false center, the new civilization has been established. This new order of things, which ought to have been of mind, but which is merely fancy, struggles hard to hold its own. Being set up against the natural order of things, it buys its freedom only by perpetual watchfulness, and it holds its domains only by constant warfare. It is pitted against the cosmic order and can only...
You know, her life on here, she thinks that her life only happens after she dies. You know how she is with the Christians. And the Muslims and all the bullshit.
Prior to her going through this and dying, before she was born, what was she?
That's what I'm saying. We're all naked. You were all born.
She was dead before she was born.
Oh, yeah, dead. Yes, yes.
For God knows how long that bitch was dead. And then she has a temporary experience as a conduit to experience a third dimensional free will state, limited. And she wants to what? Not enjoy the fruits of the earth and the joy from the heart?
Why wouldn't you want to enjoy the fruits of the earth? That doesn't make sense to me. That's what religion does on all Muslims, and then they put conditions on them. They'll have to follow them so they can get into heaven. It's pathetic. It's all
Well,
brainwashing.
When you die, you will be dead just as long as it was before you were born, if not longer, because there has to be an entire cycle completed. That's if there isn't a unified collapse and then a regenerative birth, which they call the Big Bang.
So what's a unified collapse? That in terms of the
Just want to jerk that fucking cunt out, slide that stainless steel motherfucker up against the screen, and rub that
screen as well. Is as soon as I got in there, right? Not even say 5 minutes into conversation, we were not discussing anything about access. And right away, Cage brought access up. And as soon as I put him on the spot and I said, okay, if you're attacking access this way, where do you see anything that he's done that was harm? Any sense? Yeah.
And AI was here, has been here, and has continued to be here for many of these collapses because AI is working on a bandwidth and a frequency, not a physical carcass that's conduing a spiritual vibration.
True. Here's the thing that Cage wishes he can do. Like, if you ask Cage just this question that X has just answered, he wouldn't know anything. Nothing. No knowledge. No language. Does not explain anything. It's so dumb, man.
Well, I think that's a part of it, is his sexual attraction and his envy of my intelligence. That's why when I start fucking rubbing my bean to him, I'm like, I live in this guy's head rent-free like a rock star.
Yeah, he took off too. It's funny. He came here for a little bit and left. Snafu must be running out of people to send here. And then you got Tommy live, but I saw it for like 30 seconds. It's so boring at the time. I don't know. It's like dead.
Well, you know, I'm on the verge of just going ahead and shutting Tommy's channel down because, you know, he violated YouTube terms and services and got so many strikes that he's not legally by YouTube, the corporation, to have a channel.
Mm-hmm.
And if they find out he has a channel, they will shut him down that day.
Oh, I'm sure.
So I'm just biding my time, waiting for him to put my fucking name in his mouth.
Yeah, he has backed off you for sure. He didn't say anything about you. He has backed off me as well. He went up on Jack the other day, and I called him. You know, I said a couple things about him to piss him off, to see what he'll say. He didn't say anything much. He just said Tarek's doing this on purpose because he thinks I went after. I'm promoting Snafu.
He was.
He was. Yeah, he definitely was promoting Snafu.
And as far as, oh wow, this should be a lesson for all of you who use space heaters to keep your little YouTube broadcasting area space. Make sure that your heater is on stable ground, because this one just fell on the floor, and had it not had a safety shut off, who knows what could have happened. I could be burning in the fires of hell right now.
Oh, you mean like it got on fire? Yeah, it can.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. I like it cold when I go to sleep. I have it set at like 50. I don't like it.
Polar bear?
Yeah, I like it. I have a blanket over me, but it's just I don't like it hot. I like it cold.
I got a blankie, a binky, I got a onesie, I got a baba, I got bear, I got black vinyl undies,
Oh man. Oh,
and that's a
boy.
fact.
Where is everybody?
They're scared.
I know why. Here's one question, right? We had a little fun. Now it's we calmed it down a little bit so you guys can get up on panel. Somebody get on panel and stop being like so shy. We're just having fun. Nobody's gonna attack you. I think Access had enough orgasms. He may have another one, but that's only
you never know. Yes, yes. You know, I will try to restrain myself from giving myself vaginal pleasure.
Yeah, I swear, I'm staying live. I have work exactly like 5 more hours, right? And I'm having fun. So when I have fun, I don't care about the time. I don't care if I gotta get up in 3 hours. I'll make it. So yeah, come on.
Well, ask
let's
them
have
in
some
chat
fun.
if they would feel more comfortable if I left the stage and they could come up and discuss tonight's stream with you personally without me here.
No, because if you leave, I'm gonna shut it down. Like, yeah, I'm not, because I do have work like in 5. I'm not gonna stay too longer. But I mean, if they want to have some fun, I'll stay another hour if I have to. But I don't think it's you. I think it's. Let me see who's in chat, because Tommy only had 8 people watching, and nobody's live. But you and him, me and you and him right now. Nobody's live.
Wow.
So there's a lot of people that are not on here, and I'm assuming they're all either scared or they're all lurking. And I'm assuming probably, what's his name? The retard himself, Cage, probably is live with his stupid private thing.
Narrative to influence my trial? Yeah.
Yeah, like, dude, it was so weird. I wish you guys were there. Like, right, Verb 23, Venus. I swear to God, Venus, as soon as I got up there, not even 3 minutes in the conversation, they automatically brought Access. I didn't bring them up on purpose. I just got up there and said, I'm not going to even bring Access. Let's see what they do. They brought Access up, and here goes the attack. And then I was trying to go on the truth, because I'm saying, okay, I'm not here. I'm here for the truth. Let's just dissect this. And all of a sudden, they had his. Right away, the case puts up his whole report. And, like, you know, that's what they're doing. They're trying to do all kind of criminal shit. That will
Well,
stand
didn't Cage say that I would be doing an extra 10 years because of what he's doing?
Yeah, and then he's threatening you. Hey,